Welcome back to Tier Mania, and oh boy, strap in, this is gonna be a long one. This is the hardcore Pokemon Nuzlocke tier list. We're gonna be ranking every single Pokemon species as far as how good they are in hardcore Nuzlockes. Now, again, the hardcore part does make a big difference. If you don't know what a hardcore Nuzlocke is, it's the same thing as a normal Nuzlocke, except you can't use any items in battle, so no healing, no X items. You have to play the game on set, and that's the biggest part, is it's a lot harder to switch in Pokemon, and you play with level caps, so you can't overlevel your Pokemon past certain points of the game, like rivals, gym leaders, etc. So, just an intro before we get into it, as far as what makes me qualified for this. I've put in thousands of hours into Nuzlocking at this point in life, specifically hardcore Nuzlocking, and just last year I completed a Generations Lock Nuzlocke challenge, which is when you hardcore Nuzlocke through one game of every generation in a row without losing. If you lose at any point, if you lose in Gen 1, Gen 3, Gen 6, whatever, you have to go back to Gen 1. So I do have a lot of experience playing these games, specifically hardcore Nuzlocking these games. So, without further ado, let's get into the rules here. So what I'm basing this tier list off of course, how good is this Pokemon in a hardcore Nuzlocke, but specifically just in general. I'm not talking about these Pokemon in their specific gens. I'm saying if you took this Pokemon and just used it in any game, how good would it be? So, all that said, we're also not counting any legendaries or any megas, because I do feel like those should be banned in a hardcore Nuzlocke rule set. And this tier list for some reason doesn't have Alola forms, so off the dome I'll try to remember them and mention them as we go. And yeah, but as far as the actual tiers, I've broken it up into something a little different, I feel like. I watched a good amount of Pokemon Nuzlocke tier lists before this, and this is the way I wanted to do it. So, the way the tiers work, banned, of course, if a Pokemon is just stupidly strong, it's going to go in banned. It would just make the game too easy. God tier is for Pokemon that are the best of the best. If you can use this Pokemon, you totally should. Generally great, exactly what it sounds like. Overall, great Pokemon. Very solid, just a little lacking in something, might have one fatal flaw, but still very good. Situationally good is Pokemon that either rely super heavily on gimmicks or setup moves or certain strats to be good, but when you can get them to work, they're very good. And then we have early game to mid game menaces, which are Pokemon that are extremely good in a small window of the game and then become obsolete later on. Next, we have the could work tier, which is if you try your best, if you do a lot of things, you run certain items, if you do certain strats, you can make this Pokemon work. But is it really worth it? And then in the next tier, of course, we have not worth it. You could use these Pokemon if you really wanted to, but again, should you have to do that? And finally, we have just a bad Pokemon. So, all that said, those are everything considering it. As far as hidden abilities, we're really not considering them because in Gens 1 through 4, they don't exist. And past, once they are revealed in Gen 5, even then, they still are pretty hard to come by in a Nuzlocke setting. Some ROM hacks and things like that will have hidden abilities all over the place. So for certain cases, I'll try to remember to bring it up. But for the most part, we're not really considering hidden abilities. So, all that said, I think that's everything. Let's just jump right into it. So, starting with Venusaur. This Pokemon is just fantastic if I can move. This is generally great. It is a grass type, so, you know, it does have that. But it's extremely tanky. It does have a lot of good resistances even for being a grass type. Leech Seed is an amazing move. And this thing is going to, especially in Gen 1, it's going to sweep through the beginning of the game. And it's going to be great for you in any game you run it in. Again, we're not counting Megas. But even without the Mega, this Pokemon is great. Next up is Charizard, who I'm going to throw into very solid. It is good, don't get me wrong. Everybody loves Charizard. But in a hardcore Nuzlocke format, this Pokemon is a little too frail. It's very hard to switch it in, but the thing is, it's so strong that you can just sweep a lot of in-game trainers and some gym leaders and boss fights, and then you don't need to switch it in if you're just gonna sweep the whole team. So Charizard, very good. Next up in very solid, we have Blastoise. It's very similar to Charizard, but in the complete opposite way. It's very good in everything that Charizard is not very good at, which is being bulky. Bulky water types are fantastic. That's going to be a recurring theme here. And Blastoise is no exception. This thing gets a great moveset. It's very hard to kill. You can switch it in on a lot of stuff. It's just going to be a really good member of your team, cornerstone of the team type Pokemon. Next up, we have Butterfree, which is going to be our first early game menace. Butterfree, as soon as you get Butterfree, it's insane. It just wipes the floor with everything in the early game. Having basically 100% sleep powder or 100% accuracy sleep powder with compound eyes is wild, and it's available in a ton of games. It's very, very solid for the early game. And in some cases, you can make it work in the late game. Later on, it does get I'm blanking on what the move is. Quiver Dance. There we go. It does get Quiver Dance, so that helps a lot. But generally, you're going to want to destroy people in the early game and then move on. Next up, we have Beedrill, who is kind of a tricky case, but I'm going to put him in could work. In the earlier games, Beedrill is garbage, but in the later games, it does get buffed because with the addition of fairy types, poison types just naturally get buffed. And it's the biggest problem with it early on is that its moveset is pretty rough, but if you can throw on some TMs like even Secret Power or something like that, and once Pin Missile gets buffed later on, this thing gets a lot better. So it's generally like a toss-up of when you're using it and what game you're playing. But if you want to use Beedrill, you can. It's just, it's going to get obsolete as the game goes on. Next up, also in the could work category, we have Pidgeot. The biggest problem with Pidgeot is that Fearow exists. And Fearow is basically just better Pidgeot in every way. Yes, it does have a Mega, but we're not considering Megas. And this thing's move pool is a lot worse. It gets the better moves later on for some reason. And it's just okay. I like Pidgeot a lot. It's fun, but there's not a whole ton of reason to use it, especially when comparing it to other flying types and other normal flying types. So I think it's just okay. Raticate might be at the top of early game menace for the rest of the tier list. This thing is insane. It evolves very, very early and gets Hyper Fang very, very early. So you can just start spamming Hyper Fang on everything at the beginning of the game, and you'll have a great time. Especially if you get a Guts Raticate and you purposely poison it or burn it before a certain boss fight. This thing is insane. It's so good. Give it Silk Scarf. This thing's gonna go crazy. But again, once you get later on in the game, there's gonna be a lot better options. So I think Raticate does just fine there. Next up is Fearow. And Fearow's kind of a tricky case. I did just compare it to Pidgeot. But I think it's tough. I think it's not nearly as good as these other two. But I think it's situationally good. There are certain games where, or the early games before this physical special split happens, Fearow is insane. It gets some crazy, crazy moves. And can just absolutely sweep, like early, mid, and even late game too. It's just, once you get to the late game specifically, it's not that great, especially compared to other flying types. But there are a lot of games where this thing's going to be great. So I think situationally good is where we're going to put it. But there's a really good case for very solid as well. So that could be moved, but that's how I'm feeling. Arbok. Arbok is... Oh man, it's gonna go in the could work tier as well. I like Arbok, I do. And Intimidate is the best ability in the game for a Nuzlocke, and even for competitive, arguably. But man, poison types are bad. Poison types are very bad until fairy types come in, which is very late. So it's just, most games you're gonna use this thing in, it's not very good. Its moveset is horrible. Before the physical special split, this thing is just straight garbage. But as the games go on, Arbok gets better. So if you really want to use it, you can. And of course, Intimidate is always very nice. But there's just a lot better Intimidate users that you could choose. So Arbok goes there. Next up, we have Raichu, who reminds me, I forgot about Alolan Raticate. Alolan Raticate would be a little lower than Cantonian Raticate, but in the same tier. But as far as Raichu, very, very different. So I think Raichu is very solid. I might be overrating it a little bit, but every time I have used or seen Raichu, it does really well. The only thing is it could just use a little more speed. If it had a little more speed, this thing would be generally great. but it is lacking in that. If you can get it Fake Out, it gets even better. And then once Volt Switch comes in, this thing gets really, really good. So it just progressively gets better and better as the games go on. But it is just lacking that oomph. You know, it's just a little bit lacking from being amazing. But Alolan Raichu, I would put in generally great if it was on the tier list. Alolan Raichu is insane. Adding that Psychic type is crazy. And it gets so many good moves. You can set up with it, you can sweep with it. Alolan Raichu is crazy. If you can use it, you totally should. Next up is Sandshrew. And Sandshrew is also going to go in the could work tier. Actually, now that I think about it, Arbok definitely going down to not worth. But Sandshrew, the thing about it is when you catch this thing, you don't have many ground type options at all, especially in a Nuzlocke setting. So just being a ground type is nice and like can put it on your team. But overall, most of the time you're probably not going to want to use this thing. Its ability is just okay. It doesn't get very good moves most of the time. You're going to rely on TMs. There's just a lot of better options out there. But if you really wanted to use Sandshrew, you could. Next up is Nidoqueen. And I think Nidoqueen is very solid as well. I do think it's a little overrated. It's one of those Pokemon that it can do damage, it can tank, but it's not exceptionally good at either. So it's hard to put it higher than this, but it does get a really good moveset, and its typing is pretty solid. So I think Nidoqueen is in a very good spot. Next up is Nidoking, and I'm gonna put at the top of very solid. Because in certain situations, it's crazy. You can get very early game Nidoking and just be an absolute menace if you want to. And this thing also gets very, very good TMs. But it is lacking a little bit on that bulk. And it's not as fast as you'd want it to be. A lot of times with offensive Pokemon, you want them to be very fast as well. And Nidoking just doesn't have that in his bag. But most of the time when you use it, it's going to be a really solid addition to your team. Not like crazy overpowered or anything, but just a generally good time. Next up, we have Clefable, and I'm super biased. I'm super biased. I genuinely think this thing is great. Every time you get a chance to use Clefable, you totally should. This thing's moveset, just learn set-wise, is very, very good. Its TM set makes it extremely versatile. It's super tanky. It's way tankier than you think it would be, and it could do a lot more damage than you think it could be. And it gets a bunch of setup moves, and then once it becomes a Fairy type, it gets even better because, spoiler alert, Fairy type's the best type in the game, in my opinion. They are very, very, very strong. And Clefable is an example of that. If you've never used Clefable in a Nuzlocke, please do. I promise you, it'll work out. It's very good. So, Clefable, generally great. Next up is Ninetales. And Ninetales is tricky because a lot of times it relies a lot on TMs to be good, or like you get into the late game and then there's just better Pokemon other than it. So I think it's going to go into situationally good. It can be very, very solid, especially once it gets access to Drought, but that's very, very late into the Pokemon series. And again, outside of that, its moveset isn't great. You pretty much just want to spam Flamethrower with this thing for the most part. But there is some fun stuff you can do. You could do Solar Beam, run Will-O-Wisp, Extrasensory, stuff like that. But it's just, in certain situations, very, very good. But a lot of the times, it just takes too long to get going. So I think it goes into situationally good. Alolan Ninetales, I would put in very solid. It is an Ice type, so it does have a lot of weaknesses, and you can just get one shot sometimes. But getting its hidden ability on Alolan Ninetales is a lot easier because it is introduced in Gen 7. And Gen 7 and Gen 8 are very easy to get hidden abilities compared to all the rest. And, you know, Aurora Veil strats, Ice Beam, Blizzard, 100% accurate Blizzard, and a Fairy type. It's all around very, very good. And if you can add it to your team, you totally should. But sometimes it's not the best because it is pretty frail physically. But Alolan Ninetales, really, really solid. Next up is Wigglytuff, and this one I think is also going to go into the could work tier if I can click on it. Oh my god. But I think it goes just right in the middle there. It's basically just way worse Clefable, honestly. It does a lot of the same things, gets a lot of the same moves, but the problem is its HP pool is huge. And like if you're doing a normal Nuzlocke and using healing items, that you're gonna have to spend a lot of money on it. If you're doing a hardcore Nuzlocke, it doesn't have the defenses to hold up that you want it to. So if you really want to use it, it can work. All fairy types are good, in my opinion. So if you want to, go for it. But it's probably not going to be worth in most cases. On the opposite of that, we have Vileplume, who I think is very, very solid as well. It's very, very tanky. It gets pretty solid moves. You can evolve it early. It's very versatile. I'm pretty sure it gets Leech Seed, Sleep Powder, great combo. It's just a really solid grass type. Grass types generally tend to be pretty weak, but this one, and it's available in a ton of games as well, really, really helps it out. And it does a lot more damage than you think it would. So, Vileplume, solid. Next up is Golbat, who is an early to mid-game menace, I would say. Like, there's a certain point in the game, as soon as this thing evolves, it's a full-on menace. This thing goes crazy. Wing Attack Golbat is crazy strong in the early game. But then once you get to the late game, it definitely falls off pretty hard. And for early game status or standards, it's not nearly as good as Raticate and Butterfree are for the early game. But for what it does, it's good. It's just, you know, we're waiting on Golbat, which doesn't come till later. But again, for what it does a good job. Next up is Parasect. And I think this is going to be our first bad Pokemon. Yes, you can use Spore. Yes, you can use False Swipe. It's good for catching Pokemon. It's got all the status. Effect Spore is nice. But the problem is this thing has 2-4 times weaknesses that are very common in most Nuzlockes. And it's just going to get one shot before it can do anything because it's so slow. So as much as Spore is nice, you're going to die before you can use it. So it's really not great. It does have some usefulness. It can switch into water types really well. But you know, it's just, if you need to use it, you can. But I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Next up is Venomoth, and I think Venomoth's also going to go in the not worth tier. Again, poison types before fairies are really bad. And unless you've got some crazy stuff going on, it's probably going to be hard to overcome just being a poison type. And also, bug types weren't good for a while. They do get a lot better. But Venomoth just doesn't really have anything going for it. It's just fine overall. But again, there's so many better Pokemon to use, especially bug types. And poison types, like early in Pokemon. So, tough look for Venomoth. Next up is Dugtrio, who I think is situationally very good. And it's going to go to the top of situationally good. Because the thing with Dugtrio, it is so frail. It's incredibly frail. But it can just wipe teams. It can completely destroy certain gyms, certain trainers, certain teams. So if you use it correctly, it can be very, very, very good. But it's not going to be great in most situations. Just the situations you want to use it in, it's going to absolutely excel in. So Dugtrio, I think, is very situationally good. Persian is a tricky one. It definitely gets better over time because of, you know, Technician, and there's a few other things that I'm totally blanking on. But it does get better. And I know in Gen 1 you can do some like cheese crit strats with it. But I think for the most part it's just going to go into could work. Like, I think it's probably here. But if you really want to use it, you can. Normal types are always nice to have. Fake Out's good. Fake Out Technician is great. But again, it's just a matter of getting lucky with getting Technician, and then you gotta really try hard to use it, because it will fall off late game. It does not have the staying power you'd want it to. But in certain situations, you could definitely use it if you want to. And I'm a big fan of Persian, so I would put it higher, but I just don't think it holds up. Next up is Golduck, and it's just lacking something. You know, its abilities are, like, Damp and Cloud9 are nice, but, like, how often are you going to use that in a Nuzlocke? Its moveset and TM set is good, but there's just a lot better water types out there. So what do you do with Golduck? And there's not, like, any crazy strat that works well with it. Like, yes, I'm pretty sure it gets Swift Swim. I might be wrong on that. Correct me if I'm wrong. If it does, you can do some fun strats with that. But I just think it's going to go and could work. Like, if you want to use it, you can. It'll be solid for you, but not a whole lot of reason to use it, unfortunately. Because it's very available. It's in most games, which is nice. But again, water types are really, really good. So most of the time, there's going to be a better water type option. Next up is Primeape, who I think also goes into... Ooh, whoopsie. Wrong button. I don't know what is going on with my mouse right now. I'm sorry. I think it's also going to go into could work. It's solid. It's good. It hits pretty hard. There's some fun strats you can do with Anger Point. But for the most part, it's okay. It's fine. Fighting types are generally like either insane or pretty useful. But Primeape is not either of those things. It's just like, hey, you want to use a fighting type, you can. But is this the fighting type you want to go with? I'm not really sure. Especially because a lot of fighting types get really powerful moves late game. And Primeape doesn't really get that. Its moveset is pretty bland. And even its TM set is not that great either. So it's just, you know, I feel bad, but there's a lot of better fighting types out there. So, next up is Arcanine, who I accidentally clicked on before. Arcanine is definitely going into... It's either generally great or God tier. Because the thing is, Intimidate is so good. It is so good. I know in competitive, Arcanine is wild. But in Nuzlocke, it does tend to lag a little bit. So I think at the top of generally great is a good spot for it. I don't know if it's God tier. But if you can get an Arcanine, you totally should. The only caveat to this thing is it does take a while to get online. You do want to wait a while to get the good moves or the good TMs for it, so you're probably not going to be evolving this thing till pretty late game. But once you get it, it's crazy good. Again, Intimidate is the best ability in the game, IMO. And a very bulky Intimidate user, wild. And even if you get Flash Fire, that's good too. You can do some fun switch-in strats with that. And it's just a very, very solid Pokemon overall. Again, if you can use this thing, totally should. Next up is Poliwhirl, who... Poliwhirl... It's just... Its moveset is bad, which is tough. But I think if you base your team around Poliwhirl, it can actually work. Swift Swim, I'm pretty sure it gets Swift Swim. I'm just saying everything does. I could have sworn it does, but if it doesn't get Swift Swim, correct me. Again, there's a lot of fun strats you can do with Poliwhirl. It does get a very interesting moveset, and it does get some decent TMs. But for the most part, there's going to be better both water and fighting type Pokemon. But if you really want to use Poliwhirl, it can work. It could definitely work. Next up is Alakazam. And Alakazam is going to be, for sure, our first God tier Pokemon. The thing about Alakazam is, even in a hardcore Nuzlocke, this thing is just so strong. It's just so strong. It just sweeps every team. If you get one Calm Mind up, it's game over. You just win. It's crazy. And we're not even factoring in Megas. It is wild. You get it pretty early on, too. Once, obviously, evolving Abra is pretty annoying, but once you get it to Kadabra, this thing is just going to be absolutely tearing through teams. Its TM set is pretty good. Learn set is just eh. But if you can get some solid TMs on this thing, get some good coverage, you are going to be destroying even Elite Four members. It's crazy. Alakazam, wild. Wild Pokemon. Next up is Machamp, who I think Machamp, I want it to be higher than this, but I think it's just very solid. And I think it just barely makes it into very solid. Because the thing with Machamp is a lot of its best moves are tutor or TM moves. It does get some fun learn set stuff, but it takes a while before its learn set gets really good in the later games. So the thing with Machamp is it's bulky, but it's not bulky enough. And it hits very hard, but most of the time what's going to happen is you're not going to lead with this thing because you're not sweeping teams with Machamp. You're going to switch it into something. It's going to take a hit. You're going to hit something back, kill it, and then you're going to immediately swap it out because it's going to die to the next special hit it takes. So it's nice for what it does. It hits very hard and it's decently bulky, but it's lacking that extra bulk to take it over the top. So I think it goes in very solid. Next up is Victory Bell, who is definitely underrated. Definitely underrated. But I think Victory Bell goes into situationally good. There's a lot of fun strats you can do with this thing. I love I love Swords Dance or Growth or like certain status move like Growth, Sunny Day, Chlorophyll, Victory Bell is insane. Super fun to use if you never tried it out. But like you definitely have to put some work into it. It's not like just having Victory Bell is going to win you the game. You do have to plan around it. And it's not the best Pokemon to switch into, and it's a grass type. So there's a lot of caveats to it. But if you want to make this thing work, it can work really, really well. It's just a matter of if you want to put the work into it. But for what it does a good job. So I think it goes in situationally good. Next up is Tentacruel. And Tentacruel is very, very solid. I think it's about here. It's available in most games. Super bulky, way faster than you think it would be. It's a really solid TM set. It's a solid learn set. This thing's just going to be a solid addition to your team. Again, most of the time, you need a water type. This thing's going to fill that for you. It's going to do the job. You can switch it in. You can revenge kill stuff. You can do a little bit of sweeping. You can just do some fun barrier strats if you want. It can be a very, very solid member of your team. It's just not, like, insane. So I think this is a good spot for old Tentacruel. Next up is Golem. And Golem is... You can take it into the late game. It's probably not what you want, but... If you do take it in the late game, it could be a really solid physical wall. This might be a little controversial, but I think Golem is great. Like, I think it is very, very good. Because the thing is, I was tempted to put it in early game Menace. Because it is, like, Geodude is crazy good in the early game. It can single-handedly win you some of the hardest fights you're gonna fight in a vanilla game, like Whitney, Bugsy, stuff like that. But it can work in the late game. It's just, again, if you get hit by a singular grass or water type move, this thing will die. But once it gets sturdy, you can play around that. So I think for being a physical wall and being a really early ground type, it is very good. And in most cases, you're going to want to take it with you for the majority of the game. It's just, again, once you get to late game, it definitely gets outclassed. But I think it's just a very surprisingly versatile Pokemon. And people hate on it just because Geodude is really annoying. But it's really good for hardcore Nuzlocke. So I think it's slept on, and I think it's generally great. So there goes Golem. Next up is Rapidash. And I think Rapidash... I think it's situationally good as well. It's super fast, which is nice, but it does take forever to evolve. And once it does evolve... doesn't really get the best items, and it doesn't get the best TMs, so there's not a lot you can do. But if you can get, like, if you can just start spamming Choice Band Flare Blitz, like, this thing can pop off and sweep some teams for you. But again, you do have to, like, really try to use it, because there's just a lot better fire types out there. And it takes a while to get going, and once it does get going, it's not really the best. But if you want to use it, you can. So I think it goes in situationally good. Next up is Slowbro, and I think Slowbro is generally great. So I like lagged there for a second. It does get a very... Actually, hold on. Hold on. I'm tripping. Let's pump the brakes here. I think this thing is actually very solid. So it gets really good moves. It gets really good TMs. Water Psychic is great typing. It's very bulky. It hits hard. It gets recovery, which is slept on, and you can do, not really slept on, but you could do Amnesia or Slack Off or Calm Mind, and there's a lot of stuff you could do with it. But there are a lot of times where it just gets one shot by something super random, like it can't take a Thunderbolt or whatever the case is. It's just, there's something that's lacking from it being generally great, and it does take a while to evolve, which is the problem. I think that's the biggest problem, keeping it from generally great, because you're not going to use it until late game. And then once you get to the late game, again, there's better options out there. So I do think it's really, really solid, really fun Pokemon. I like it a lot, but it's definitely, it gets held back for sure. Next up is Magneton. And Magneton also goes to very solid. We'll talk about this more with its evolution, but Electric, Steel, incredible typing. Once it gets sturdy, that helps a ton. You can switch this thing in on pretty much everything. It hits super hard. If you run Eviolite on it, it's incredible. It's very, very, very good. But also, I just realized I'm blocking it. Sorry about that. It's very, very good, but it does get better, so we'll come back to that. Next up is Farfetch'd, and I'm going to have this thing, again, in early game to mid-game menace. In very specific situations where you can get a Farfetch'd, it's wild. If you give this thing the stick and just spam wing attack or spam return, it's crazy in the early to mid-game. I believe in Fire Red Leaf Green or like the Gen 1 games, respectively, you can get a guaranteed Adamant Farfetch'd, which is wild. It's definitely lacking in speed, and it falls off late game, so it's not going any higher than this. But there's a lot of fun stuff you could do with Farfetch'd, so I think it's very, very good. It's just better Golbat, essentially. Next up is Dodrio. I almost said Dugtrio. And this thing is very, very solid as well. I think it goes about here. And again, in the earlier gens, this thing is crazy. Before the physical special split, this thing is generally great. Maybe even God tier, because just spamming Tri-Attack and Drill Peck is wild. It's pretty fast, it hits hard, it can't really take a hit, but this thing is going to be killing things before it gets killed, so it's a very, very good pickup for you. And it's just going to be a great member of your team. It's a rare case where it actually gets worse as the games goes on, as opposed to a lot of the Pokemon get better. But for specific games and specific situations, this thing is very, very good. It's very situational. In some cases, it's borderline God tier. In some cases, it's pretty garbage. So it depends on where you use it and when and what you're trying to do. But it can be very, very... It has a very high ceiling, I guess, is the right term. So it varies on how good it is. So that is Dodrio. Next up, we have Dugong. I love Dugong. I really do. I love Dugong. And I think it's very underrated. Oops, sorry, wrong Pokemon. But the thing is just like... Also, what am I doing here? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. My mouse is tripping out of me. It's just worse Lapras. So like I want to rank it high because I love it and I think it's really underrated. But it's just not that great, because there's just other Pokemon that literally do everything this thing does but better. So, and it's not an early game mon either. And like even situationally, I think it has to go and could work. I'm gonna put it at the top because I love Dugong, but it's just there's not a whole lot of reason to use it. There's just a lot of better water types, and there's a lot better ice type. Ice types aren't great, but you know, there are literal Pokemon that do the exact same thing but better. So it's hard for me to put it any higher than that. But again, I love Dugong. It gets a really solid moveset, solid TM set, but just not a whole lot of reason to use it, unfortunately. Next up is Muck, Muck is very, very solid. I think it's very underrated. Again, poison types are bad, but Muck is kind of the exception. Super, super bulky. Its moveset gets a lot better as the games go on. It starts off with not the best moveset, but it does get a lot of good TMs and a lot of good move tutor moves, so you can make this thing work. It's very, very tanky. It gets some solid setup moves. Give this thing a Black Sludge and you're chilling. You can switch it in on pretty much everything, finish off, get the kill, and do what you gotta do. Like, it's a really, really solid Pokemon to have on your team. It's not crazy, but it's a lot better than a lot of the other options you're gonna have, especially at the poison type. So, Muck, very solid. Next up is Cloyster, who I think also goes towards the top of situationally good. There are certain strats and certain times where Cloyster is absurd. In the Generation Lock specifically that I mentioned earlier, this thing is incredibly important to beating Lance in Heart Gold, Soul Silver, because if you can give it a little bit of speedy V's, you'll outspeed all the Dragonite, and then you can just sweep with Skill Link Icicle Spear, or even Ice Beam, or like it's a decent mix attacker. It's just you have to make it work. Again, Water Ice, tricky typing. There's a lot of solid Pokemon in it, but it has a lot of good offensive moves. So if you can get it to work, very good. It requires some investment because it's not the fastest, not the tankiest. Well, it's tanky in one stat, but not in the other. So it's like in certain battles it's gonna be great. In certain battles you are gonna get nowhere near using this thing. So I think it's the definition of situationally good. Next up is Gengar. Now, Gengar, very interesting Pokemon. It's gone through a lot of changes, but I think it's going to be generally great. I do. I think it probably goes here. It is incredibly fast, and it hits incredibly hard. Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, pretty much all you need. In the early games, you have Levitate, so this thing's even better. In the early games specifically, it would be God tier. But the problem is it does take a while to get the good moves. You can do some strats to manipulate that. You can wait on Ghastly to evolve it until like level 29 so that it gets Shadow Ball, and then evolve it, and then immediately trade evolve it, and boom, there you go. And as far as trade evolutions go, I'm going to assume that you are just like trading it to yourself or hacking in a trade or doing whatever you need to do to evolve these trade evolutions mons, if I haven't mentioned that before. So I'm assuming you're evolving it as soon as you can. And especially in that case, Gengar is incredible. It's very, very, very good. Just absolutely demolishes teams. Hard to switch into, but most of the time, you don't need to because it's just going to sweep the other team. Next up is Onyx, who I'm tempted to put in early game menace, but it's really not that good. So I think it goes in the could work tier. Sorry, I meant to move around. It's fine. It's a very solid physical wall at the beginning of the game. Surprisingly fast. Gets okay moves. It gets better moves as the gens go on. But again, there's just a lot better mons you can use in this thing. And, you know, if you're not evolving it, that's kind of rough. And it cannot do any damage, even though it gets a lot of good moves. So that definitely holds it back a lot. Next up is Hypno, who I think is also situationally good. It doesn't require as much setup. The thing about Hypno is it's kind of similar to Fearow, and in certain parts of the game, it's very, very strong. It evolves pretty early. It gets Psychic really early. You can start spamming out Psychics, and it's pretty tanky, so it's a decent switch-in mon. You can put things to sleep with it. It's nice. It's just Psychic types are so strong that if you're going to be a Psychic type, if you're going to have a Psychic type, you're going to want to be really, really, really good. And Hypno is not that. It's good, but it's not over the top. So I think situational is where it goes. Next up is Kingler, who I think Kingler also goes into the could work tier. It's just okay. It hits hard, but it's not tanky. It's not fast. It's just like, hey, I'm going to use Crab Hammer. I'm going to use Waterfall once, kill something, and then switch out because they can't really do anything else. It's Gigantamax form is fun. I couldn't remember the name of that for some reason, but it's just okay. Most of the time, you're gonna want to use something else. After saying that, I think it definitely goes into not worth, because again, there's so many good water type. Like water type is such a deep typing, no pun intended. So I feel bad for Kingler fans, but this is where it goes. Next up is Electrode. I think Electrode is also situationally good. I think it barely gets in there, but it's so fast that it can absolutely decimate certain gyms and certain trainers. So picking one up is really nice, because Electrotypes aren't the easiest to come by in a Nuzlocke setting, and with Electrode, most games where you get it, it's almost guaranteed in that patch of grass. So it's surprisingly reliable, and it's very fast. And if you can get it the Thunderbolt TM pretty early, so this thing can do a lot of damage. It falls off late game. But for certain situations, it can be really good. Next up is Exeggutor, Exeggutor, whatever the kids call it these days. I think this thing is very solid. Very, very solid as well. It's, oh my gosh, it's surprisingly tanky. It hits pretty hard. It gets some solid moves. It's just in the earlier gens, its level up moveset is really bad. You definitely want to give this thing TMs if you can, which usually aren't that hard to come by. I know you get a guaranteed Psychic, and I believe Energy Ball in most games, if not Bullet Seed, which is special in the early games. So it requires a little bit of setup more than the other Pokemon in this tier, but it is just very, very solid. I believe you get Sleep Powder, Leech Seed, all that fun stuff. You can use it as a screen setter if you want. It's a very versatile Pokemon, so it's just Grass type isn't the best, And there's a lot better Psychic types out there. But it's pretty solid, and that's why it goes in the solid tier. Next up is Marowak, who... tricky where to put it. But I think it goes in the could work tier at the top. It's really solid. If you can give it the bone or the thick club, it can definitely pump out a lot of damage. It's just, it's not, again, it has that problem of not hitting hard enough, not being able to tank well, and not being fast. So it doesn't have any of the three things that you really want. So it just kind of suffers, and it's just okay. But if you really want to use it, you can. So it definitely could work. Next up is Hitmonlee, I believe. Oh, my goodness. I don't even remember what tier this thing was in. Oh, I think it was here. I don't know what is going on with my mouse. I'm sorry. Where are you? There you are. Hitmonlee. I think it's very solid. I'm pretty sure this is Hitmonlee. Very, very solid. Again, where you're going to get it in most games is either pretty early on or mid-game. And in both situations, it's great. You can evolve it decently quick. And it gets, so like, of the Hitmon evolutions, it has the best learn set. TM-wise is a little bit lacking, so it's not super versatile. But if you just give this thing wide lens and just spam high jump kick, it's going to do a lot of damage. Or if you're just going brick break or whatever you want to do, bulk up strats, you name it, it's just going to be a really solid fighting type for you. And it's surprisingly fast, so it can do a lot. It's gonna pick up at least 1 or 2 kills before you switch it out. So hey, very solid Pokemon. Next up is Hitmonchan, I believe. I might be getting these confused, so if I am, I'm sorry. And I think this is going to go also in situationally good. I would put it in very solid, but for the early games, it's really bad. It takes a while to get going, but once it does get better, like the physical special split happens, you can run some fun stuff. It gets the elemental punches. You know, once it gets power up punch, like there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. You can make it work if you want to, but again, it's just not going to be as fast as you'd want a Pokemon like this to be. It hits hard, but it can't take a hit, and it's not as fast as you'd want it to be. But again, if you want to run this thing, you can. Next up is Lickitung, who, if I'm kind of go about it, I should count this. Who I'm gonna put. Man. It's very rare that you use a Lickitung, so I'm gonna put it in not worth at the top because it's a good Pokemon. It's just Licky Licky is so much better, especially moveset wise. There's not a whole lot of reason to run Lickitung, but hey, Return is a good move. It does get some a little fun stuff, but as far as normal types, as you can see already, just in Gen 1. There's a lot better options, so not really worth your time, in my opinion, until it evolves, at least. Next up is Weezing, who, also, I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting some of these Alolan forms. Alolan Marowak would be higher than this. I would put it in very solid. The ghost typing helps a lot, and there's not a ton of good physical fire type users, so Alolan Marowak goes in very solid. Alolan Exeggutor is generally great. I think it's very, very good, very slept on. It gets a lot of cool moves. You can switch it in on most things. Has a lot of resistances. It's just great. So, if there's any other Alolan forms I missed out on, I'm sorry. I just realized those. So, anyway, Weezing. I think Weezing is very solid. It's surprisingly bulky. It doesn't get a ton of good moves because poison type. But just spamming out Sludge Bomb is going to do a lot of damage. It can tank some hits. It has some status stuff you can do. And it's just solid. You know, it's a solid member of your team. It's going to give you that type coverage that you're going to need. And most of the time, a lot of Nuzlocke teams lack bulkiness, and this is a Pokemon that has it. Especially at a point in the game where there's a lot of special users coming up, like to the mid to late game. So it could be really helpful. So, next up is Rhydon. And again, these Pokemon that get evolutions later on are kind of tricky. We have a bunch of them in a row. But Rhydon has a very specific case because it is pretty darn good, even without the evolution. If you give it Eviolite, that's a whole nother story. But Eviolite doesn't come in for a while. But once it does come in, you can run it, especially in like X and Y, and I think even in Sun and Moon, if I remember correctly. But Rhydon, I think it's gonna go. Yeah, I think it's gonna go around here. It does have the rock ground typing, So, you know, water types, grass types, knock this thing out pretty early. But it is it's surprisingly tanky. It hits hard. It has a solid move set and TM set. It's just, it evolves really late. So that's the biggest thing about Golem that boosts it up to here. If you're thinking, why is Golem this high and Rhydon is here, it's just that it takes forever to get Rhydon going. And especially in the games where the level curve is a lot lower, like Gen 2 and things like that, you're not going to use this thing for the majority of the game. And then once you get to the late game, there's other types you're going to want to use. So, Rhydon I think is very solid. It's just, you know, it's not fully evolved yet. Next up is Chansey, who also isn't fully evolved, and I think is the definition of situationally good. Obviously, it cannot take a physical hit to save its life, but it's an insane special wall. It's just the thing is, it's going to evolve later, which we'll talk about. Next up is Tangela. Tangela, I feel bad, but I think it's got to go in the not worth tier. It does get some decent support moves and setup moves, but without its evolution, it can't take a hit as well as you'd want it to. It's very slow. It doesn't have a lot of offensive power. It's surprisingly especially good. But it doesn't do anything that you'd really need it to, and it's a grass type, so it's gonna get hit by everything. It's just not what you want. It's a tough look for our guy Tangela. Next up is Kangaskhan, who I think is also... I love Kangaskhan, but I think it's got to be situationally good, because in most cases you're just not going to be able to catch it. It's a very rare encounter in most games. But if you can get it, it's really fun. It's strong fake out user. Like, just fake out return is pretty much all you need. But once you get into the later games, you get power up punch and things like that. This thing is an absolute menace. It's just, again, very hard to get. But if you can get it, very good. I think is pretty underrated. But, you know, it's not the most available Pokemon, even though it appears in a lot of games. Next up is Seadra, who I think, honestly, for its time and before it evolves, it definitely could work. It's very similar to Dugong, where there's just a lot of Pokemon that are better than it at this time. There's a lot of good water types out there. But if you really need a water type, this thing can do the job for you. It's just, you know, it's going to get outclassed by a lot of things. And, you know, once it evolves, that's more important. So, also, speaking of not very good water types, we have Seaking, who I think also goes into the could work tier, along with these other water types. It's solid. There's a lot of fun strats you can do. I believe once it gets Lightning Rod as an ability, there's some really fun stuff. But its learn set is so bad. Goldeen is terrible, and it takes way longer to evolve than you'd want it to. If this thing evolved like the early 20s, it'd be higher. But it just, you know, it's not really worth it the majority of the time, unfortunately. Next up is Starmie, who is very, very good. I think Starmie is generally great. Its moveset is insane. It gets a lot of good support moves. It gets a lot of good setup moves. Its TM pools, Wild, Water, Psychic is an amazing typing. It hits super hard. It can tank better than you think it would. And in a lot of cases, I don't use it because I have certain moves banned as well as Pokemon. Cosmic Power is disgusting. Cosmic Power Recovery could single-handedly win you any battle that you throw this thing into. It is fantastic. It's just sometimes you're gonna get one shot, because it can tank some moves, but not the most. But for the most part, in most situations, very good. It can just win you battles. So, shout out to Starmie. Again, the Psychic types are good. Speaking of Psychic types, we have Mr. Mime, who, once it gets Fairy type, it's a lot better. But I think, sorry about that. My mouse is tripping. I'm so sorry. It's probably gonna happen a lot. But I think Mr. Mime is really solid, honestly. I think it's super underrated. Probably goes about here. There are better Psychic types out there, but for what it is, it hits pretty hard, is decently fast, and in the early to mid game can do really, really well. There's some in-game trades you can get it in certain games to make it even better. And again, its TM set is really good, so it's surprisingly versatile. Oh, I just realized you couldn't see it. There it is. But there are better Psychic types, so I can't put it that high. But if you need a Psychic type, this is a solid option for sure. Next up is Scyther, who I think is going to go into situationally good. Close to the top as well. There's some really fun stuff you can do with it. Technician is strong. It is a strong ability. Especially once U-turn becomes a thing, you can do a lot of fun strats with Scyther. But the thing is, you are going to want to evolve it at some point, so I can't put it super, super high. Some cases you don't want to evolve it, but because you want to keep that speed, which is really nice. But once we get later on in the games, there's just better bug types. And being 4 times weak to rock is really, really rough. So any Pokemon that has a 4-time weakness, that's a big hurdle to overcome. It's going to be rare that you see a Pokemon with a 4-time weakness in the top, but some of them are just so good that it's hard to dispute it. But Scyther, very good for what it does. Hits hard, very nice in the early to mid game. Again, it just falls off later, and there's better options. Next up, we have Jinx. Jinx also very, very underrated. I don't know why people think Jinx is bad. It is a very good Pokemon. But the thing is, it's in certain situations. Like, I think it's situationally good. In certain games, this thing is a menace. It's very fast, hits very hard, gets some solid TM moves. Not the best learn set, but pretty much Psychic Ice Beam is all you need. And this thing will tear through teams. It can legitimately sweep. I believe it gets Calm Mind. Just set up once and you're good. And yeah, it does get some pretty good utility too. You can, to secure a setup, you can put something to sleep or confuse it or whatever you need to do. But Jinx, it's a bad design, obviously, but you know, battle-wise, Nuzlocke-wise, it's pretty good. Especially in certain games, it's very good. So don't sleep on Jinx is the message here. Next up is Electabuzz, which I think it also goes into situationally good. It's just lacking, you know. In certain cases, when you need an electric type, you need some damage, it's going to be good, but doesn't hit as hard as you want it to, not as fast as you want it to be, but it does get an evolution, so we'll talk about it more then. Pretty much the same exact thing goes for Magmar. Magmar is a little better, because it hits harder faster, which is nice, and it's more available, I believe. Magmar is more available than Electabuzz. They should be equal, but I don't know. Maybe it's a me thing. I feel like I see Magmars all the time in Nuzlocke, but I can never get my hands on Electabuzz. I might just have bad luck. Don't quote me on that. But Magmar just feels more consistent. It does have some pretty solid TM moves as well, which Electabuzz, it lacks on Learn Set pretty hard. But again, both of these Pokemon, we'll talk about them more later. Next up is Pinsir, who, honestly, Pinsir is really solid. It gets in the early games, its moveset is pretty bad, but if you can get just one move on this thing hits like a truck, surprisingly fast. You would think it would die in one hit, but for some reason it just doesn't. Like, it's not that bulky. But it can take at least a hit. It has some shocking resistances. You know, it's one of those things where I can't really explain. I feel bad because this is more of like a factual Nuzlocke, but in the best way possible, Pinsir's just a vibe. You know, whenever you get a Pinsir, it hits hard. You can keep it around your team a lot longer than you'd think. It's just, you know, there's better options out there for sure. But shout out Pinsir, underrated. Next up is Tauros, who I can't put it in generally great, but it's really solid. Like, it is also very underrated. Intimidate, best ability in the game. Thing is really fast, hits really hard. Just spam return, you're pretty much good to go. But it gets a lot of good TMs, especially later on in the franchise, so it continuously gets better. And it's just going to be a really solid addition to your team. Most of the time, you don't want a normal type, but if you're going to go with a normal type, Tauros is the move. So shout out to Tauros. And it's pretty available as well. It's in a lot of games. Next up is Gyarados, who we have found our first banned Pokemon. Gyarados, I think it's been talked about ad nauseum in the Nuzlocke community, so I'll keep it short. But it's incredibly available. It's in almost every game. That's arguably the 2 best abilities, if not 2 of the best abilities. Insanely good on Switch In, insanely good moveset, can sweep anything, just is incredible. Like, it's arguably the best Pokemon ever, question mark, like barring legendaries. It's just so stupidly good. I haven't used it in years. Like, it's so good. If you're doing just normal Nuzlocke, a more casual Nuzlocke, quote unquote, use a Gyarados. Those of you that are struggling with Nuzlocke, or whenever someone asks me, like, how do I get better? What's something I can do? Use a Gyarados. It will win you the game. I promise you. It will win you the game. It's so good. Gyarados, insane. Next up is Lapras, who we talked about a little bit, or we alluded to, I suppose. And Lapras goes in generally great as well. Insanely bulky. Insanely bulky. Gets a lot of good moves, a lot of good utility, really solid TM set, hits hard. Very solid so for an ice type, very solid switch in. And just like a very, very good Pokemon overall. Most of the time, you're going to have room for Lapras, so you might as well have a Lapras on your team. It's going to help. Very, very good Pokemon. Next up is Ditto, who is going to go in the bad category. Ditto's kind of a meme. If you can get Imposter, great, but like most of the time, you're not going to get Imposter, so you just have to waste your first turn on using Transform. They get a free hit or a free setup or a free status on you. So it is very, very bad. Do not use this Pokemon unless you have to. But even then, if you're going to use it, use Imposter, and you can do some fun stuff with it. Next up is Vaporeon, and remember when I said water types are good? Vaporeon is very much that. Honestly, I think it goes in God tier. Honestly, it's just so bulky. It is so bulky. It can tank every hit you need to. Incredible TM set, very solid move set. This thing, you could just swap it in on anything and then just kill it. Like, just spam Surf if you have to. Run Leftovers, Mystic Water, whatever. It's incredible. If you don't believe me, use it. It will win you games, I promise you. Vaporeon, very, very good. If you have an Eevee, you probably should go Vaporeon almost every time. But there's an exception to that, which we'll get to. Next up is Jolteon, who I'm going to go very, very solid. It's very similar to Raichu. It is faster, which is nice, and you can get it earlier. And if you can give it Thunderbolt, because a lot of times you can get the Thunderbolt TM in most vanilla games, it's going to be smacking out the damage. This thing, just spam Thunderbolt, give it a Magnet, or a Metronome, or whatever you need to do. It's going to be very good. It's just late game, it's always like, I swear, there's something with Jolteon. That late game, you use Thunderbolt, and it gets them down to the red, and it doesn't quite kill them, and then you get one shot. So, you know, it's lacking a little bit of power, but incredibly fast, very, very solid for the majority of the game. So, obviously, goes in the very solid tier. Next up is Flareon, who, poor Flareon, it gets such bad moves. Such bad moves. It gets better very, very late in the Pokemon life cycle. It gets better moves and can take advantage of its high physical attack, but it's too slow. It's not nearly as fast as you'd want it to be in the Drayano games. They fixed that, so bless up. But for the majority of vanilla games, this thing is just going to get killed before it can kill anything. So, poor Flareon. I wish it was better. Really cool. But, you know, just lacking. It can't take the hits. Next up is Porygon, who we're going to put in the not worth category solely because just evolutions. We're just waiting on the evolutions for this thing. Don't take this too seriously. We'll talk about it more as the evolutions come along. Next up is Omastar, who I think is situationally good. Obviously, if you can set up a Shell Smash, this thing's going to be great. Rock typing is fun, surprisingly versatile typing. It's just 4 times weak to grass is brutal. In the main games and in Nuzlocke, there are a ton of grass-type Pokemon and moves that you will run into, and you will just get killed by something random, I promise you. It's so annoying. So I would love to put it higher, but it's lacking. It needs to be tankier if it's going to be this typing. But it's a fun Pokemon. I like it. Speaking of Pokemon that are rock water, that need some work, it's Kabutops, who I think is... I think it goes into could work. I want it to be higher, I do, but its learn set is so bad in the early games. It does get better as the games go on. But again, Rock Water, you gotta be really good to use this typing, and Kabutops is not that. Not as fast as you want it to be, it doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to, can't take a hit. Could work, it goes. Next up, though, as far as good fossil Pokemon go, we have... Oh, wrong thing. Sorry, my mouse just doesn't work a lot of the time, I guess. I'm sorry. Where did Aerodactyl go? Actually, where did Aerodactyl... Am I blind? Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. It just... I don't know what's going on with my mouse. Aerodactyl. Very, very, very solid. I think it's... I don't know if it's that good. I'd put it about here. Super fast. Incredibly fast. You will outspeed pretty much everything in the game. And if you can just do that and Rock Slide, this thing is fantastic. It is lacking on flying moves. Wing Attack is going to be the best move you're going to get in most cases. So it can be lacking in damage. But when it lacks in damage, it makes up for in speed and flinch control. Just doing King's Rock, Rock Slide will win you some battles that you absolutely should not have won. And for that reason, it gets a lot of value. So Aerodactyl, very, very good. Just lacking on the moves. If you can get it some good TMs, it'll probably go into generally great. But for the most part, you're going to be lacking a little bit in damage. So I think it goes in very solid. Next up is Snorlax, who is going to be our second Pokemon in the banned tier. Snorlax is incredibly good, gets insanely good moves. Its learn set gets better and better and better every single gen. Its TM set is really good. It's stupidly bulky. You cannot kill this thing to save your life. Literally just give it a Citrus Berry or an Iapapa Berry, give it Gluttony, and you will never die. Recycle strats are stupid. Belly Drum strats are stupid. It gets insane coverage. Like, it hits super hard. It's disgusting. And I have not used it in forever because it's so good. So, if you're ever struggling, use a Snorlax. You'll just win. I promise you. Even in ROM hacks, this thing goes crazy. So shout out to Snorlax. Next up is going to be Dragonite, who I honestly think is generally great as well. I'm going to put at the... I'm going to put at the bottom of generally great, just because in a lot of games you won't even be able to use this thing if you're doing a hardcore Nuzlocke, because its level, by the time it gets to level 55, some of the Elite Four champion levels are lower than 55 in some of these games, so there's going to be cases where you can't even use it. But when you do get to use it, extremely versatile, very tanky, hits hard, lots of setup. It's just an incredible Pokemon. It is 4 times weak to Ice, but once hidden abilities come into play, which you actually can use on Dragonite, multi-scale is busted, especially if you compare it. Or if it doesn't have multi-scale, you can just give it a Yachi Berry, which is kind of hard to find sometimes. But it's insane. It's very, very good. The only thing holding it from God tier is that you just can't get it in a lot of games. But if you could, it's amazing. Now, we're an hour in and we just made it to Gen 2. Oh boy. Next up is Meganium, who this might be a hot take. I'm probably going to be in the minority on this one. But I think Meganium is God tier. I do. Here's the thing. In its respective game, it is God tier. However, actually, now that I say it, it's got to go down to generally great because I'm breaking my own rules here. In its respective game, it's God tier. It is disgusting. I swear. Trust me. Give it Swords Dance. Meganium is ridiculous. Swords Dance, Bullet Seed is disgusting. Plus Synthesis. I believe it gets Elite Seed. It gets the screens. Like, you'll just never die. You'll just never die, which is super nice. And it tanks all the hits because it's incredible defensive stats. It's just a grass type, which also should prevent it from God tier, honestly. But it's so good. Don't sleep on Meganium. A lot of people hate on it because of its design and haven't actually used it. Give it a try in a hardcore Nuzlocke. It's incredible. It's incredible. I cannot recommend Meganium enough, especially for Gen 2. Next up is Feraligatr, who I feel bad. And I'm tempted to put it in not worth, because when it comes to starters, you want to make your starter pick count. But it could work. It could definitely work. I think it's situationally good. There's a lot better water types out there, but it does get a solid move set. It's a solid TM set. It hits pretty hard. It can tank decently well. It's just not that great at most things. Like it can do everything, but it's not going to excel at anything. So I think it can be good. Again, there's just a lot of good water types. So why would you use your only starter choice on this is my question. Next up is Typhlosion, who is okay. He's just worse Charizard. So, I mean, like, it does the same thing. It's just not as fast. At least I think so. I could be wrong. It's not as fast, and it doesn't hit as hard. So, what are we doing here? And Charizard gets Flamethrower, like, immediately. The thing, I think it's stuck with Lava Plume for a while. If I remember correctly. Again, if I misquoted that, correct me. But to my knowledge, it's just worse Charizard in most cases. But, you know, if you want to use it, you can. There's not a ton of good fire-type options, especially in the early games. So it's going to be helpful. But, you know, again, it can't take a hit. It doesn't hit as hard. It's not as fast. So how good can it be? Next up is Furret, who I'm tempted to put in early game Menace. But I think it could work. It's not nearly as good as something like Raticate, especially considering the early game. But it's fun. Again, return strats are always nice. That'll do a lot of damage in the early game. But it falls off super, super hard, and not a ton of reason to use normal types. So I think it just goes in the could work tier. Next up is Noctowl, who I know a lot of people love Noctowl, and it's cool, but I think it also goes in the could work tier. Again, normal types, just kind of eh. And this thing isn't as bulky as you want it to be. If it was Psychic Flying, that'd be way cooler, but it's not. That honestly would be a lot better for Nuzlocke. It does get some cool moves, but again, in most cases, you're just going to want to use something else. Next up is Ladybug. This is a horrible Pokemon. I hate Ladybug. I just hate it so much. 4 times weak to rock, terrible. It gets horrible moves, can't do any damage, can't take anything. You could do, like, Light Screen, but, like, everything can do Light Screen, so, I mean, what are we really doing here? Ledian is horrible. Do not use this Pokemon. Next up is Ariados, who, man, Gen 2, off to a rough start. This thing is also going to go in the not worth tier. It's fine. There's some interesting stuff you can do with it, especially later once it gets more, it's specific moves and everything. But it doesn't do a lot of damage. It cannot take a hit, and it's not that fast. And it's poison type, and it's a bug type. So why would you use this? I don't know. But if you want to use it, you can. It's just, there's so many better options. Next up is Lantern, who I really love. I think it's a very cool Pokemon. But I think it's gonna... we gotta put it in very solid. Getting Volt Absorb and Water Absorb is so good. Like, it's so good. You can switch it in on a ton of stuff. Its TM set is incredible. It's very bulky, like surprisingly bulky. But it doesn't hit as hard as you want it to. So what tends to happen with this thing is you switch it in for free, you get some health back, you do some damage, you take a hit, it like knocks you down in the yellow, and then you kill. So it's like, oh, okay, if I keep switching it in on electric or water type moves, we can get a lot of use out of this thing. But if you can't, it's like it doesn't do enough damage to be a fantastic tank. But it's really solid and very underrated. So shout out Lantern. Next up is Crobat, who, oh my goodness, Crobat is, I'm debating on where to put it in real time here, if I could just freaking click on things, but I think it goes into generally great. Crobat is so fast. Again, just you're gonna outspeed everything. You're gonna outspeed everything. You can switch it in on very specific typings because it has a couple 4 times resistances that are really nice. And you're just gonna like revenge kill stuff. You're gonna switch it in, kill something, switch it in, kill something. And it's very, very good. Very, very good. Great addition to your team. It just cannot take it to save its life. But you can do some fun stuff. It gets some it has surprisingly good special attacks. You can do like Giga Drain strats if you want to and stuff like that. And it gets better once fairy types come in. But It is lacking a little bit in damage to put it in God tier, but it's very good, and it's going to be a great addition to your team on pretty much any game you play. And it's available in most games too, because Zubat is everywhere. Next up is Togetic, who is going to go into the could work tier as well. I think it goes about here. Again, one of those Pokemon, we're just waiting on its evolution, so there's not really much to say about it. But it does get some fun utility. And, you know, you get it super early. You can get a level 2 Togetic, so there's a case for it to be an early to mid-game menace. But it's not like you're going to want to run that strat every time. It's just like, oh, in certain situations, Extrasensory is going to destroy a bunch of early game mons. But not every case, not every game. But it's a solid choice. You could use it if you want to, but again, we'll talk about it more later. Next up is Xatu, who I also think goes in the good work category. I really don't like this Pokemon personally. I'm sorry. I'm very negatively biased against Xatu, so hey. But the thing is, it's a Psychic type, and there's so many good Psychic types, and it's a Flying type, and there's so many good Flying types. So why would you use Xatu? I don't know. But it's decently specially bulky. It hits decently hard. It's just not as fast as you want it to be. It doesn't take hits very well. But if you want to use it, you can. So I think it goes in the could work tier. Next up is Ampharos, who I think is very solid as well. You do get it surprisingly early. You can get this thing fully evolved pretty quick. It hits pretty hard. It tanks pretty well. But it's not like insane at any of those things. There are Pokemon that hit harder, the Pokemon that tanks it better. But for what it is, it's just really solid. It's gonna be a nice member to your team. Again, if we were counting Megas, it would be higher. I'm not including Megas, so what can you do? But Ampharos, very solid Pokemon overall. Next up is Blossom, who I think is super underrated as well. And I think it also goes into the very solid tier. I can't put it too high. Because most of the time you're going to want to go Vileplume instead. But there are some cases where when you run Blossom, it's really nice. It gets some really solid healing. It's pretty hard to kill. It's a great special wall. And you can just kind of stall things out with it. If you want to run Toxic Protect, you can. Like you can go like Toxic Protect, Leech Seed. I think it gets Leech Seed. I'm pretty sure it does. I could be wrong. Synthesis, Giga Drain, you know, all that stuff. So it's very solid for a grass type especially. It's pretty good. But most cases you're going to want to go Vileplume. So I can't put it that high, but definitely underrated for sure. Next up is Azumarill, who is the definition of situationally good. You could make the case for it to be in a lot of these other tiers. But you really need huge power. Like, you rely so hard on huge power. If you don't get it, really not worth it. Sap Sipper is fun, but without huge power, this thing cannot do any damage. And it can take a hit or two, but it's not a tank by any means. So without huge power, this thing, really not what you want. But if it does get huge power, it's insane. Water Fairy is a phenomenal typing. Once it gets Fairy, that is. But, you know, if we're considering Gen 6 on, this thing can be incredible. Just give it, I think it gets Belly Drum, Aqua Jet, Play Rough. Like, you're good. You can give it Ice Punch if you want. Like, it's insane. Huge power is a crazy ability. But you have to get huge power on it, in my opinion. But Sap Sipper can be ran if you want. But, you know, it's very situational. So, it's situationally good. Wink. Next up is Sudowoodo, who I think also goes in the could work tier. There's not a ton of pure rock type, so it gets points for that. But most of the time, you're just going to want to go with a rock ground type. Or there's a lot of rock types in general that are better than Sudowoodo. It does not take a special hit at all to save its life. It's not as much of a physical wall as you'd want it to be. It doesn't hit that hard, but it does get sturdy, which is nice. So there's stuff you can do with it, and if you want to run it, you can. Again, just not a whole lot of reason to. Next up is Politoed, who I love. I love Politoed. It's so cool. But I think it also goes into situationally good. Politoed it's also very reliant on Drizzle. That's the thing. And getting hidden ability Pokemon is very hard to do. Except for certain games where you can get them easily. whether it's like SOS method or raids or whatever it is. But if you can get Drizzle on it, incredible. But most of the time, you're not going to get Drizzle. So I can't really put it that high. And without Drizzle, it's just okay. Decent learn set, very solid TM set. But it's just not as fast as you'd want it to be. If you play around it, it could work. You could do Swift Swim strats and all that. But for the most part, you're not going to be able to use this thing to its full potential. But if you can, very good. So it goes into situationally good. Next up is Jumpluff, who I'm tempted to put in early game Menace. Yeah, we're going to put early game Menace. Because you can evolve this thing really quick. And it's super fast. And you can just put things to sleep and then switch out. Like, you can just harass and absolutely exploit the AI by just, like, spamming status moves and U-turn and, like, all that stuff. And it could be really fun to use. It's just, most of the time, you're not going to want to use it past the mid to early game. But in its time that you're going to want to use it, it's really strong. And if you haven't used Jumpluff early, definitely give it a try. It's really fun to use. But, you know, it just falls off super hard, so I can't put it that high. Next up is Apom, who we're going to put in the not worth tier. Again, we'll talk about it later when it evolves, but just using Apom itself doesn't hit that hard, not that fast, not a ton of reason to use it. It's a normal type. Yikes. Speaking of not worth, I'm tempted to put it in not worth because it's bad. It goes to the top of bad. Shout out to all 2 of the Sunflora fans that exist. But this thing is just so slow and it dies immediately. And it's a grass type, so it's weak to a million things. But if you really wanted to use it, you could. Like, if you really want to use it, you can. Because Chlorophyll's a fun ability, Solar Power's a fun ability, but, you know, it's just... Why would you use a Sunflora? I don't know. But in, like, certain cases, like, I know, like, an Emerald Kaizo, apparently it's pretty good, and stuff like that, so shout out Sunflora. But in most cases, you're not going to want to use it. Next up is Yanma, who... We're going to put, again, a lot of these pre-evolved Pokemon, they're just going to go in not worth. Because, again, we're talking about them when their evolutions come along. But if you wanted to use Yanma, you could. Speed Boost is nice. You could do some fun Baton Pass strats with it. But, again, without the evolution, what are we really doing here? Next up is Quagsire. Quagmire, whatever the kids call it. Who... I'm tempted to put... Yeah, we're going to go situationally good, but at the bottom. Because it evolves quick, which is nice, and Water Ground type is an amazing typing, as we'll talk about later. But it doesn't tank as much as you'd want it to. It doesn't hit nearly as hard as you'd want it to. But like if you plan your team around it, or if you really want to use this thing, you can, and you can get good use out of it. It's a bulky water type, which is always nice. But it's just, you know, and there's a lot better water and ground types and water ground types. So why would you use this? I don't know. But if you wanted to, again, you could. So I think it goes in a situation like good. Sorry about that. Next up, we have Espeon, who I was really tempted to put in God tier, but I think it has to go into generally great. The problem with Espeon is that in a lot of the games you're going to get it in, it takes so long to get it Psychic. It doesn't get Psychic until like level 50-something, which is ridiculous. But in the later games, it gets changed, and if you get TMs, you can just give it the Psychic TM. In a lot of games, you can get the Psychic TM pretty early. So in that case, very good. This thing hits like a truck. Literally just spam Psychic, or just use one Calm Mind, and you're good to go. Espeon, very, 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 very good. Again, we talked about it before. Psychic types, they're good, man. They're good. Next up is Umbreon, who, hey, look at that. We have found another banned Pokemon. This is more of a me thing. I think in most cases, it's going to go in God tier, and like at the top of God tier. But I personally have it banned. I don't think, I'm not saying you should have it banned. This is more of a me thing. It's so good. Like, it is such a good tank. You can literally just Toxic Stall anything. In any generation, give it Toxic Protect, give it Leftovers, which in most games you can actually find, and just you're gonna win. It's just like an easy win button. It's crazy. It's insane. Like, this thing can tank close combats. It's a wild. Like, it's so good. Once fairies come in, it gets nerfed. But in most of the games, even with fairies in, it's crazy good. So I personally ban it. Again, I think God tier would be more of a normal place to put it. Just for me, I personally have it banned because I see so many people use it, so I personally don't. But incredible Pokemon. If you get an Eevee, totally just evolve it into Umbreon. There's not a ton of good dark types out there. This is easily the best one. Use Umbreon. like just if you're ever struggling with a Nuzlocke, just use all the Pokemon in the ban tier and you'll just win. So, shout out to Umbreon. Next up is Murkrow. Again, a pre-evolved Pokemon. We'll come back to it, but it's surprisingly good. Actually, we're going to put it in the could work tier. Even for not having its evolution till later, it does hit really, really hard. It hits very hard. Night Slash is no joke. Night Slash Super Luck especially is no joke with the Scope Lens. Fun strats, but again, a lot better flying types out there, and it gets better with an evolution. Speaking of, Mischievous is going to go in Not Worth. Very similar case. Again, we're just waiting for it to evolve. But it does get a lot of cool support moves you can do. You know, just like Will-O-Wisp, Pain Split something to death if you want, or Toxic Stall or whatever. It could take a special hit, but it's just not the best. But being a pure Ghost type is really nice, because that does give you a lot of defensive benefits. So, shout out Mischievous. Just again, wait till its evolution. Next up is Slowking, who I think is going to go in... I think it's going to go in situationally good. Yeah, I want to put it in very solid. But the problem is getting the King's Rock is really tricky. In a lot of the games, there are going to be a lot of times where you just don't get a King's Rock, so you just can't get one, which is really annoying. But once you do get it, it does basically the same thing as Slowbro. Except especially tanky, or vice versa. I can't remember which one is which. But Water Psychic, great typing, tanks hits, does a lot of damage, has recovery. Just use Calm Mind. Just give it, like, literally give it Calm Mind, Slack Off, Surf, Psychic, and you'll just body teams. Very, very good, but it just, most of the time you're not going to be able to use it. So it's very similar to Azumarill and Kangaskhan in that sense. It's just, you know, if you can get it going, it's great, but most of the time you won't be able to, unfortunately. Next up is Unknown. It's just a meme. Press F for Unknown. It's literally in the F form for a reason. Like, it's just not good. Love them. It's fun in certain ROM hacks and stuff, but in most cases, Unknown. Why would you do that to yourself by using this in a Nuzlocke? I don't know. However, though, next up we have Wobbuffet, who also is going to go in the ban tier for a very different reason than the other three. You may be thinking, Storm, Wobbuffet is not a good Pokemon. Why isn't it in the ban tier? Well, I'll tell you what, audience. It actually is very good. Like, you can just... Wobbuffet is the break the game Pokemon. Wobbuffet is a Pokemon that will win you any fight. It will tank any hit, and as long as you know what you're doing and you just click Reflect or Mirror Coat, you will one-shot other Pokemon. It won't die. You just give it leftovers and just keep clicking Mirror Coat and Reflect, and you just win the game. You just win the game, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. If you haven't seen what Wobbuffet can do, look it up. Look up Nuzlockers using Wobbuffet. It's crazy. I really thought this Pokemon was garbage for the longest time because I just didn't know what you're supposed to do with it. If you use it correctly, it literally breaks the game. So, that is a Pokemon to be banned if I've ever seen one. So, shout out Wobbuffet. Girafarig, I think, is going to go also into situationally good. Most of the times, it gets outclassed by most other Psychic types. Even more normal types. But, like, for what it does, if you need something to just pump out Psychics and pump out returns, it can do that for you. It's just not as fast as you want it to be and doesn't hit as hard as you want it to. But again, for what it does, it gets the job done. Pineco, I don't know why is here. This is supposed to be the fully evolved tier list, so we won't rank Pineco. But Fortress, I think also goes into situationally good. very much a tank. Like, it's a very solid tank at that. So I think it goes kind of around here. It can tank a ton of hits. Bug Steel is a fantastic defensive typing. So you can switch this thing up, switch this thing in on pretty much anything, and then just either just spam Toxic Protect or use a Bug or Steel move and do what you got to do. But again, there's a lot of better tanks out there. But Fortress is sneaky good. If you've never used it, if you really need some bulk, throw Fortress in there. Steel types are always a good addition to your team, and it's gonna do great for you. So shout out to Fortress. Is you need to like use it properly is the thing. It's not just gonna win you the game by itself. Is why it's situationally good. Dunsparce. I think it could work. I think Dunsparce could work. It's not as consistently like early game, mid game menace, because the thing with Dunsparce is if you can get it in the early game, it's good, but it's such a low encounter rate in most of the games that you find it that like, why would you use it? You know what I mean? Like, even if you get it, what's going on here? You're not going to use it past the mid game, so I can't put it in early game, mid game menace because most of the time you're not going to get it. But when you do get it, it does well at that point in the game, and then it falls off. It tanks surprisingly well. It could take a hit for sure, and it gets some good support moves. Just doesn't hit as well as you'd want it to, and you know, not the most versatile thing in the world. Next up is Gligar. Again, it goes in the not worth tier. We'll talk about it more later when it evolves. Next up is Steelix, who I've used a lot of Steelix, and I gotta say, it's pretty solid. Pretty solid. I think it's like the yin to Weezing's yang in a lot of ways, being poison, steel, one being a special wall, one being a physical wall. Just an insane physical wall. It luckily does not have the 4 times weakness that something like a Golem does, which is really nice. But it just cannot do any damage is the problem. Cannot do any damage. You can give it Curse, which is fun. You can run like Stealth Rock, Curse, Rock Slide, Earthquake, or whatever. But it takes a while to get its good moves. Its Learn Set isn't great, its TM set is not good, or you can run like Gyro Ball or something. But again, if you want Steelix to work, it can be a really solid addition to your team. Fantastic physical wall, but it doesn't really do much outside of that. You basically just want to have Steelix as a mon to absolutely wall out a certain Pokemon that would destroy your team otherwise, and then never use it again. Like it's like the Kangaskhan killer, you know, like these certain Pokemon that will destroy your run if you don't prepare for them. Steelix is going to stop that, which is fantastic. But again, you have to use it properly. Next up is Gramble, who I'm going to say could work. I was tempted to put him in not worth, but he definitely can work. It's another Intimidate user, and there's a lot better Intimidate users out there. But for what it's worth, it does do decent damage. It's not the tankiest thing, but if you use Intimidate correctly, you're going to be switching it in on something that either is completely immune or that you resist, with Fairy being an amazing typing, and you're lowering its attack with Intimidate. So, like, in the certain situation you're going to want to use it, it can work. Just again, so many better Fairy types out there, so many better Intimidate users. Why would you pick this? I don't know. But if you wanted to make it work, you could. Next up is Quillfish. Speaking of bad Intimidate users, I love Quillfish, but he's gonna go and not worth right next to Arbok for the exact same reason. Poison type, bad, even with Fairy types. Intimidate, good. Better Intimidate users out there. Doesn't do enough damage, doesn't tank. There you go. Scizor, however, now we're getting to the evolutions. Here we go. Scizor is gonna go into generally great. It does have a 4 times weakness, which hurts me to put it in generally great because of that, because 4 times weaknesses are really, really rough. But for what it does, Bug Steel, incredible typing. With Fire type moves, you can generally play around that. Like for the most part, Pokemon aren't going to have a ton of fire coverage in a base game, so you can very much be like, oh, Gary sending out Charizard, maybe I should switch out a Scyther or whatever, or Scizor. You can really play around its one weakness, and when you don't have to deal with fire types, this thing tanks an incredible amount of hits and does a lot of damage. You could just do one Swords Dance and just sweep. And then Bullet Punch continues to get better and better as the gens go on with fairy types. It's just really good. Really, really good Pokemon. The only thing holding it back is it's also hard to get. A lot of times getting the Metal Coat is a pain. You can get it though, is the thing. It's not like the King's Rock where a lot of times you're just out of luck. A lot of times with Metal Coat, there will be Magnemite, there will be other Steel types you can just thief it off of. So you can get Scizor, and you can evolve it really early as well. So it's not like Dragonite where you just won't be able to use it a lot of the time. It's definitely harder to get than the other Pokemon in this tier, but when you do get to use it, Scizor's fantastic. You should totally use it. It's a good Pokemon. Next up is Shuckle, who... such a weird place to put Shuckle, but he's got to go in situationally good. Because if you just Toxic Protect Stall, it's super boring, but it works. It will win you battles. This thing just won't die. Shuckle doesn't die, so you can just Toxic Protect, and you just kill everything. So, woo! Not super exciting. I mean, you can do, like, Power Swap and, like, some gimmicky strats if you want. But most of the time, you're just going to use this thing to stall things out. And for what it does, it's really good. So it's got to be situationally good. Next up is Heracross, who I think is really solid. Similar to Pinsir, but it hits so hard. And it gets a pretty good moveset too. You don't have to rely nearly as hard on TMs as you do with Pinsir. But Heracross just hits like a truck, dude. It's lacking in speed. And 4 times weakness to flying is rough. So those two things are what's mainly holding it back. But if it was a little faster and it didn't have that 4 times weakness, this thing would be disgusting. Of course, Mega Evolutions, we're not counting that. But if you can boost this thing's speed in any way, like if you can get a Tailwind up, or you can Baton Pass and Agility into this, it's gross. Like, Heracross is very, very good. Next up is Sneasel. I love Sneasel. Very much, again, not worth. We're waiting on the evolution here. You can't... It's similar to Murkrow, where you actually could use this, but it's not worth because 4 times weakness to fighting, which is an extremely common move, especially with Pokemon that aren't fighting types. They always get at least 1 fighting type move for some reason. Like, everything can learn Rock Smash, everything can learn Brick Break, like stuff like that. You will run into a fighting type move in every single game around every corner. So, as much as I love Sneasel, I can't put it any higher than this. But we'll come back to it when it evolves. Next up is Ursaring. Shout out to Ursa's Ring. I love it. It's really, really cool. Guts, or I think it gets Guts and Quick Feet, if I remember correctly. So there's some cool stuff you could do with it, but it does take a while to evolve, and it's super slow. It hits like a truck, but it can't take a hit, and it's slow. So when do you use this thing? It has the same problem with Marowak and Kabutops. When am I supposed to use this? You know? Next up is Macargo, who just suffers from having 2 4 times weaknesses. I'm going to put it in the could work tier because I've actually had Macargo come through for me. Very similar to Dugong. I really like this Pokemon. It's good. It can work. That's why it's in the could work tier. But 2 4 times weaknesses is brutal, and it does take a while to evolve. There is no reason this thing should evolve at level 38, but it does. So by the time you get to the point where this thing evolves, you could have had a fully evolved Fire Starter, you could have added Arcanine, you could have Ninetales, you know, the list goes on. So, Macargo could work. Piloswine, it's kind of similar to Murkrow, where we're waiting on the evolution, but it could work as well. It gets this really solid move set, hits pretty hard, can tank decently well. We're just waiting on evolution here. So, I think it's going to go there. Corsola, tempted to put in bad, but you could make this thing work. It has decent stats, it's a decent tank, but again, rock water, you gotta be really good to make that typing work, and Corsola is not that. So I think Corsola is gonna go there. Next up is Octillery. We got a string of underwhelming Pokemon here. And Octillery is definitely underwhelming, to say the least. It hits really hard, and it gets some really good coverage, which is great. So if you can land a hit, it's fantastic, especially with Sniper. Scope Lens Sniper is really fun, but it's so slow, and it can't really take a hit. So when are you supposed to use this thing is the problem. And there's so many better water types, so what are we really doing here? Next up is Delibird. I love Delibird, but it's just bad. Ice Flying, horrible typing. This thing just gets bodied. It's a meme. You know, Delibird is fun in ROM hacks, but in every vanilla game, you're not going to use this thing. Mantine, we're just hitting such a stride of mediocre Pokemon. There's definitely a case for Mantine. It is super especially bulky, especially once it gets buffed later on. I think it gets buffed in Gen 7. Very, very good. But having a 4 times weakness is pretty rough. And if you're not Gyarados or other Pokemon that have this typing that are very, very good, it's hard to make up for that. But if you want to use it, you can. It'll be a solid Pokemon to switch into. It's just, its learn set is pretty bad. Its TMs are okay. But, you know, it's not going to be doing a lot of damage, but you will be able to tank some hits. So if you really need a bulky water type, you could go Mantine, and it could work. Which, again, is why it's in the could work tier. Next up is Skarmory, who I love Skarmory. I think it's very, very good. But the problem with Skarmory is a lot of times you're not going to get it. It's surprisingly a rare encounter. But when you can get Skarmory, it's good. So I think it's going to go in situationally good. Very solid tank. Seal Flying is a really fun typing. You're going to switch it in. You're going to resist a ton of stuff. And then just Steel Wing or Iron Head or whatever you want to go with. I think it gets Brave Bird as well. I might be wrong on that. But either way, you're not using this thing as a ton of damage. You're using it as a switch-in, which it's fantastic for. So if you can get this thing, great. But again, it's pretty hard to get most of the time, so I can't put it super high. But when you get to use it, it's fun. So I think it goes in situationally good. Next up is Houndoom, who Houndoom is a full-on menace when the CPU has it. This thing is impossible to switch into. Oh my god. But for Nuzlocke situations, I think it goes in very, very solid. It is pretty fast, and it hits hard, which is like, hey, we've been asking for that for so many tiers. We've been looking for a Pokemon like this. And it finally does it. And Fire Dark is a great offensive typing. It's just the problem is its learn set isn't great. You're really going to be relying on getting the Flamethrower and Dark Pulse TM once those moves become available in the later games. So it's definitely a case-by-case basis. So I was tempted to put it in situationally good. But for the most part, even without those special TMs, just going off its learn set, this thing's going to be really fast, it's going to hit hard, you can definitely get some sweeps in. I believe it gets Nasty Plot. If it doesn't, don't quote me on that. But if you can get Nasty Plot for it, that's fantastic as well. And it's just a really solid mon. Really fast, hits hard. What more could you want, you know? So, exactly the kind of fire type you're looking for. Next up is Kingdra, who here we go. Now we're getting to the evolutions. Whoopsie. I'm moving things around because my mouse is failing me once again. Where did Kingdra go? Oh my gosh. There we go. Sorry about that. What is going on, dude? I'm sorry. I should probably edit this out, but I'm not. So, Kingdra is going to go into generally great. This thing is surprisingly bulky. It hits super hard. Sniper is an amazing ability. If not, you can go Swift Swim, and then you can really do some cool combos with it. And it's just really good. Water Dragon is a phenomenal typing for the majority of the time you're going to use it. Yes, once Furious comes in, it does get nerfed. But this thing is just really good. It's going to take hits. It's going to do a lot of damage. It gets really good moves. It gets really good TMs. It's just a very versatile Pokemon. If you can get a Kingdra, you should totally use it. Very, very good. Dragon types used to be broken, but again, once Fairy types came in, not so much. Next up is Donphan, who I think it goes in very solid. It definitely struggles because it takes a little bit to evolve, and its moveset is not great when you first get it. It takes a while to get going, but once you get it going, very solid tank, can hit hard, and it's just like a good cornerstone to your team. It's a good Pokemon to have, very solid on switch-ins. It's always going to be nice to have around. Again, it's just not like the grandiose Pokemon. It's not the best thing ever, but hey, if you can run Donphan, go for it. It's going to help. Next up is Porygon 2. Heyo. Now we're getting to it. Now we're getting to it. Porygon 2, if you have Eviolite, is God tier. Borderline broken if you have Eviolite. If you don't, it's still generally great. borderline God tier. So I think with that variance, it solidly goes in God tier. But in certain situations, I think it's disgusting. If you've never used Eviolite Porygon 2, please use it. It will never die. It will literally never die, and it gets recover. Why does it get recover if it's so bulky? I don't know what they were thinking when they made this Pokemon, but it's so strong. And it gets incredible TMs. It's super, super versatile. You could do so much with it. You could do setup. You could do tanking. You could do stalling. Whatever you want. Porygon can do it. Normal types generally aren't that great, as we've covered. But this thing is just so versatile, it doesn't even matter. If you've never used Porygon 2, use it. It's so good. Even without Eviolite. When then you add Eviolite on it, now we're talking, we should ban this thing. So, definitely try out Porygon 2 if you never have. Next up is Stantler. Again, another Intimidate user who's just not that great. You can use it. I think it's very similar to Mantine, where there are going to be some team comps and some Nuzlocks where Stantler could be really good for you. Just spamming Stomp is like not a bad strat. Flinch strats are always fun, but for the most part, there's just better Pokemon out there. But hey, for what it does, it's really solid. So I think it goes solidly in the could work tier if you want it to. But most cases, it's not. So, Smeargle is a very interesting case. Because you can see this thing getting banned because of what it can do. It's literally banned in competitive play. But for Nuzlocks, the problem is most of the time, you're not going to get the good moves you want on this thing. Like, you're not going to get the crazy good setup move. Like, if you could just get, like, Spore on it, that's great. But how many times you're going to be able to get Spore and then be able to outspeed something and actually use it? So it's like... It's also the definition of situationally good. Like, in some scenarios, Smeargle is just ridiculous. Like, again, Spore is amazing, Dark Void is amazing. You could do, like, Baton Pass. You could literally do anything with Smeargle. Like, it has just insane versatility. If you never ran Smeargle before, you really should try it out. If you don't know how it works, it only gets the move Sketch every 10 levels. But you can have it Sketch any move. It's just... In a Nuzlocke scenario, it's hard to be able to sketch the moves you want. Sometimes you can force a double battle and do that, but again, it's really, really frail, so that's even risky because sometimes you'll go in to sketch your own Pokemon and double battle against like Ace Trainers or something, and you'll just get double targeted and knocked out, and there's nothing you can do. So, if you can get it to work, it's incredible, but a lot of times you're not going to be able to get it to work. So, situationally good at its core. Next up is Hitmontop, who is definitely tricky, but if you can get a Hitmontop, it's really solid. I think it's super underrated. It's incredibly versatile. It's somehow a better tank than Machamp, because again, Intimidate, incredible ability. So you can just switch in, Intimidate something, take a hit, knock it out, fake out, switch out. Like you just keep switching a lot with this thing. But it's so useful. It is so incredibly useful. Its learn set isn't the best, but the moves it does get are very, very helpful. And there's just a lot of fun strats you could do with Hitmontop. So, definitely really good, but it's still lacking that oomph to put it over the top. Middle Tank, as a lot of you unfortunately know from experience from gym leaders, is 1000% an early game menace. If you can catch this thing early, it's going to go wild. It's just going to body everything that it runs into. We all know about Whitney, blah, 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 blah. But if you can get your own Miltank, very, very good, way faster than it should be. It's like base 100 speed or something, which is stupid. It gets sustain. It can heal itself in a hardcore run, which is really good. Gets a lot of versatility. Just a very, very solid Pokemon. It's just later on in the game it does fall off pretty hard because it lacks the damage. And there's better tanks out there, so you will switch it out at some point. But the time that you use Miltank, it's gross. Like, it's... I don't know what they're thinking when they made Miltank. I really don't. Speaking of I don't know what they're thinking, we got Blissey, who I personally, and I know a lot of people do as well, we have another entry into the banned tier. Now, you don't have to. You don't have to ban Blissey, but I do, because it is similar to Wobbuffet in that, for what it does, if you use it correctly, it is game-breakingly strong. It's so... So all Blissey does, if you don't know, is it's a special tank. if you take a special move with Blissey, you will not take damage. You just won't. Like, you'll take like 1/20th of your health, and you'll just be fine. And then you can just spam Seismic Toss, you can spam TM moves, or you can set up your screens and switch out, or whatever you want to do. It's just gross. You could Toxic Stall, obviously, is a really good way to go. And it just makes... It can single-handedly make certain boss fights, like, obsolete. Like, certain champions, like Cynthia, who use a lot of special users, she can just wall them out. She just wall them all out. It's gross. It's so stupid. If you've never used a Blissey in a Nuzlocke, please do. Obviously, you do have to use it correctly. If you leave it in on a physical Pokemon, I don't know what to tell you. But don't do that. Just only use it on special mons, and you'll just... Why? Why does a Pokemon with these stats exist? I don't know. Next up is Tyranitar, who has similar problems to Dragonite, where it takes forever to evolve. In a lot of cases, you're not going to be able to get it. But when you do get Tyranitar, it's fantastic. It's more available than Dragonite is somehow. So I am going to put it a little higher. And Sandshrew is really nice for buffing its definitely needed special defense. But even then, it's not like it's super specially frail. It didn't like need the special defense boost. But with Sandshrew, it gets it. And then this thing's just incredible. It does a ton of damage. You can tank hits. It's not as fast as you want it to be, but you can run it special. You can run it physical. Do whatever. It's just really, really strong. It's just, again, Mon's 4 times weaknesses. All 3 of them at the bottom of generally great. Have them, and that's what's holding them back from God tier. Not Golem. Golem's not going to be God tier no matter what you do. But, you know, having a 4 times weakness is rough. Sometimes you just get Mach Punched when you're not prepared for it, or you get Power Up Punched, and now you're in a really bad scenario. Like, it's just, there's certain cases where Tyranitar is not going to be the move. But most of the time, it's really good. Obviously, it's super sick. Tyranitar, good Pokemon. Made it into Gen 3. Here we go. We're shaving down time. Only an hour 45 in, and we're in Gen 3. Here we go. I'll try and speed it up. Sceptile. Sceptile's going to go into very solid as well. I don't think it's nearly as good as everyone thinks it is. It's good. It's very, very good. It's very fast. It hits hard. It has its own sustain, especially once Giga Drain gets buffed and it becomes a lot better. But it's not as versatile as you want to be. If we're considering Mega Evolutions, it'd be higher. But for what it does, it's fast. It hits hard. It's just a grass type, which is tough. That's gonna hold you back. Do we have a grass type in general? We have 2 grass types in generally great, but nothing higher than that. And it's probably gonna be a recurring theme here. I'm sorry. Blaziken is a tricky one because if we're considering hidden abilities, it's banned. I literally have it banned. Speed boost, Blaziken is so incredibly dumb. I don't know why that's a thing. You just bulk up once and you win the game. But most of the time, you're not going to get a hidden ability starter. You're just not. That's not how Nuzlocks work in vanilla games. ROM hacks is a different story. But we're mainly considering main games here. So with that said, I do think it's also very solid. I will say. I think it's at the top. It's really close to being generally great. But it is lacking on moves. Like, its level up moves are not nearly as good as you'd want it to be, especially in its own gen. Physical special split kind of hurts this thing a lot as a fire type. But in general, really, really good. Hits hard, is fast. It does get some fun setup stuff. It's just not as good as you'd want it to be. You'd think it'd be better, but it's surprisingly not. Speaking of starters being better, we have Swampert, who, heyo, guess what? We got another God tier member on our hands. And Swampert's insane. I don't think it's better than these 2, but it's insane. Water ground, stupid typing, so good, so many resistances, can swap it into anything, can tank anything, still hits super hard. It's a very good move set. Like, it's just so good. It's so good. Since it's your starter, you're gonna have it around all the time, so you're gonna get all these EVs throughout the game. And it's just gonna be even better than it normally is. Swampert, good Pokemon. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And it's in its own gen. It's incredible. It walls like half the gyms. It's crazy. Mightyena, so many Intimidate users you'd think they'd be better, but they're just not. It's going to go into could work. It gets better as the games go on, but then also gets worse because fairy types, so what do you do with that? And it's fine. I mean, you can just spam crunch and switch it in. Like, but it doesn't have a ton of versatility. Can't really take a hit very well. Even for an Intimidate user, it can't take a hit well, and it doesn't do nearly as much damage as you'd want it to. So, what can you do there? Next up is Linoon, who we're actually going to, surprisingly, we're going to put in Situationally Good. And it's going to go really high in Situationally Good for a very specific thing. If you don't know, what you can do in Gen 3 specifically, you can go Belly Drum, Citrus Berry, and just spam Return, and give it Shadow Ball, because Shadow Ball is a physical move in Gen 3, and you will sweep the entire Elite Four. The entire Elite Four and the champion. Linoon is gross in that sense, and very specific strats. Obviously, that's a very gimmicky strat to do, but it can work, and it has worked. And then in the early game, it's also a menace. This thing is definitely an early game menace. Just spam Headbutt, and you just win every early game battle until you get like halfway through the game. It's crazy. Linoon, super slept on because it's Zigzagoon. But trust me, if you never use it in a Nuzlocke, use it. You will not regret it. Next up, we've got Beautifly, who also goes into the early game menace category. Not as good as Beautifly, or not as good as Butterfree and some of these other mons. Also, we just have to not be here. Whoopsie. Sorry, the mouse messes things up, my bad. But it can do a lot of the stuff that Butterfree does. It's just worse. But it does hit a little harder, which is nice. It gets Quiver Dance later. But again, just kind of worse Butterfree, but it does the same thing. So it gets the same tier. Next up is Dustox, who I can't really call it a menace because it's not as good as everything else in that tier. But I think it goes towards the top of could work. Because like there's some cool strats you could do. You could talk to stall things out. It can take a surprising amount of hits. It can work. It can. But again, you just have to try really hard to use it because it's just, for a tank, it's not as good as you'd want it to be. But it could definitely work. Next up is Ludicolo, who I think is really solid, honestly. It gets kind of close to great. The problem is its learn set is pretty bad. It relies on TMs pretty hard, but if you can set this thing up and give it good moves, it's crazy good. It's a great switch in. It resists a ton of stuff. It hits pretty hard. Its abilities are fun. You can synergize with it. You can play around it. And it's just going to be a really solid member to your team. It's very similar to Vileplume in that sense. Grass type, versatile, good on most teams. So shout out to Ludicolo. Next up is Shiftry, who I think we got to put in Situationally Good. I'm tempted to put it in Could Work, but it is good. Like it's similar to Fortress in that, like, in the situations that you're going to use it, which is like specific early game gyms and mid game gyms, it can work. Fake Out is nice. Grass Dark is very interesting typing. It does hit decently hard, but it doesn't get very good moves. It definitely relies on TMs. But again, if you put the resources in to Shiftry, it can be really good. It's just a matter if you want to do that for a decent grass type. You know what I mean? So I think it goes there. Swellow, also a very interesting case. It might be a little controversial to put this high. I think it's really solid. I do. Of the early game birds, you don't really think of Swellow when you think of the good ones. But Swellow is a good one. Like, Guts is crazy. Guts Swellow is stupid. Guts Brave Bird can carry you even into the late game, which is wild. It is really frail, and it's not as fast as you want it to be, but it's fast, it hits hard, and if you get it with Guts, it can be really good. So I honestly think it goes, like, because like it depends on what team you're using and how you're using it. If you use it in very specific situations, it's high, but if you don't, it's kind of low. So I think in the middle of like very solid tier is a good place to put it. But if you know what you're doing with Swellow, it slaps. It absolutely slaps. So shout out to Swellow. Next up, very interesting case. A lot of people don't like Pelipper, but much to your surprise, maybe, I don't know, Pelipper is incredible. It's in generally great. It is such a good Pokemon, especially in its own gen. Pelipper can single-handedly win the Winona fight for you, which is arguably the hardest gym fight you're going to have. And it's incredible in every game you get it in, especially later on once Hydration and Drizzle are introduced. Once you get Drizzle Pelipper, this thing is insane. Just literally spam Surf. And Surf, Mystic Water, Drizzle Pelipper is disgusting. Like, it is so good. It synergizes well with other Pokemon. You can play around it. It gets good support moves. It gets good coverage. It gets good TMs. It gets good level-up moves. Surprisingly bulky. It's not going to die in one hit unless it's an Electric-type move, which you can avoid. So I can't put it too high, but it's really good. If you've never used Pelipper, especially in a hardcore Nuzlocke where you need to do switch-ins, it's incredible. Like, don't sleep on Pelipper. Do not sleep on Pelipper. Also, now we're getting a good streak of Pokemon here. Next up is Gardevoir, who's also generally great. Gardevoir are very, very good, as we've discussed. Psychic types, I think it's honestly here. Psychic types, very good. Fairy types, best ability in the game. You put that together, you get a really good Pokemon. It's another one of those just Calm Mind once and you win kind of Pokemon. But it's like the poster child for Calm Mind strats. It's so good. You can just sweep so many teams. It does take a while to get going because you're not going to use it as a Rouse. You're not going to use it as a Curly. You're just going to want to protect this thing until it evolves. But once it does, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Next up is Masquerain, who I really like. I do. It's a cool Pokemon. But again, it's another not worth Intimidate user. Bug Flying is a bad typing. It's decent early game, but it's not common enough to be an early game menace. And it takes a while to get going, even for an early game Pokemon, which is rough. It doesn't do a lot of damage. And being an Intimidate Pokemon, you don't really want to switch it into things. It's going to die regardless of Intimidate. So as much as I love Masquerain, can't put it higher than that, unfortunately. Next up is Breloom, who I think is going to go in really solid. It's not... Calm down. It's not as good as everyone says it is. It's not. It has a lot of fun things you can do with it. You have Technician, Bullet Seed, Mach Punch, which is insane. I think Drain Punch gets boosted by Technician as well. Maybe not. Actually, I don't think it... I think Drain Punch is 75%. Anyway. It's really strong. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. It gets Spore. Again, Spore, Bullet Seed, Mach Punch. Pretty much all you need. But the problem with Breloom is that 4 times weakness, and it's slow. So the problem is, even though you have these incredible powerful moves, you're not going to outspeed the things you need to, and you're just going to get one shot. So I like it. It's fun. It's cool. Its hidden ability is really fun too with Poison Heal. But again, it's better in theory. If it was faster, it'd be much higher. But it's just, it really needs that speed because it doesn't have any bulk. So I can't put it higher than that, unfortunately. However, speaking of putting things high, again, maybe to your surprise, Slacking is God tier. This thing is just gross. It's very close to getting banned. I think I might have it banned now. I don't know. But Slacking is insane. If you don't know, what Slacking does is it has the base stats of a legendary Pokemon. It has 670 base stats, which is gross. It's super tanky, it's super fast, and it hits like a freaking truck, especially in its own gen. What you can do in Gen 3 and below is give it Hyper Beam, which counts as a physical move. You use Hyper Beam on your Truant turn, which normally wastes your turn. Since you're using Hyper Beam, you have to recover anyways, and that counts for Truant. So you use Hyper Beam, you take your recovery, and then you just do it again. And you just keep spamming Hyper Beam, and everything will die. I promise you. I promise you. There is nothing in a vanilla game that can take a Slacking Hyper Beam. And that's without any items. If you give this thing Silk Scarf or Choice Band, oh my god. Like, it's so gross. It's so gross. Like, it is ridiculous. The only thing that's keeping it from being banned is that it has Truant. So before you get Hyper Beam, which is usually mid to late game, a lot of the times you can buy it from a TM store or department store. It does suffer. But it's just, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's so good. It's ridiculous. And Vigoroth is great, too. Like, Vigoroth is amazing in the mid-game. And then, even, like, not considering the Hyper Beam strat, later on, you get Giga Impact, which is also a TM you could buy. Which is just, like, why does this Pokemon exist? I don't know. It's so good. If you've never used Slacking, and you're like, Truant's bad, that means Slacking's bad. Trust me. Try it out. It's frustratingly good. I'll say that. It's frustratingly good. Ninjask is going to go into situationally good. Ooh. Wait, where did this go? I think you were here. Where did Ninjask go? Oh my god. There we go. Sorry. My mouse is failing me today. Thing about Ninjask is that it's very gimmicky. Super, super gimmicky Pokemon. But the gimmicks that you can pull off with it are crazy. You can do a lot of baton pass strats. If you can get a Focus Sash, which most games you're not going to be able to get, but as long as you can take just one hit, which in the base game a lot of times you can get away with, is you protect turn 1, you get the speed boost, you take your hit, you Swords Dance, you baton pass out, and now you're baton passing +2 speed and +2 attack into anything, and you win the game. It's insane. Obviously, you would want that Focus Sash to guarantee that you take the hit. But in a lot of cases, if you're going to leave the strat, you can play around that if you know your opponent's not going to have a Rock-type move for certain boss battles. But outside of that, it's just okay. If you're just going to use it straight up, it's fast, it hits hard, but it cannot take a hit to save its life. Extremely, extremely Glass Cannon. But there's better Glass Cannons out there. But situationally, it's crazy. Speaking of situationally good, Shedinja is actually banned. Shedinja is also banned if you don't know. Shedinja can only be hit by moves it's weak to, so you can super exploit that, especially in its own gen. The Champion Wallace fight in Gen 3 in Emerald, he can't hit you. He literally cannot hit Shedinja. So you just win. You just Swords Dance 3 times, and then you just sweep his team. It's insane. There's a lot of battles you do that with. It's not just him in the multiple gens. So I have this thing banned because it just fundamentally breaks the game. It's insane. Obviously, like, yes, if you get hit once, you die, but you can play around that. So, like, why does this exist? Why is Wonder Guard a thing? I don't know. Shout out to randomizers, though, and Wonder Guard strats. Next up is Exploud. Who I would also say is an early game menace. Not Exploud, but Loudred and Whismur specifically, because once Uproar becomes a 90 base power move, like, the amount of Pokemon I've lost to Whismur is upsetting. Because it just 90 base power stab at like level 6 is so stupid. It's so stupid. So this thing is just literally NBA Youngboy as a Pokemon. It just screams and just kills things. Like, it's just such a menace. Like, it's ridiculous. Once it gets to Exploud, it's okay. Again, like, Silk Scarf Uproar is good, but it does fall off late game. So I think it's the definition of an early to mid game menace. This thing is wild. It's wild. If you've never used it before, try out Whismur Uproar strats once Uproar becomes a 90 base power move. I think it's Gen 4 that happens, or Gen 5. But it's wild. It's wild. Next up is Hariyama, who has really grown on me over time. I used to think this thing was just okay, but it's a really solid Pokemon. It's super tanky. Fake Out is really nice, so you could do a lot of switch-in strats with this thing. Just Fake Out, take a hit, kill something, switch out, Fake Out. Like, you just keep doing that. It does a lot of damage. Its Learn Set isn't the best, but does get some pretty solid TMs. And it's just going to be a really solid Pokemon for your team. If you need a fighting type, Hariyama is a great option. So, shout out Hariyama. Next up is Nosepass. Again, pre-evolution, so we're waiting on it to evolve. But if you wanted to really use it, you give it Eviolite, it'll be fine. Next up is Delcatty, who I love. I love Delcatty. I can't even say its name. But I love Delcatty. It's really cool. I love its design. But it's just not good. It's just not good. When it's a normal type, why would you use it? I think it gets fairy typing. I'm pretty sure it gets fairy typing. Even for a fairy type, its moveset is horrible. Its stats are bad. It's just not good. It's just not good. I want it to be good. I love it. Those of you that make ROM hacks, make a ROM hack where Delcatty is good. I will play that game. But in the universe we live in, it's not a good time. Apparently it's good in like Coliseum or something. So shout out to that. But other than that, you know. Yeah, no. Next up is Sableye, who is also situationally good. It's also a pretty gimmicky Pokemon because for a lot of the games it doesn't have a weakness, which is nice. So it's like quote unquote bulky because it only has resistances, so you can switch it in a lot of stuff, which is fun. But once fairy types come in, this thing gets nerfed super hard. Even more than like even the dragon types do, and it just doesn't hit that hard. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just like a setup switch in kind of thing, but it can work well for the early to mid game. It's just late game, you're gonna want to switch thing off your team, but for a specific part of the run, it's gonna be nice for you. And if we were counting megas, it'd be higher, but again, we're not doing that. Speaking of if we were counting megas, it'd be higher. We have Mawile, who I love Mawile, but again, how many times have we talked about this? Another Intimidate user that's just not worth it. There's better Intimidate users out there. Steel Fairy is an incredible typing, but it doesn't do anything with it. It gets terrible moves. Its TMs are not worth using on this thing, and it's just rough. It can't take a hit. It doesn't do a ton of damage. Why? Please. Again, if it had megas, big difference, but it doesn't. So, we're not counting that. Buff Mawile, please. Just give it like, just randomly give it like 110 HP. I would love that. But I don't know. Next, it's also, I should say, it's currently 6:30 in the morning, and I've been doing this for 2 hours, and we're probably not even halfway through yet. So, anyway, next up is Aggron, who I want to put in very solid. I do, but I think it's got to go at the top of situationally good, because even though it's an incredible physical tank, obviously it can't take any special damage, and it has 2 4x weaknesses, which is rough. Having 1 4x weakness will hold you back, but having 2 when you're supposed to be a tank Pokemon, not what you want. Not what you want at all. Next up is Medicham, who I want to put in very solid, but there's better fighting types, there's better psychic types. So it's similar to Girafarig, where it's better than that, but it's more similar to Ninetales and Rapidash, in that there's just better Pokemon that do the same thing that it does. But if you wanted to use Medicham, you can. Pretty solid, but it does evolve super late as well, which is annoying. It's I should say very similar to Rapidash. Very, very similar to Rapidash. I don't know why the 1 mega is here. Next up is Manectric, who again, if you're considering megas, would be good. But without that, I think it also goes. It's all these 3 electric types are kind of the same. Where we're starting to get to the point where Pokemon are doing the exact same things. It's fast. It's nice in certain points in the game where you can use it and just spam Thunderbolt. But later on, really, really bad. You don't want to keep it along for a long time. But for the time that you're going to use it, it's helpful. It's just, again, the later you go, the less you use it. Next up is Plusle and Minun, both of them are going to go into the... They're both going to go into the could work tier. I like them. I actually do. I like these Pokemon a lot. They're better than you think they'd be. But again, they're just jack of all trades Pokemon. They can do everything decently well, but they can't do anything really well. So, they go here. Next up is Volbeat and Illumise, who spoiler alert, these are my least favorite Pokemon. I hate them so much. Truly so much. But I think Illumise goes into bad, and I think Volbeat goes at the very bottom of not worth. Because Volbeat specifically gets Tail Glow in a lot of the games. So you could run it if you really wanted to. You could. But why would you? I don't know. I hate these Pokemon. They're so bad. please take them out. Please delete these Pokemon. I hate them. Going into the could work tier, similar to Murkrow, is going to be Roselia. I expect it was a lot higher. Roselia is actually pretty good through a lot of the game. It's just late game it falls off super hard. Not exactly an early game menace, because unless you're grinding Friendship, it does take a little bit to evolve. But again, just like Togetic, you could hypothetically get it at level 2. But again, Badoo doesn't come until later, so you're going to catch it as Roselia, so, you know, situational. But in a lot of cases, you could use it. It hits pretty hard. It can tank a special hit a little bit. But again, a lot better grass types out there, and its evolution changes things, so we'll get there. Next up is Swalot, who also could work. Just like the definition of mid. You know, I don't like using mid that much as a term. But that's the best way to describe Swalot. It's fine. It's just worse muck. Not much to say here. Next up is Sharpedo, who I think is situationally good. It's super cool. I love Sharpedo, but again, it's in the Rapidash Medicham tier, Manectric tier, where like there's just other Pokemon that do what it does better. Yes, Rough Skin is nice. Yes, if you get Speed Boost, obviously that's incredible. But hidden ability is very, very hard to get. In the games that you can get hidden ability in easily, Sharpedo isn't one of those options. Most of the time. I think in Gen 7 you actually can. Maybe. Might be an Ultra Sun and Moon specific thing. But in certain situations, like if you can get Speed Boost reliably, it's be a lot higher. For the most part, it's fast and it's not going to hit as hard as you'd want it to. So, but hey, mid game spamming Bite is really nice. And once you get Waterfall and stuff, it's good. It's just that's a late game HM TM that you're gonna get. And in most cases, you're not gonna get it with Sharpedo. So situationally good, but has room to be a lot higher. So that's that. Next up is Wailord, who I think is also situationally good. It's fine. I don't think it's better than these Pokemon. Yeah, it's in this mid it's the mid of the mid, where it's just like, it's solid. Water Spout is fun, but you don't get that till super late. It doesn't evolve till 40, which is pretty rough, and there's so many good water types. So why would you go Wailord? But if you want to use it, you can. So shout out Wailord. Camerupt, I love Camerupt. I do. I really do. But I'm tempted to put it not worth, but it could work. If you want to run Camerupt, you can. It's actually really similar to these Pokemon here. Again, we're getting to that point in the tier list where a lot of the Pokemon are becoming similar, where it has an extremely common 4x weakness, which is rough, but it does get a very good offensive typing. It's so slow and it doesn't tank well. So none of its stuff combos together well, and it gets like a lot of setup moves, but you're not going to tank anything. You're not going to get recovery. So like, again, why would you use this? I don't know. But if you wanted to use it, you could. So it goes in the could work tier. Torkoal would have been could work tier, but it's situationally really good. Once it gets Drought, Torkoal's wild. It tanks surprisingly well. So even before it gets Drought, if you want to use it just as your staple fodder type, you could. And it takes a lot of hits. And once it gets Drought, this thing hits like a truck. It gets Solar Beam coverage, which is really nice. So of course you can go Drought Solar Beam and then just get yourself out of a pickle there. And since you have the Sun up, if you do have this thing on a water type for some reason, it's not going to hit as hard as it normally would, which is really, really nice. So Torkoal can be really good. It's just you kind of have to play around it a little bit. And it's not going to like just body everything because it's really slow, and sometimes you're just going to get hit and you're going to get crit and you're going to die. So it can't be too high, but I really like Torkoal. Surprisingly good, surprisingly versatile. Good Pokemon. Next up is Grumpig, who I wish was better. But I think it also goes in situationally good. Again, it's in this category that we like to call the other Pokemon do it better category. And there's just so many good Psychic types out there. Not a whole lot of reason to pick Grumpig, but hey, it does get Psychic decently early, I believe, which is good. It's pretty bulky. But for being a Psychic type, it doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to. Next up is Spinda, which is just bad. I like Spinda. It's fun. It's cool, but its stats are horrible. The only good thing it gets is like Dizzy Punch, which is nice, but it's only like the mid game, and even then, there's so many good mid game to early game Pokemon, especially normal types. Why would you use Spinda? Next up is Flygon, who is a little overrated, but it's a really solid Pokemon. Dragon types are just generally good, so that's nice, and you know, having Earthquake Dragon Claw is great, especially with Dragon Dance, which I believe it gets by level up. But it is 4 times weak to Ice, and for how many Pokemon there are that are 4 times weak to Ice, it's not one of the better ones. So hey, if you don't have a Ground type, if you don't have a Dragon type, Flygon's a great option. But it's not going to be as good as you think it would be, especially for that typing. So it's definitely lacking, but it's a really solid addition to your team, for sure. Next up is Cacturne, who I'm going to say is situationally good. I was going to put in could work, but I think it could work in most scenarios is the thing. It's kind of similar to, it's very similar to Shiftry, actually. Funnily enough, same typing, where like, hey, if you're going to use a grass type, if you're going to use a dark type, I don't know why you'd choose this, but it could be good for you. It's pretty slow, and it doesn't take a hit super well. But in the situations that you're gonna want to use it in, it could excel in really well. So like, it has its time, and then again, that's the definition of situationally good. In certain situations, it's gonna be really good for you, but again, it falls off late game, and it's a grass dark type, which is not the best. Next up is Altaria, who I love, I really, really do, but I think it's gotta go in the could work tier. Again, Dragon Flying, good typing. But there's so many Dragon Flying types out there that do it better. And it's not as bulky as you want it to be. It does get some fun setup, and it does get some fun moves. But it's a special attacker that gets mostly physical moves. And it's not as tanky as you want it to be. So, how much are we really doing here? I do think it's actually at the top of this tier, though. It's good. Like, if you want to make it work, you can. But again, not a whole lot of reason to. Next up, we got Zangoose, who, honestly, this might be... Is it? Yeah, I'll say it's situationally good. I'll give it to him. I was gonna put it in could work, but I think it's okay. Again, it's the definition of situationally good. There are certain points in the game where Zangoose does a ton of damage, and it's really nice to have. But you can't really switch it in on anything, and it's not super fast, so it's not exactly a sweeper. And it's not great, but it can work. So shout out. Seviper, though, its typing, just straight poison is rough. Yeah, I think it's in could work. It's probably lower than that. If you really want to use Seviper, you can. But again, like, I don't know why you would. Pure poison type, not that great of abilities, not that great of learn set or TM set. There's not a whole lot going on, but it has good base stats, so it's not terrible. Lunatone is surprisingly good. I'm gonna put it in situationally good. About there, yeah. It gets a lot. The thing about Lunatone is it takes a lot of investment. It gets a lot of good setup moves. So if you put the effort into it, it can give you a lot of benefit. But again, it's just not... There's so many other mons you could do setup with, and it does it way better. And tanking way better, so... It's kind of a toss-up, but its abilities are good. Its typing is good. Its moveset is good. TM set is good. It takes a lot of investment for you to get a lot of benefit from. And same thing goes for Solrock. Solrock's a little more offensive from what I remember. I might be getting them confused, but they generally do the same thing. Take a lot of investment, but if you want to use them, you can. Next up is Whiscash, who I think is also situationally good. Water Ground is just a very, very good typing, but again, it goes in this category because there's a lot of better Pokemon out there. But if you wanted to use Whiscash and you really wanted to make it work, you could. Next up is Crawdaunt, who I think does go in the could work category as well. It's along with a lot of these Pokemon. It's actually pretty good. But it's too slow and it doesn't take hits well, is the problem. I want to put it situationally good, but again, with water types, there's so many better options that it's just, I don't know why you pick Crawdaunt. Claydol is actually a very good tank. Very, very, very good tank. And Psychic Ground with Levitate is a really good typing and ability combo. So this thing just like, you can switch it in on pretty much anything and it's not going to take a lot of damage. You could do Toxic Protect tracks if you want, or you could just spam Psychic and Earth Power, and it'll do more damage than you think. It's not like a damage powerhouse by any means. It's mainly a tank, but it's a really good tank at that. And I believe it gets Recover. I actually don't know about that, so don't quote me on that. But if it doesn't, you could always do Rest Chesto Berry, Resto Chesto strats if you want. But it's just going to be a really solid addition to your team. If you can catch it. It does explode when you try to catch it, though, so be ready for that. But if you can get one, really, really good. Next up is Cradilly, who I want to put higher, but I think he's just situationally good. Because really, really good tank, but it does take more damage. It's not as good of a tank as you think it would be. Like, if you can get the resistances and, like, play around its typing, like, yes, it can take things well, but it does get hit by a lot more common typings than you'd want it to, and then it can't take the hits as well as you'd want, and it doesn't do a lot of damage, and its learn set isn't great. But it's just like a solid overall Pokemon. So if you want to use a Cradilly, you totally can. Just especially towards late game, you're not going to want to use this thing. Next up is Armaldo, who I think is also situationally good. It's funny that the fossils go together, but I think they go together and do the complete opposite thing, and that like it's not a tank. It's like a mixed tank attacker. It can take some hits, do some damage, but it's not great at either. But if you really want to use it, you can. It does get some really good coverage, which is good. But it's not your best option, probably. Next up we have Milotic, who, speaking of not your best option, this is your best option. I have it banned personally, but I don't think you need to ban it. These are like banned is like you probably should you should probably ban this. But Milotic is insane. As you can see, bulky water types are very good. And Milotic is insane. It gets such good tankiness. Its abilities are great. It gets Recover, which is wild. It gets good type TMs. It gets Learn Set. Like, it's just a very, very overall incredible Pokemon, and it does a lot of damage too, which is crazy. It's hard to get. Getting a Feebas is stupid annoying in the older games, and then evolving it is also stupid annoying with the beauty contest. But it's worth it though. That's the thing, is it's so worth it if you can get it. It's just a nightmare to try and catch, but if you can get it, broken. It's so good. Next up is Castform, who could work. I'm a Castform hater. I really don't like it. But if you play around this thing, you could do some Castform memes and just like do Weather Ball and all this nonsense. So like if you want to make it work, you can. Just not a whole lot of reason to. Next up is Kecleon, who I'm going to put at the top of not worth it. It might be a little bit of a hot take, so a lot of people like Kecleon. But its typing is just so bad. Its typing is so bad. Color change, you can do some stuff with it, but it's most of the time going to hurt you more than it's going to help you. And it relies a lot on TMs. Its learn set is not great. It doesn't do a lot of damage. Why would you use this? Next up is Banette, or Baynet, who also could work. You don't get a lot of good ghost types. So if you really need a ghost type, you can do some setup on it, and you can get some fun Banette strats. But there's not a whole lot of reason to use it. I think it goes about here. It hits hard, but it's not fast. It can't really take a hit. Just kind of okay. Next up is Dusclops, who, if we're considering Eviolite, is very good. But without Eviolite, just okay, and relies on its evolution. So, I think it goes very high and situationally good, because again, if you get Eviolite Dusclops, this thing is wild and will not die. It can take a ton of hits, doesn't do a lot of damage, but you can just Toxic Cell things out for damage if you need to. So, incredible tank in certain situations, but you gotta get the right setup for it to be good. But if you can get it to be good, watch out. Next up is Tropius, who I love Tropius. It's really cool. It's just not that good. It's just not that good. Being 4 times weak to ice is brutal. It's a grass type, has a ton of weaknesses. its learn set is not great. It's okay. If you really want to use it, you can. And then when you do use it, it's not bad. But again, grass types are pretty rough. And there's a lot better flying type options. So Tropius could work. Next up is Chimecho. Also goes in the could work tier. It's okay. It's just okay. It's a very Pokemon. So many better Psychic types though. This thing can take a hit pretty well. And just spamming Psychic Calm Mind is never a bad option. So if you want to use Chimecho, go for it. Next up is Absol, who again we're not considering Megas, but it's just okay. I know Absol is a fan favorite, but the thing about Absol is that it is lacking in speed. And before the physical special split, this thing is just straight bad. But once you get the physical special split, the thing is pretty good. It hits like a truck. It's just, again, it can't take a hit, and it's slow, so other offensive Pokemon are just going to knock it out before it gets a chance to do anything, and you can't switch it in anything. But if you can get a Swords Dance setup, it'll destroy teams. So situationally, it can be really good. Just for the most part, not going to be worth your time. Next up is Glalie, who ice types are pretty rough, especially if they don't have a lot going on. And that's pretty much Glalie. Honestly, I think it goes like here. It's just okay. Moody is fun, but most of the time you're not going to get hidden ability Glalie. So like, when are you going to use this thing? And you get it pretty late, and ice types aren't that good. If you're going to use an ice type, there's way better options. So, again, if you want to use Glalie, you can, but you probably won't want to. Speaking of ice types, or different ice type options, we have Walrein, who I'm very biased. I love Walrein. And it's really good. Like, it's generally great. It barely makes it in. I think it's just barely into generally great, but it's so tanky and it hits hard. And that's all you need from a tank. You switch it in, you kill something. You switch it in, you kill something. And Water Ice, very good offensive typing, even though this is a defense Pokemon. It's just like a little worse Lapras, just a little bit worse. But honestly, this and Lapras do very similar things. Lapras is more especially defensive and has more coverage. I believe Walrein is more physically defensive. So kind of a pick your poison thing, or pick what you like. But Walrein, really, really good. It just takes longer to get going. It does take a while to evolve. But once you do get Walrein, amazing. Amazing. Next up is Huntail and Gorbis, who are definitely going to go towards the top of could work, or towards the top half. Because, again, getting them and getting their evolution item is a pain and a half. And if you're going to go with a water type, I don't know why you choose these. You could do some fun strats with them. You could do Shell Smash strats and have a good time. But their learn sets aren't great other than that. And their TM sets are just your average water type. So, hey, they're water types, which is nice, but not a lot of reason to use them. Next up is Relicanth, who... We'll give him could work. It's definitely around the tier of all these other Pokemon, where it's fine. Rock Water, not very good though. It's super tanky and it's good for the early to mid game, but after that, not going to be a lot of use there. Lubdisk is just not worth. I can't really call it bad because for the early to mid game, it's fine. It's just a water type, but it really doesn't do anything special. It just kind of exists. So shout out to Lubdisk for just hanging in there. But you know, not a lot of reason to use it. Apparently it's good in Normal Kaizo though, so shout out. Next up is Salamence, who, of course, Salamence is going to be high on the list. It's Salamence. But it's along with Dragonite, it's a little extra on. It's, now that I think about this, I'm like, wait a minute. This thing evolves at level 49, I think, or 50, which is a lot more, surprisingly, a lot more doable for the game. So you can actually use Salamence for the Elite Four runs, and that makes a big difference. Yeah, what am I saying? This thing is God tier. Hello? What am I talking about? Incredible. Incredible Switch in Mon, Intimidate. Same thing as Gyarados, Intimidate Moxie. Arguably the best ability combo in the game. Dragon Flying, very good typing. You can avoid ice types, which is the most typing you can. Dragon Dance once, and you just win. If you have Moxie, you especially just win. We have Intimidate. You can switch it in, or you can leave with it and sweep. Incredibly strong, great versatility, great mixed attacker. Can do a lot of stuff for you. And it doesn't evolve as late as everything else. Again, being able to evolve before level 50, or at level 50, is so good for the late game, because you can actually use it even before the Elite Four, which is wonderful. So, Salamence, super, super good. I don't think it's ban-worthy, because it is, you still only can use it late game, and it is still 4 times weak to ice. But when you can use Salamence, it's gross. It's so good. It's so good, it's gross. Speaking of so good it's gross, we have Metagross, who also is gonna go in the God tier. I think it's about there. It's not as good as everyone says it is. It does have some caveats to it. It's not as fast as you want it to be. But Steel Psychic is an incredible typing, and even though it's already physically bulky, its typing will make up for, will add on to that bulk, because you're gonna have a lot of resistances. So you can switch this thing in on most things. It hits like a truck. It has some decent setup moves, not the best, but a lot of the time you're just going to switch this thing, kill something, switch out, switch it in, kill something, switch out. And if we were counting Megas, it'd be even higher, but again, we're not. But Metagross is just an insane Pokemon. Very, very good. It takes a while to get going, but again, not nearly as long as the other mons. It's not 55. I think Metagross is like 45, or it's even earlier than Salamence, I believe. So it's incredible. Metagross, very, very good, and surprisingly available. It's in a lot of games. So you go, Metagross, you go. Next up is Torterra, who Gen 4 is my favorite gen, so of course I'm a little biased. But I think Torterra is just generally good. I think it's a really, really solid starter. It tanks really, really well, does a lot of damage, but being 4 times weak to ice is rough. It's really, really rough. But you do get Earthquake super early, so that does make up for a lot of things. And again, it can tank really well. And if we were counting hit ability, this thing would be even higher, because Shell Armor is incredibly good for Hardcore Nuzlocke. Especially when you can do Curse, Shell Armor, Synthesis strats, and this thing just sweeps. But again, most of the time you're not going to get hit ability. So, with that said, it's just very solid. Nothing too crazy, but a very, very, very solid starter. Honestly, now I'm looking at it, should be higher than that. I think it goes about there. But yeah, very, very good starter. And spoiler alert, all the Sinnoh starters are really good. Speaking of really good, we have Infernape, who also shot. I just realized we're in Gen 4. Look at that. Not even 3 hours in. We're speeding up. We're speeding up. But next up we have Infernape, who I'm really tempted to put in God tier, because Infernape's maybe my favorite Pokemon of all time. I love it. But I think it just goes at the top of generally great. I think if I were putting in God tier, it'd be a little biased, because it's so we've talked so much already about Pokemon that aren't fast enough and don't hit as hard. But Infernape is that Pokemon. Infernape is the Pokemon we've been looking for. It has an amazing typing, super fast, hits super hard, and it has setup with Nasty Plot and Calm Mind if you really want to. And later on, once it gets Power Up Punch, incredible. So, Flamethrower, you can go special with it and go Flamethrower, Roar Sphere, or you can go physical with Flare Blitz. Close combat, it doesn't matter. You send this thing in, it kills things, and you switch it out. That's pretty much it. But it's extremely good at what it does. It's the perfect glass cannon, so of course it's going to be great. Also, next up is Empoleon, who I love Empoleon. Again, I love Gen 4, so hey, what can you do? But I think Empoleon also goes in very solid, though. I don't think it's great. It is good, but being a water type that's weak to ground is pretty rough. It's not exactly what you'd want, and fighting is extremely common, so you're going to get hit by a lot of stuff that you really don't want to. But when you do have the right things, Water Steel is a really fun typing, so you have a lot of unique resistances. So you can tank a lot of stuff, you can dish out some pretty solid damage, but it's just like, it's very similar to Blastoise. Does good damage, tanks well, but it's not like broken by any means. It's just like a really good Pokemon. So, Empoleon. Staraptor, oh boy, we're just going all the way up now. Staraptor is also gonna go in generally great. There's a reason why literally everybody uses Staraptor. It's also a phenomenal glass cannon. Brave Bird Close Combat Return is gross, and you can give it U-turn as well, so you can spam Close Combat and then just switch out for nothing. Like, it's crazy. This thing's moveset and versatility is phenomenal, especially for a starter bird. Hits crazy hard. You're going to have this thing on your team the entire game, so it's going to have max EVs really early, and it's just going to be an incredible Pokemon for you the entire game. And guess what? Intimidate. Why? I don't know. I didn't need it, but it also has Intimidate, so you can do Intimidate U-turn strats. It's stupid. It's so good. I love it. I love Staraptor so much. Use this Pokemon in your Nuzlocke. Just don't leave it in on stupid things, please. Next up, we have Beedrill. Beedrill, I can't really put it into early game menace necessarily, but it does evolve really... Well, yeah, no, hold on. I'm forgetting that Gen 4 is specifically the one where they give you return, like, 2 seconds into the game. This thing evolves really early. So it's similar to Golbat. Yeah, that's what it is. It's very similar to Golbat, where it's a mid-game menace as opposed to an early-game menace. That's what was throwing me off. Again, return down a Beedrill is, like, stupid. Like, it hits super hard. And it's going to be great. Or if you don't get return, you just do Headbutt, and it does the same thing. But it flinches as well, which is nice. So, early mid-game, great. Outside of that, not so great. But hey, good for what it does. Next up is Kricketune, who, as much as I love it, hashtag #whoop, it's just not worth the majority of the time. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's not good enough to be an early game menace. Its moveset gets a lot better later game, or like even like Legends Arceus, its moveset is decent, and like Brilliant Diamond. But for the majority of the games, not very good. Doesn't hit hard. Not a whole lot of reasons to use it. Next up is Shinx, is Luxray, who I think everybody loves. Super cool Pokemon, but I think it's situationally good. It's similar. It's in this category where there's a lot better electric types, but Intimidate is great. Intimidate is a really, really good ability. Actually, I think with Intimidate, it goes even high. It's probably like up here, yeah. Because we can get Intimidate on it, which is pretty common, so you got like a 50-50 chance. And you're gonna get a Shinx if you're doing a Gen 4 Nuzlocke, or most games with Shinx, they're pretty common. It's really good. It's really good for the early mid game. Late game, not as great, especially because its learn set is very limited. Doesn't get very good moves. But Intimidate, strong electric type, gonna be good for your team. But if it doesn't get Intimidate, it's not nearly as good. So situationally good because it relies on that ability. But if you can get it, it's great. Now we're getting to all the evolutions. I've said that like 4 times already, but hey, Pokemon. We've got Roserade, who is also going to go in generally great. Roserade is fantastic. You can get it really early because you get the, well, not really early because you don't get the shiny stone until about the 6th gym. But once this thing is unlocked, it is strong. It's fast, hits super hard, surprisingly specially tanky, gets great coverage. Just a really, really good Pokemon. Really, really solid Pokemon for your team. And can you see my Gen 4 bias creeping in? I don't know. Next up is Rampardos, who is definitely going to go into could work, but I don't think you can put him higher than that. Because obviously its attack is ridiculous, but it's so slow that it's just going to get one shot before you can use it, which is the problem. So I can't really put it that high, but it's a cool Pokemon. It's fun for the memes, but you know, most of the time, it's not going to be very good for you in a hardcore Nuzlocke setting. Bastiodon is interesting. It's got to be situational because, again, 2-4 times weaknesses is bad, but it's stupid tanky outside of that. So it's very, very similar to Aggron, but you get it earlier, which is nice. But the thing is, you're not guaranteed to get it because it is a fossil, so you got to go looking for it. I believe it's a version exclusive as well. So if you can get this thing, it's great. But again, you do have to play around it. You do have to be prepared to not do any damage and just stall things out. I mean, Gyro Ball is pretty nice. Gyro Ball, Iron Head, Rock Slide. You know, you could do stuff with it, but you got to play around it. You got to play around its strengths. And you're not going to be able to get one all the time. So I think it's situationally good. Next up is Mothim, who is a fun Pokemon, but it's not worth. Again, Bug Flying, bad typing, but this one doesn't have Intimidate. So how good can it be? Yeah, not great. Speaking of Bug Flying, we got Vespiquen, who I actually really like. I think it's very underrated. But it... I think it's situationally good. It's definitely lacking, but it's a surprisingly good tank. And since this thing literally gets its own version of Cosmic Power and Recover, it gets its own version. It's version exclusive. Cosmic Power, Recover. That's a very strong strat. So it's very gimmicky. But even if you don't run that, you can still switch it in a lot of stuff and resist, and then hit it with an attack order or Bug Buzz and just murder stuff. So it's solid, but you do have to play around its strengths again, and it's not going to work every time. And your chances of getting a female Combi are very low. But if you get one, it can definitely work. So situationally good. Next up is Pachirisu. So I think he goes in the could work tier. Again, I think it's a cool Pokemon. I love Pachirisu, but it's just it gets outclassed by so many electric types. And even though it was cool to see it used in the 2014 VGC, in Hardcore Nuzlocke, it's not going to be super helpful, but it can be nice in the early to mid game. Next up is Floatzel, who, again, similar problems. I think it's also... yeah, it goes in the could work tier. Again, it goes in this like mid-death row here where there's just a lot of better Pokemon out there, but it's cool. I like it. It's nice. Cherim, not worth. I would say could work if you really stretch it, but it's really slow, can't take a hit, and doesn't do a lot of damage. So I don't know why you'd choose this thing. Gastrodon, however, now here we go. Gastrodon is very solid. I don't think it's great, but it's a really good tank. And it's very available once it gets introduced. It's in. I'm pretty sure it's in like every game after Gen 4. Water Ground, incredible typing. Gets really good move set. Gets really good TM set. Just gonna be like again a cornerstone of your team. Once Storm Drain gets buffed, it gets even better. And it's just a really solid Pokemon overall. Great switch in. Great option for your team. Next up is Ambipom. Again, evolution time. But I think... Oh, here we go. I think Ambipom is just situationally good. If you really want to use it, you can. And Technician Fake Out is definitely no joke. But it's just... There's just a lot of better normal types out there, you know? A lot of better options than Ambipom. And it's surprisingly hard to get as well. But if you can get it, if you can make it work, it can work. It's just, you gotta put in the work to make it work. There you go. Now we're rhyming. Drifloon. Drifloon's got a lot of versatility. It's got a lot of interesting gimmicky strats. So I think it goes into situationally good. Again, the whole Unburden stuff, Unburden Baton Pass is very interesting. But even if you don't go like the gimmicky things, just having a Ghost Flying type is nice. The hit's pretty hard, has pretty solid HP, but like it's not gonna exactly tank for you. So I find I'm always wanting more from Drifloon, but hey, it can do some things for you, just not a ton. So situationally good. Next up is Lopunny, which if we're considered megas, would be much higher. But again, we're not. But I honestly think it's an early game, mid game menace. Like, you know, similar to Beedrill, again, with these friendship evolutions, if you just put in the work, you can get it really early. So you can get a level 2, or you can get like, well, by the time you catch Baneri, probably like a level 11 Lopunny. And then once you have max friendship, you just spam return and you hit super hard in the early game, which is great. But outside of that, doesn't do a lot for you. Doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to. It is fast, but again, it's lacking in power later on in the game. But for the early mid game, very good. Honestly, it's probably like here, because again, return, good move. Too bad it gets taken out later on. Next up is Misdreavus, who I think it's pretty good. I think it's very, very solid. It's kind of like, it's like ghost type Gardevoir a little bit, and like if you can set up a Calm Mind, it's insane. But if you can't, it's good. It just takes a while because for some reason Dusk Stones are like really hard to come by a lot of the time. It's really annoying. I don't know what it is about Dusk Stones specifically, but they're typically hard to come by. But if you can get this thing to work, if you can get a Misdreavus, it's really good. Very solidly, or very specially bulky, hits hard, decently fast, can set up. It's just good. It's a good Pokemon. Next up is Honchkrow, who I love. I wish it was better, but it's just not as fast as you'd want it to be. It's really lacking in speed, but I think it goes the top of situationally good. Honestly, even higher than I think it's the best in situationally good. Because specific gimmicky strats work really well, like, again, Super Luck, Scope Lens, Night Slash, like Air Cutter, Air Slash, all these moves combined with all these abilities on Honchkrow is pretty wild. So it can work, but like you do have to do some gimmicky stuff like that to get it to its full potential. It does get some really good TMs and like move tuner moves, but those are hard to come by. So it's a case-by-case basis. If you put a lot of work into Honchkrow, you'll get a lot of reward. But it's depending on if you want to do that. And at the same time, it can't take a hit, and it's not fast. So, tricky. But it does get Sucker Punch as well. So it can play around it a little bit. But I can't put it too high, personally. Next up is Purugly, who I also love. Again, my Gen 4 bias coming through. But it's just... The thing about Purugly is, I think it goes at the top of could work, because it is really good. Like, return Fake Out is no joke, but it takes way too long to evolve. This thing should not evolve at level 40. So stupid. And it's very hard to come by as well. So if you can get your hands on one, it's good. Again, it's just harder to come by than you'd like it to be. Chingling, we already did. Or we're not gonna do the baby evolutions, the Pokemon that already exist. So there you go. Skuntank is pretty cool. Yeah, I'd say it's situational. It's not great. It definitely lacks a little bit. It's not as tanky as you'd want it to be. It doesn't hit as hard as you want it to, but it does get really solid moves and solid TMs. So like, hey, if you really put the work in, it could work. But again, it's not as good as you'd want it to be, and it doesn't excel at anything. However, though, when we're talking about excelling at something, if you want a tank, oh boy, get you a Bronzong. This thing is God tier. We've already talked about how Psychic Steel is an incredible typing, but when you have Psychic Steel and you have stupid defensive stats, and you have two really good abilities that cover for your weaknesses, crazy. Bronzong is such a good tank. If you just need a bulky Pokemon, or if your team is super frail, get a Bronzong. You will not regret it. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but you can do Trick Room with it. You could do Gyro Ball. You could do Psychic, Extra Sensories, and Headbutt, Iron Head. Whatever you want to do. It can set up rain for you, I think, and like other weather. It's just an incredibly versatile Pokemon, and just can take every hit you need it to. It's so good. It is going to be your direct answer to a lot of things in Sinnoh, and other gens as well, because it's very available after Sinnoh. I think it's in almost every gen after that as well. So, Bronzong, incredible Pokemon. Next up is Chatot, who, as much as I really like it, well, okay, and I'm looking at these tiers, and I'm like, I can't really put it in that worth. It's just okay. It could work. If you really want to use it, you could. I don't know why you would, but its special move, Chatter, I think it is really strong. So like it has a case for early game, mid game menace, but it's not available. Like it's hard to get. It's a rare encounter. I think it's a trade encounter in Gen 4. I could be wrong about that. But from what I remember in most Nuzlockes, you're not going to get it a ton. And you can make it work in the early to mid game, but late game it falls off super hard. Again, a lot of flying types. Don't know why you picked this one. Next up is Spiritomb, who... Oh, whoopsie. Oh my gosh, my mouse. I'm so sorry. Spiritomb is one of those Pokemon where it requires a lot of investment, but if you can get it, very good. That's why it's at the top of situationally good. For a couple gens, it doesn't have a weakness, which is really nice. Super tanky, gets a lot of good setup moves and damage moves. It just doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's a very good tank, and you can't really hit it. So in specific games, it's incredible, but once fairy types come in, it does get nerfed. And even then, all that said, you do have to put some investment in it, and you're not getting a ton of return because it's not like an insane tank. It's not doing insane damage, but it's like good at everything. Just it's hard to get, which is the problem. But if it was more consistent and it was easier to get, it'd be higher. It's a cool Pokemon. Oh boy. Speaking of cool Pokemon, we have Garchomp, who, I mean, who are we kidding? Obviously, Garchomp is God tier. Oh, wait, what am I saying? It's banned, bro. Garchomp is banned. What am I saying? It's so good. It's so stupidly good. I would have had it in God tier for the similar reasons to, or like a little bit lower, similar to like Dragonite and things where you don't get it until super late. But guess what? You get it at level 45 or like whatever, 46 or like whatever level, 48 I think it is actually. And you get it pretty early. And you can very easily get it in all the games it's available. And its TM set is incredible. Its Learn set is incredible. Like, why does it get Swords Dance? Why? It's so strong. It's so fast. Has incredible coverage. It's super hard. Its abilities are really good. You can play around Sandville, or you can just run Rough Skin. It's stupid. Ban it. Don't use this. It breaks the game. I've done it before. It will just win everything. You Swords Dance turn 1 and GG. So yeah, Garchomp. Why? Even with a 4 times weakness, it doesn't matter. Like it just doesn't matter. That's insane. Wow, Garchomp, good Pokemon. Oh, whoopsie. Sorry about that. Again, my mouse, it fails me. Where to... Oh my gosh. There it is. Sorry about that. We're wasting so much time with this. Again, I don't know what is going on with my mouse, but it's 7 in the morning, so we're not going to fix it. Next up is Lucario, who is very close to God tier. Very, very, very close to God tier. Honestly, I think it's like here. It's very versatile. Its moveset is amazing. Its TM set is amazing. It hits super hard. Surprisingly tanky. Steel Fighting has incredible typing. Its abilities aren't super great, but you can do some gimmicky strats with them if you want. And it's just really good. You can get it at level 2 if you want to. In certain games, like I think in Black and White 2, you could literally get it on like the 2nd or 3rd route or something. You get a free Mega in X and Y, stuff like that. It's incredibly available once it becomes available. And it's super consistent. Very, very good. Tanks hits surprisingly well, hits super hard. Really good setup. Just a great Pokemon. It's not exactly God tier. It's not like broken, but it's as close to that as you can get. Lucario, amazing Pokemon. A little overrated, I know, but it's so good for a reason. Next up, we have a Powdon, who I love. Powdon's great. Oh, whoop. Sorry about that. This mouse, man. I don't think it's. I just said it's great. Like I can't put it in the same tier as all these other Pokemon. But it's similar to Torterra in that it's just like a really good tank. It gets surprisingly good coverage. Its ability is fantastic. You can combo that with a lot of things and synergize. It's just a really good Pokemon, and it's surprisingly available after it comes out. Just going to be a solid member of your team. Again, a lot of the Pokemon in Very Solid are going to be Pokemon that aren't going to be your first choice, but might be your second or third. So, Hippowdon, really, really good. If you've never used one, try it out. Next up is Drapion, who I love. Fantastic. I have an emote of Drapion on my Twitch. But I'll say it's solid. I was going to put it in situational, but I think it is solid. Because, again, Poison isn't the best, but it gets better later. It doesn't have a weakness, or its only weakness is Ground, which is very easy to play around. So it basically doesn't have a weakness, which is really nice. Its moveset is really good. It hits super hard. It just takes forever to get to. It doesn't evolve until like 40, which is pretty rough for a Pokemon like Skorupi that you're going to get really early, so you can't use it until late. But once you get it, it's good. It's faster than you think it would be. It can tank hits really well. It resists a lot of stuff. You can play around its weakness. And again, it hits hard. It has some gimmicky strats you can do with like Cross Poison, Night Slash, Scope Lens. I think it has Sniper, so it does like insane damage sometimes. Really, really good. Really solid Pokemon. Again, it just takes a while to get to, which is the problem. But once you get it, it's good. A really, really solid member to your team. Need a Poison or Dark type? Use Drapion. Next up, we have Toxicroak. Ooh, or we don't. We have Toxicroak, who I think is a cool Pokemon, but I think it's just situationally good. The thing about Toxicroak, again, one of those mons where there's a lot better poison types, a lot better fighting types. If you want to use it, you can. It gets decent moves, has decent TMs, but again, just it doesn't hit as hard as you want it to. It does hit hard, but not as hard as you want it to. And it's not super fast. You can play around that with Sucker Punch and like some setup moves. But again, not a whole lot of reasons to use this. But if you want to use it, go for it. Next up is Carnivine, who I think is also situationally good. Very solid, very underrated, but again, kind of goes in this mid-tier of like good grass type, but a lot of better options. But it does get some good moves. Not the best TM moves, but just a solid Pokemon. Lumineon, I think it's gotta go and not worth. Only because it's a water type. If this was literally anything else, it'd be in could work, because it's fine. Like stat-wise, it's fine. Moveset-wise, it's fine. Ability-wise, not good. But there's just so many good water types. Why would you use Lumineon? I don't know. But it's a thing. Like, if you really want to use it, you can, but it's probably not worth it. Next up is Abomasnow, which is situationally good as well. It does get outclassed by a lot of other ice types, a lot of other grass types, but gets points for being unique typing. It has a fun gimmick with 100% blizzards, which is always nice. But ice, grass, as fun as the typing as it is, 2 4x weaknesses is not fun. Or wait, not 2. It just says fire. Sorry. But it has a 4x weakness in fire and a ton of other weaknesses, being an ice grass type. So you can't really switch it in on things, which is, even though it's super bulky, like what moves are you going to switch it in on? Other than like water and other ice type? You're not even ice type moves. Like it's just like, it's cool, but it's very gimmicky. Like you got to really play around it. And if you want to use it, you can. Not a whole lot of reason to though, unfortunately. Next up is Weavile, who is a very interesting Pokemon. It used to be a mascot back in the day. Shout out to anyone that knows that. But honestly, it's gonna be generally great. It's similar to Infernape in that it is an extreme glass cannon, but it's like it's even more extreme. Hold on, it's probably here. Like it's even more of a glass cannon than Gengar, which is saying something. Like this thing cannot take a hit and has a 4x weakness to fighting, which is brutal. But if you get one Swords Dance with this thing, just one, you will sweep the entire fight. It is stupidly strong and stupidly fast. You're not getting outsped. You're not going to not kill something. It's just going to wipe the floor with everything. It's crazy. You just got to get that one setup. But even without it, you can still sweep teams or revenge kill teams. Crazy strong, crazy fast, incredible. It's just, again, you got to play around his weaknesses, but if you do, you will be rewarded for it. It's very, very good. Oh, we're going to be on a roll here. Next up, we have Magnezone, which we talked about the other version of it. I'm blanking on its pre-evolution. But Magnezone is God tier. It is so good. It is so stupidly good. The thing about Magnezone, crazy tanking, super, super bulky, can take a lot of hits, amazing typing, you can switch in on anything, very good abilities with Analytic or Sturdy are going to be both very useful for different reasons, and it hits like a truck, dude. This thing hits so hard. It's ridiculous. All you do, you switch it in and you kill the thing that's in. Immediately, you just kill it. And it's slow, but it's not as slow as you'd think it would be, so it can outspeed a couple other tanks, which is pretty good. And it has very good learn set, hits really hard, decent TM set, not great, but just stupid. Like it hits so hard, it tanks so well, amazing typing, amazing abilities. If you've never used Magnezone, give it a try. It will carry you. Like it's this thing in the Generations lock is a godsend. It's available in most games. It's incredible. It's incredible. Next up is Licky Licky, who honestly I think is like pretty good. It's very, very solid. Nothing crazy. It goes in like the mid of the middle here, but its stats are really good. It can tank well. It gets some surprisingly good moves. It's a normal type, so of course it gets good coverage. It hits hard. It's just a solid Pokemon to your team. Like if you have room for one more, might as well throw Licky Licky on there. It does well. You can switch it in on stuff. You can hit things hard. Why not? You know, very solid Pokemon. Rhyperior is an interesting case. It gets a lot of hate for, I feel like, not the best reason. But I think it just goes in very solid. It essentially does what Golem does. It does the exact same thing Golem does, but it hits harder, which is nice. But the thing is, it's not nearly as available as Golem is. Not nearly as available. So the problem is, it's good, but it takes so long to get, and it's not going to be available in most games, because when are you going to get a Protector to trade evolution this thing? That, like, when do you get to use it, really, in a Nuzlocke? It's nice, it's good, but it's hard to use. So, it just is what it is. But, if you can use it, it's really good. So, I wanted to put it in situational, but I think it's very solid. It's just a matter of getting it or not. Which is, you know, a tough thing. Next up is Tangrowth, who I'm blanking on which one is which, if it's physically defensive or specially defensive. It's really defensive in one of them and not defensive in the other. So it's like, it's not as bad as Chansey, but it's like kind of similar to that. It hits way harder than Chansey does, which is nice, and it does get some solid moves, but it doesn't get a lot of coverage. The TM set is not great. And again, it can be exploited really easily. You really have to play around this thing if you want to use it. But if you do want to use it, you can. It's nice. You can get it decently early, too. But again, it's probably not worth the investment, but if you want to use it, you can. It's a solid grass type. Next up is Electivire and Magmortar, which I think are going to go in like the same general spot, which is in very solid. The reason being, they're both really good. They can tank. They're not tanks, but I mean, they can take hits better than you think. Their abilities are good. They get really good learn sets and TM sets, and they hit hard. And Electivire is really fast, but they're just hard to get. Again, Magmar or the Electrizer and Magmarizer are very hard to come by in a regular Nuzlocke. So the problem is, most of the time, you're gonna be using Magmar and Electabuzz. Honestly, I think. Hold on, they're probably a little low for where they're at. If you can get them, they're very much up here. Like, they're good. They're very, very good. but it's just a matter of getting them or not. They're not as rare as situational would be, but again, they're a little tricky. They get easier to get as the games go on, and like as availability becomes easier and easier as the series goes on. Just for now, or in like most cases, you're going to be able to use them. They're hard to get, but if you can get them, they're fantastic. So shout out to those two. Next up is Togekiss. I just moved something on accident. I don't know what it was. I think it was this. Next up is Togekiss. Again, sorry. Every like 15 minutes, I'm going to complain about my mouse. I apologize. Togekiss is God tier. This thing is incredible. Like, it's... Like, as... In the few games where it exists without Fairy type, it's very, very good. But once it gets Fairy type, that's what bumps it up to God tier. Fairy Flying is incredible. You have 2 complete immunities. You can switch this thing in on tons of stuff. Encore is an incredible move. Having any sort of speed investment at all means you outspeed something and you encore it into a setup move. Then you set up yourself, and you just sweep. Like, it's wild. It's pretty bulky, so if you do have to switch it into something that it's not immune to, it can take a hit, and it can do damage. It does a lot of damage. Pretty bulky. Great move set. Great TM set. Extremely versatile. A lot of setup moves with like Yawn and Encore and things like that. Just an incredible Pokemon. Very, very, very good. Usually you can get the Shiny Stone like mid-game. So once you have this thing available, it just goes nuts. It goes absolutely nuts. So shout out to Togekiss. Incredible Pokemon. Next up is Yanmega, who I like Yanmega. I think it's cool, but I think it's gotta go in situationally good, like right in the middle. Bug Flying, not what you want. But if you can get speed boost on it, it can be insane. There's some fun strats you can do. But for the most part, it's a glass cannon that doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to. So that's the problem, is, you know, you get it, you hit something, you don't kill it, and it immediately kills you. So it can only do so much. Next up is Leafeon, who I think is super underrated. Leafeon is a fantastic Pokemon. If you've never used one, please do. Where did Leafeon go? Oh my gosh. There it is. I moved Shift Tree up, my bad. Yeah, Leafeon, it's one of those things where it's not like broken by any means, but it's just a really solid Pokemon overall, which is why it's in the very solid tier. But it does a lot of damage, it can tank well, it gets recovery, it doesn't get a ton of versatility, but for being a grass type, it's not going to die, which is the big thing about grass types. So they just die randomly, and Leafeon doesn't. So that's going to put you high up in the tier list, and it can do a lot of damage as well, and you can set up a Swords Dance, things like that. So Leafeon, very, very good. Definitely try it out if you haven't. Glaceon, however, I love Glaceon. This is my favorite evolution, but it's just not great, but you can make it work. I think it goes into situationally good. Every now and then, you really need an Ice type for specific boss fights. So in that case, it can be the Ice type that you use. It's especially bulky, but it doesn't have a ton of HP, and it's not defensive at all. So switching the thing in is pretty tricky, but if you can get it in, you can do Mirror Coat strats if you want with its special bulk. And then it hits like a truck. Just spam Ice Beam, and you're fine. But it's just, you know, you gotta set the thing up, you gotta get it into battle, which is the tricky part. But if you can get it to work, it's very good at what it does. It's just not great. You know, Ice types, not the best. Next up is Gliscor, who, even though it does have a 4x weakness, Gliscor is generally great. It's very, very good. It is towards the bottom generally great just because it has 4x weakness, but Ice isn't the most common typing in the world, so you can play around that. And this thing has a ton of resistances. It has 2 immunities, which is fantastic. It's decently defensive, and it hits like a truck, and you can set up with it. Very, very good TM set, decent learn set, and it's just very versatile, hits hard, tanks well. What more could you want? So Gliscor, good Pokemon. Mamoswine, I think it's really solid. It's it's like better on paper than you'd think it would be. Like when you look at it, you're like, oh, ice ground type hits hard, a lot of HP, cool. But for the amount of HP it has, it can't take a hit as well as you want it to. It's weak to a ton of stuff with ice ground, and it's not fast. So again, you got to play around its weaknesses, but if you can make it work, it's really solid. But it does take a while to get going with its evolution type as well. So, you know, it's a case-by-case basis, but it's good. It's generally good. Next up is Porygon Z, who... oh my goodness. Gracious, where did it go? I'm so sorry that I cannot figure out how to use a tier list. Again, I have not slept, so bear with me here as I try and look for this thing. And I set it off his face. There it is. I think Porygon Z is very solid. I want to put it in great because those are fun strats you can do, but it's not guaranteed. Because the thing is, like, it does a lot of setup strats, but it's not tanky. It can't really take a hit. So if you go for these strats, there's a real world where you just get crit and you just die before you can do anything with it. I think it goes in a very solid tier. It's good. It gets a lot of coverage. It hits hard, which is great, but it's not as fast as you'd want it to be. It's just lacking a little bit in consistency. But if it was a bit more consistent, it'd be higher. But it's a very solid Pokemon overall, which is why it's in the very solid tier. Next up is Gallade, who I also think is very solid as well. It's not crazy strong. I think this thing does get a little overhyped. But Psychic Fighting is really fun typing, and it hits super hard, and it's pretty bulky as well. It's just the problem is Gardevoir exists. So most of the time, you're going to want to go Gardevoir pretty much every time. But if you really need that fighting coverage, you could definitely go Gallade, and you have a male Kirlia. And it's going to do the job. It can take decent hits. It hits really hard. It can set up. It's a good Pokemon. It's just lacking a little bit from being amazing. Next up is Probopass, who... Probopass is definitely solid as well. Very, very tanky. It's kind of similar to Licky Licky in the case that it just, like, is a solid member of your team. 4 times weakness is rough, but this thing is so tanky that it kind of bypasses that a little bit. It hits harder than you think it does. It gets good coverage, and it's just a really solid tank for your team. So shout out to Probopass. Good option. Next up is Dusknoir, who, the thing is, it's really hard to get. It's got the same problem with Spiritomb, where it's very hard to get. If you can get it, it's a great tank, and it hits pretty hard, too. It has good coverage. But it's just a tough thing to get. Trade Evolution item Pokemon are rough. Unless you're extremely exceptional, it's hard to put you super, super high. But for what it does, it's a good Pokemon. It's just a matter of actually getting it. Next up is Frostlass, who is really solid as well. We've got a streak here of, like, solid Pokemon. And this is no exception. It's similar to these Pokemon up here, where it's a really solid glass cannon. It has really good coverage. It's really good typing. But it's not as fast as you'd want it to be, and it is decently hard to get with the Gender and Dawnstone requirement, similar to Gallade. But if you can get it, it's good. It's a really solid Pokemon. And you could do some, like, Snowcloak memes and stuff like that if you want. But there are better Pokemon for what it does. It's just, again, getting it is the main problem, but if you get it, it's good. Okay. 3 hours in, and we're on to Gen 5. Here we go. Okay. Superior. I'd say Superior is situationally good. I know, shocking, I believe this is the lowest we've had a starter so far. Yeah, this and Feraligatr. But I think it's very similar to Feraligatr, except it's a little bit better. It hits harder. If you get Contrary, it's broken, but you're not going to get Contrary on a starter. You're not going to hit ability on a starter in most cases, so we can't really consider that. But the problem is it doesn't get a lot of coverage. Even with TMs, it barely gets any coverage. It does get some good setup. Hits decently hard. It hits decently hard, but it's another jack of all trades Pokemon where it's not super great at anything, but it's not bad either. So it's just kind of in the middle of situationally good. Emboar, for as much hate as it gets, is a pretty solid Pokemon overall. Honestly, not too much to say about it. It hits hard, it can tank pretty well, gets good coverage, but it's not crazy, you know. It's just okay. I do think it's probably here, yeah. It does the job well. There's just not a lot to say about Emboar. Like, it's good. It gets good moves. And it hits hard. It tanks well. But it's not over the top good, and it's not bad. So, it's very solid. Also, and very solid is Samurott. It does get a little bit of a buff because in Gen 5 specifically, there's not a ton of good water types to work with. So, it does get helped out by that. But it's also just solid. It's not as good as Emboar is. But it gets the job done, you know? It tanks well, hits hard, not nearly as fast as you want it to be, but it's just okay. It's solid at everything, so in the solid tier it goes. Next up is Wadjog, who also is in the early game menace tier. Pretty much anything that evolves early and gets return is super strong in the early to mid game. We've talked about it a lot, but also gets a Hypnosis and some other like gimmicky moves that you can abuse. And then Retaliate as well, but you're probably not going to use Retaliate into Nuzlocke, hopefully, or like use it to its best ability. But it's an early to mid-game good Pokemon, not much else. Next up is Stoutland, who I think is super underrated. I believe it gets Intimidate. I'm pretty sure it gets Intimidate. So that helps it out a ton. It is really, really solid, but it's nothing crazy. It's honestly, yeah, it's very similar to Luxray, except it doesn't have as, it's not like as, it's a normal type, so it doesn't get the bonus of just spamming Thunderbolt, whatever it is. But it has decent coverage, it's got good versatility, it's decently tanky, decently fast, it's decently hard, but again, just a jack of all traits Pokemon. Doesn't do anything particularly well, but it does well in everything it wants to do. Next up is Dark Cat Pokemon that its name is I'm totally blanking on. And it's going to go right next to the other cat Pokemon, or Liepard. There you go. And there's actually a lot of fun strats you can do with Liepard. I've messed around with it in Nuzlocke, and it's worked out pretty well. But it does fall off super hard. It does get to evolve early, which is nice, but it's not exactly a menace. It's not going to be tearing up the early game by any means. But again, there's some cool stuff you can do with it. Get some interesting moves. But it's nothing to like super write home about. It's something you're going to go crazy for. But it does the job it's trying to do, which is be a kind of like a support Pokemon, or like a decent Pokemon in the early to mid game, which it does. Now we have the Monkey Trio, who I'm going to talk about all at once. The Monkey Trio are all kind of in the same boat, except one is better than the others. Honestly, for as much hate as they get, the Water or Simipour and Simisear, if you really want to use them, you could. You just give them good TMs and evolve them early, and boom, there you go. But Simisage is definitely an early to mid-game menace. You evolve this thing early, you give it like 2 good moves, and you're off to the races. The thing bodies the early game. It's super, super nice. Really fast, hard-hitting grass type, which you don't get a lot of. So Simisage specifically is definitely worth for part of your run. The other two aren't great, but if you really wanted to use them, you could. They're not bad. They definitely get a lot of unnecessary hate for no reason. They're solid all 3 of them are solid Pokemon. It's just Simisage is a little bit better than the other 2, personally. Next up is Musharna, which I really like a lot. But I think it's just situationally good. It's super tanky, which is nice. It's kind of just better Hypno. Again, when you're going to be a Psychic type, you gotta be really good because there's so many that why would you pick Musharna over anything else? But it's very tanky, and you could do some interesting setup strats with it. And it's overall good. You just gotta put in the work to make it work. But if you do, it does. So, hey, good on Musharna. Next up is Unpheasant, who is definitely Yeah, definitely in the could work. Towards the top, because it is solid. It definitely, it also, a lot of Gen 5 Mon gets a lot of hate for no reason. And they're just okay. Like, if you want to use them, you can. But there's not a ton of reason to. A lot of good flying types. Why would you pick these? But again, if you want to use them, you can. And they're decent early game. Next up is Zebstrika, who I think is also situationally good. Now that... oh my goodness. What is the physical electric move that's not E-based power? Wild Charge. Now that Wild Charge is a thing, it's pretty solid actually, but it does fall off late game. Again, it goes in this tier of Pokemon where good for a little bit, good in certain situations, but not great. So situationally good. Next up is Gigalith, who whoopsie, moved all these things around. Pidgeot is not bad. Why are you in this? I don't know what's going on. I think my tiers got messed up a little bit, but we're very far in, and I don't remember. So I apologize. But Gigalith, if I can find where I threw it, where did this thing go? There we go. Gigalith is, like, it's weird. If it gets its hit ability, it's really good, and you can actually get its hit ability in future games. But even if you don't get its hit ability, it's just solid. Like, it's a really solid Pokemon. It's a good tank. It gets surprisingly good coverage, especially as the games go on. So it's going to be a solid addition to your team. It evolves early, too, which is really nice. But it's not, like, the best late-game Pokemon. Of this tier, it's definitely going to be on the lower end. Because it's similar to Ampharos, where it falls off, like, really late game. But for the majority of the game, it's going to be a good Pokemon for you. So I think it's solidly in the solid tier. I think Pidgeot could work, wasn't it? I don't know. I truly don't know anymore. Next up, we have Swoobat, who could work as well. I believe it gets Simple, and you could do Simple Combine, which is immediate +2 special defense, +2 special attack, which is kind of wild, but like, that's a very situational thing, and I believe that's its hidden ability. If it's not its hidden ability, it's a lot better. But even then, you are relying super heavy on one ability. But if you can get this specific setup, it's pretty good. But outside of that, it's not good at all. Psychic Flying is a cool typing, but again, tons of better Psychic types out there. But in certain situations, Swoobat can actually be really good, so don't sleep on it. Next up is Excadrill, who, even though we're talking about a lot of mid-Pokemon here, Excadrill's going in the God tier, honestly. Ground types are, as you can see, Steel types are very common in the God tier. And Excadrill is wild. It's fast, it hits crazy hard, it gets a good setup, it gets amazing learn set and TM set moves. Like, it's just an incredible Pokemon. It's super common, you can get it really easily. It evolves decently early. Like, it's just incredible. It's going to be a phenomenal Pokemon for you for the entire playthrough. Very, very good. Very versatile. 100% worth your time. God tier Pokemon. Shout out Excadrill. Next up is Audino, who is going to go in the could work tier, surprisingly. Actually, no, it's what am I saying? It's definitely an early game menace. Again, it's another one of these, like, hey, just get friendship and spam the return button Pokemon. But for that, it does a really good job, and it's really tanky. So it honestly lasts a lot longer than a lot of these Pokemon do. Let's see, Watchog's probably over here. But, like, you can have this thing on your team to, like, decently late into the mid game, and then once you get into the late game, you're going to want to drop it. But for what it does, it's really good, and it gets a lot of support moves too, which is always nice in a hardcore Nuzlocke. So, don't sleep on Audino as well. Next up is Conkeldurr, which is basically the better Machamp, surprisingly. It does a lot of the same things. It just is, it's what we want Machamp to be, which is tankier and hits harder, which is like, hey, what more could you want? So honestly, I think it's generally great. Like, I think Conkeldurr is a really solid Pokemon. And if you can get the chance to use it, you totally should. This is, again, Trade Evolution is tough for a lot of people who are doing it, like, completely vanilla with no hacks or anything. So that is a little bit of a downside, but other than that, assuming you can get it really early. Again, very tanky, hits hard, great moveset, great TM set. Just a really good, strong, versatile Pokemon. So, Conkeldurr, great mon. Next up is Seismitoad, who is going to go in the middle of the pack tier. Actually, yeah, in the situationally good tier. Specifically around the point where there's all these Pokemon that are good. Water, Ground is a good typing. It's just there's a lot of Pokemon that do it better. And there are some situations... Actually, it should be higher. It's about here. It is a really good Pokemon when you get it to work, because it has good moves, it has good TM set. Again, Water, Ground, great typing. There's just better Pokemon out there for it. So, not like a ton of reasons to use Seismitoad, but if you do want to run it, it's good. Like, it'll be a good member of your team, and you just gotta kind of play around it and, like, really use its strengths well. But if you can, it's good. Next up is Throw and Sock. I'm gonna rank kind of close to each other. Throw's a little worse. Sock is definitely better because it's faster, it hits harder, and Throw is more of a tank. But for being a tank, it's not really what you want. It doesn't tank super well, but it can do things well, whereas Sock is actually pretty solid. Gen 5 fighting types are good, and Sock hits hard, man. It hits hard, has a really good learn set. TM set is kind of but it's just straight learn set is really good. So this thing is probably going to be a staple on your team for a while. It can carry you for the majority of the game. Whereas Throw is definitely solid. It can work. It's just harder to play around. But it does hit like a truck. You can tank decently well. It's not the best tank in the world. Next up is Leavanny, which just misses out on being an early game menace. Not quite that good. But it's really solid, and it is very good in the early to mid game. It's just like not as good as these Pokemon are in that time frame. It's just kind of just missing out on that slot. But it is very offensive. It's just Bug Grass is a horrible typing. You really don't want that. But for what it is, it can definitely help you out. It can help you out for a decent portion of the game. If you really want to use it and you bring it along, you can. And next up, we have Venipede, who, if you could get its hidden ability reliably, it'd be higher, but it's, again, getting the hidden ability is tough. But if you can get that to work, whoo, this thing is strong. Like, Speed Boost is a crazy ability, as we've seen from other Pokemon, and Venipede is no exception. Poison Bug isn't the best typing, but it does do a lot of damage, so if you do get the speed boost, you'll just be sweeping teams. Steamroller is a really fun move. It does get Swords Dance, so like Swords Dance speed boost is crazy. But even without speed boost, it's just going to be a solid Pokemon for your team. You're just not going to want to use it super into the late game. But for the majority of the game, solid pickup, just not the best. Next up is Cottony, who is amazing and competitive, but in Nuzlocke, it's definitely just a could work Pokemon. Grass Fairy is good. It's very, very nice. But again, there's a lot of better grass and fairy types out there. But I do think it's very solid for what it does. So it's probably at the top of could work. It's just, you know, it gets outclassed. Lilligant is very situationally good because there's one very gimmicky strat that's super good if you can get it. If you get Own Tempo, you can just spam Petal Dance and do an absurd amount of damage. You don't confuse yourself because you have Own Tempo. So you just give it Miracle Seed to go Own Tempo, Petal Dance, and just like destroy certain teams. But it's not super fast is the problem. If it was faster, it'd be even higher. But it is a kind of gimmicky strat, and it's not going to work every time. So it's situationally good. But when it does work, it's good. It's a good Pokemon. Next up is Basculin. it's not as bad as you think, but it's definitely not worth. Like, it's not a good Pokemon by any means, but in the early game, it's kind of nice, and just spamming Aqua Jet can win you some battles. So, like, if you catch it, it's not the end of the world, but you're definitely not going to want to use it for very long, so it does go into not worth. Crocodile, however, this might be a bit of a controversial opinion, I'm not sure. But in my experience, Crocodile is god tier. Again, the Intimidate Moxie combo is gross. Like, it's such a gross thing. And it's, like, I believe you get Sandile in every game after it's introduced in Gen 5. Except maybe Sword and Shield. Yeah, it's super available. Both Intimidate and Moxie are incredible, and specifically Moxie is disgusting on this Pokemon. You can give it Power Up Punch if you want, which gets it to 6, or you can just spam Earthquake, and hey, guess what? You win, because you're going to outspeed a lot of things, and you're going to hit things really hard and kill it once, then get Moxie, and there you go. Plus, having Dark is really nice, specifically for Gen 5 for the Elite Four. Just a really good Pokemon. It is pretty frail, but it's going to kill everything before it gets hit, so, like, who cares? Good Pokemon. Very good Pokemon. Regardless if you get Intimidate or Moxie, definitely use this thing. Next up, we have Darmanitan, who... Oh, Darmanitan is a wild Pokemon. I would put it in situational, but it's just so strong that you can't even say it's gimmicky, because it's just... This thing just hits so hard, dude. It's like, oh my god. It just one-shots everything, and it gets really good moves really early. And it has decent coverage as well. So you just click Fire Punch, you just click Flare Blitz, just click Hammer Arm, like whatever, Earthquake, whatever you want to do. Darmanitan's gonna kill something. Like, it's just wild. Like, it's very similar to these mons. Like, it's honestly, like, now that I look at this, I'd probably put it like this is more where I feel, but I don't know why I had Nidoqueen so high. It's good. It's not that good. Do a lot of late game, a lot of late shifting here, but this reflects more, I feel. But yeah, anyway, Darmanitan, just an absolute monster. Why does it hit so hard? I don't know. It just does. So, shout out Darmanitan. Maractus is definitely going to go in the good work tier. I know a lot of people hate on Maractus because it's a very forgettable Pokemon, and it is. But if you really wanted to use it, you could. It's not garbage by any means. It's really solid in the early to mid game, and it gets decent moves. It just doesn't get a lot of coverage, and it falls off late game. So if you want to use Maractus, go for it. But it's not going to be your best option, but it'll help you in some situations. Crustle is really fun, Mon, but I think it's situationally good. It's very similar to, like, hey, if you get the Shell Smash, you're gonna go nuts. But, like, you can't get that every time. You do get Sturdy, which is nice, but if you get hit by a double move or Mon with Mold Breaker, you're kind of out of luck. So you gotta play around it a bit. But again, when Crustle works, it's really good. Bug Rock is a kind of typing. Super descriptive, I know. But when Crustle works, it's nice. It's a good addition to your team. You know, it's a good solid Pokemon. But you gotta make it work. Scrafty is a Mon that got nerfed crazy hard once Fairy types came out. But even with that in mind, Scrafty is good. It is really good. Like, I think it's generally great. Again, Fairies do nerf it quite a bit, but it's really tanky and it hits super hard. Like, this thing's not gonna get killed in 1 or 2 hits, and it's gonna kill something else in a hit. And if it gets Moxie, you're good. Like, you're not gonna get Moxie all the time, but even without Moxie, like, it's such a good Pokemon. Like, it's really, really, really solid. It'd be a great addition to your team. Just watch out for the fairies, but you can play around that. So it's not the end of the world. But great Pokemon. Next up is Sigilif, who I would definitely say is a mid-game menace for sure. If you can catch this thing, it is crazy strong in the mid-game. It's super fast and hits super hard and gets really good moves and gets good coverage. good support moves. It just falls off late game. Falls off really hard late game. But in the mid game specifically, Sigilyph goes crazy. Like, I don't know if there's a stronger Mon. It's like it's right up there with Miltank for like just being stupid in its time that you're gonna use it. But Miltank is good early game and mid game, whereas Sigilyph is just mid game. But it's still great. Psychic types are good. Next up is Cofagrigus, which is similar to Dusknoir. It's like more consistent Dusknoir. So I think it's at the bottom, very solid. It's not as good of a tank as most of the other things in this category, but it is a solid tank. It does get good support moves, and it does decent damage. And its ability is a lot better than you think it would be. Mummy is a very solid ability, but it's just overall solid. It's nothing crazy. It's not going to win you a Nuzlocke, but it will help you a lot on the way, which is what the solid tier is for. So, shout out Cofagrigus. We're back to the rock water types with Tortuga. I can't remember. I don't know if that's its final evolution name or its baby evolution name. I can't remember. But I'm gonna say it's situationally good. It's another one of those gimmicky mons. If you get the setup, you're good, but you have sturdy, so most of the time you can get the setup, and then you have priority on top of that. So it's actually pretty solid. But again, it's kind of gimmicky. You gotta do the right strats with that, but you can make it work. If you really want to use it, you can definitely use it. Next up is Archeops, or Archeops. Archeops. Not sure how you pronounce it. But you would think it'd be in situationally good, but it's very solid. Like, it's kind of towards the bottom as well because it does have its ability, which is just straight garbage. But this thing hits so hard and it's so fast that it doesn't really matter. It's not as like broken as Slacking is, like as far as Pokemon with bad typings go. But it's so good. And if you're really worried about taking damage, you could just U-turn out of there. And this thing's just gonna just wipe the floor with certain Pokemon. Acrobatics is gross. It is so gross. Like I don't understand like what they thought when they made this Pokemon, but like in certain scenarios it's crazy good. It's just, again, that ability is garbage, so definitely drags it down. But if you can play around that, you got a good Pokemon on your hands. Next up, also, I mean, Garbodor is basically just Muck 2.0. It basically does the exact same thing. I think it's a little less bulky and it hits a little harder. These Pokemon are basically the same Pokemon. People that hate on Garbodor and don't hate on Muck, I really don't know what to tell you because they do the same thing. Garbodor is just more is more of a special attacker, and Muck is more of a physical attacker. But hey, they're both good switch-in tank Pokemon that do damage. So, very solid. Zoroark is... Talk about gimmicky Pokemon. Zoroark is like... Woo! There are certain strats with Zoroark that are just wild. And like you can really abuse the AI with it, but it's not as consistent as the other like banned Pokemon that can really break the game. It's just like sometimes Zoroark can be insane. Because I would put it in situational, but when it does work, it really, really works. It's just a matter if you can get it to do that consistently. So I think it's at the top of very solid. Can't really put it in generally great because it's not going to be great all the time. But when it is great, it's wonderful. So Zoroark strats are really fun. It just hits hard and super fast. And it confuses the AI a lot. So you could just get them to Psychic into it a million times and just set up a nasty plot and just win. So, you know, it's very, like, inconsistent is the word I'm looking for. But it's fun. Next up is Chinchino, or I think it's Chinchino, is its evolved form. And this Pokemon it's interesting. Like, yeah, I can't really put it in early game menace because you don't get a shiny stone until later. But I think it's definitely situationally good. It's a good spot to put it in. It's similar to Lilligant in that when you get the certain setup for it, when you get Skill Link, it's wild. You go to the move reminder and you get Skill Link. I think it's Tail Slap, Bullet Seed, Rock Blast, and something else. And you just have a bunch of 125 base power moves, which is wild. And they all hit all the time. And if you just give this thing a wide lens, you're never going to miss. So it's kind of wild. It's just it's lacking the speed to be like great, and it really relies on Skill Link. Again, it's one of those Pokemon that if you get the right ability with it, it's incredible. Which I think it's like the Politoed thing. If you get it to work, fantastic. If you don't get it to work, what are we doing here? So shout out Shinchino. Next up is Gothitelle, which I really like, but it's not as good as I thought. Like, I've used it so many times, and Psychic types are good, especially bulky Psychic types. So if you can set up with it, great. But most of the time, you're not going to be able to. It's not as bulky as you'd want it to be, but it is bulky, and it hits hard. It's such a weird Pokemon to place. It's good, but it's not as good as you'd want it to be. It's weird. So, but it is a good good team member to have. Like, if you can get one, go for it. It does evolve very late. But in the times you'll use it, at least personally, I'm like, oh, that was okay. Like, it's not something I'd be super jazzed for, but like when you do get to use it, it's cool, you know. We've been going for almost 4 hours, so we're getting to the point where I'm just going off vibes, which is never a place you want to be in. Next up is Reuniclus, which honestly, I know a lot of people love this thing, but I think it's at the top of could work. The problem is it's so slow, and it doesn't tank well, and it takes forever to evolve. So it has the problem of Perugly, where it takes forever to evolve, and once you get it, it's not that good. And especially, again, there are so many good Psychic types out there. Why would you use this one is the problem. So if you want to use it, you can, because it's a good Pokemon. It's strong, especially with Trick Room strats. But it's like, it's not, I wouldn't even say it's worth doing situational like gimmicks with. Like, you're just better off using a bunch of other Pokemon, in my opinion. So there's Reuniclus. Next up is Swanna, who also is in the could work. Again, it's in this tier of Pokemon that are just fine. It's kind of like the opposite of Mantine, where it's a water flying, but instead of being super tanky, it just hits hard. But it doesn't really hit that hard. It gets good moves, but it's nothing to write home about. It's just a Swanna, and it evolves crazy late for something that's not that good. So, you know, what can you do? Next up is the Ice Cream Vanillite line, which I think is situationally good. Again, Ice types. It's very similar to Abomasnow or Toxicroak, actually. In that, like, it just gets outclassed by a lot of other good offensive Ice types, but it's fine. If you really wanted to make it work, you could. Again, Ice types are good in certain situations. Just not the best. Next up is Sawsbuck, who its special move is really cool, and Sawsbuck as a Pokemon is awesome, but it's just okay. The problem is you get it pretty late game for the point where you'd want to be using a normal grass type, so kind of take it with a grain of salt. But again, if you can get it to work, it's good. Horn Leech is an amazing move. Return is good, but there's just a lot better options out there. Especially for late game, so it's just okay. Next up is Emolga, who's definitely an early to mid game menace. This is my favorite tier, if you haven't noticed. It's just like the most like gimmicky, like stupid Pokemon, but they're good. Like, they're really good at what they do. And Emolga is just annoying. Like, we know it from the Gym Leader Gen 5, but just Volt Switch spam is annoying. But it works. The thing gets acrobatics, Volt Switch, Thunderbolt. You just spam these moves in the mid game, and it works pretty well. But you don't want to use it past like the halfway point. But it'll be good for when you use it. Escavalier. It's situationally good. I want it to be better. Bug Steel is great. It gets good moves. It hits hard, but it's so slow, and it's not as tanky as Scizor is. So you don't get the benefit of that. You don't get to switch it in nearly as much. It's just underwhelming. Like, I really wish this Pokemon was better. I do. It's cool, but it takes a lot more effort to use than you'd want it to. But when you can use it, it's very good. Among Us is next, which is honestly very solid. It's very similar. It's kind of like just. Actually, it's very comparable to Vileplume. Hits pretty hard, tanks really well, gets really good abilities. Just a very good overall member team. I know a lot of people write it off because it's the Pokeball Pokemon. But, you know, hey, Gen 1 did it too, and this is fine. So, Among Us, good Pokemon, very solid member to your team, very versatile, but it's not going to, like, carry you. It's just going to be a good member of your team. So, shout out. Also, kind of in a similar vein is the Jellicent line. They also kind of do the same thing, where they're very good, but they're exactly like Gothitelle in the sense of good Pokemon, good typing, good moves, hits hard, tanks well, but it's not like amazing at anything. It's just very good at everything. So it's a good member to your team. It has very good versatility, very solid Pokemon. Just like there's better stuff out there. Next up is Alolan, which is gonna go surprisingly in the could work tier. It's not as good as any of these Pokemon. But like if you want to use it, you can. It's just there's so many better water types, so why would you do that? I don't know, but hey, if you want to, go for it. Next up is Galvantula, which is very solid. It's very fast, it hits very hard. Compound Eyes Thunder is an extremely good strat. And it's just going to be a really good member of your team. It's not the best to switch in, but you do get U-turn and Volt Switch. So you can play around it being really frail. It's just a good glass cannon, good coverage, hits hard, good offensive typing, and going to be a good member for your team. So, again, Compound Eyes Thunder. Do not sleep on that. Very, very good. Next up is Ferrothorn, who is a very good Pokemon as well and is generally great. It's another fantastic tank Pokemon. Grass Steel is not the best typing in the world because, again, 4 times weakness, but it does resist a ton of stuff, and it does have Iron Barbs. You can very easily combo that with the Rocky Helmet and just do insane damage to anything that tries to hit this thing. And then you don't do a ton of damage yourself, but you just sit there and you take hits for your team, which is a very good thing to have in a hardcore Nuzlocke. So very, very solid Pokemon. Again, going to be a great member of your team. Great bulk. So shout out Ferrothorn. Just 4 times weak to fire, which is not what you want. Next up is Klinklang, which definitely underrated. I used to hate this Pokemon for some reason, but it's just okay. It's situationally good. If you really want to use it, you can. It gets some fun setup moves. You get some fun coverage. It does decent damage. It's a steel type, so it can take hits. But it's not great. There's a lot better steel types out there. But if you want to use it, you could. Next up is Electros, who is a wild Pokemon. I'm sure you've heard it ad nauseum, but it does not have any weaknesses, which is very good. So it's going to go in the generally great category. It gets a lot of coverage, but most of that is through TMs, which is fine in Gen 5 because you got Infinite and on, or past Gen 5. It does take a little bit to get going, but once you get it, again, it's a great member of your team. It doesn't tank nearly as well as you'd want it to, so I actually think it's at the bottom of generally great. But it does hit hard. It doesn't have any weaknesses, so that's really hard to combat. Plus, Levitate is nice because you can switch it in for free. So even though you're not tanking things, you can switch this thing in on electric or ground moves for free. So it's really, really nice. Next up is Behemoth, who is definitely in the it could work tier. It hits really hard. Like, it hits super, super hard, but it's just another underwhelming psychic type. It's fine. If you want to use it, go for it, but not a whole lot of reason to. Next up is Chandelure. Chandelier. And it's going to go in the very solid tier as well. I don't think it's great per se, because it is lacking on speed a bit, but this thing hits like a truck. It hits super, super, super hard. Ghost Fire is an amazing offensive typing, good abilities, surprisingly good coverage, but it's lacking that oomph from, or like that's keeping it from the higher tiers. But it is a very good member of your team, and it's just going to be a really nice Pokemon to have. And it's faster than you'd think. It's just you wish it was a little faster. Then it would be incredible. But it's not a sweeper per se. So not the best Pokemon to switch in, and you know it's good, but it's not crazy. But what is crazy? We have Haxorus next, who Dragon types are very good. Even with fairies, they are very good. And Haxorus is it God tier though? Yeah, it's God tier. It evolves earlier. It evolves at 50, I believe, which is same as Salamence, so easier to get. And it gets Swords Dance and Dragon Dance, which is insane. It has really good coverage. You could just go you could literally just go Outrage, Earthquake, Poison Jab, Dragon Dance, or Swords Dance, and you just sweep. You just win the game. Haxorus, crazy strong. Also, shout out to having an amazing shiny. Fantastic Pokemon. If you can use it, you totally should. It's really good. Next up is Ice Crying Bear Man, whose name I'm totally blanking on. I'm so sorry. I truly cannot think of its name off the top of my head. I think it has bear in the name. I can't remember. But I think it's situationally good. It does hit hard and has surprisingly good coverage. But it's just okay. It kind of barely makes it into situationally good, because it's not like the best thing ever, and ice types aren't great. But if you really need an ice type, which in Gen 5 you kind of do, it can get the job done. So actually, hold on. What am I saying? I'm lying. This is literally just Ice Ursaring. Like, I know they're both bears, but like they do the exact same thing. They have the exact same problem. They're not fast. They don't tank hits well. But it's an ice type. So, flavor text. But again, I wish it was better. I like it. I tried to put it higher, but I simply can't. Next is Cryogonal, which is kind of a meme. It's like insanely specially defensive, but like 0 physical defense, I believe. And it's really fast, and it has some good setup moves, so you can use it. But it's not the most available Pokemon. It's kind of hard to get, and it's not super worth your while. But for what it does, it's not bad by any means. Next up is Exeggutor, which I believe is a lot better in competitive. But in Nuzlocke, it just doesn't do the damage you'd want it to. Like it's super fast, and you can do U-turn strats with it, which is really fun. But it's just underwhelming. Like you want it to be better than it is. It's a solid mon, but you're not going to be relying on this thing very much. Just kind of like a decent option if you're running low on encounters. Like Exeggutor is cool. Next up is Stunfisk, who is just could work. Ground Electric is an interesting typing, but just kind of a meme. It just kind of sits there, doesn't do a lot of damage, doesn't take a lot of hits, but it does have an immunity, which is nice. So you can use it in the early mid game if you want, but you know, I don't know who's standing Stunfisk, if we're being honest. However, though, kind of on the opposite spectrum of that, we have Mienshao, which is an incredible Pokemon. Mienshao is very good. The problem we run into with fighting types is a lot of times they hit hard, but they can't really take a hit well, and they're very slow. However, Mienshao is like, what if we did the opposite of that? It is incredibly fast, and it's incredibly hard, but cannot take a hit to save its life. But it doesn't matter, because you're going to send it in, you're going to fake out, and you're going to high jump kick, and you're going to kill anything in your way. Or, if you do take a hit, you're going to drain punch, you're going to get right back, and then you're going to kill it. So it's just very, very strong, hits super hard, bit of a glass cannon, but it's a very good glass cannon at that. Even then, it's not as frail as other glass cannons are. So Mienshao, generally great Pokemon, definitely worth your while in most cases. Next up is Druddigon, who I really like. I think it's super underrated, and you can use it because it's good all around. It's just another one of those Pokemon where it's a jack of all trades, master of none. So Druddigon can hit hard, can tank, but not great at either. So it's just kind of in the middle. Next up is Golduck, which I want to like. It's cool, and it can work, but it's definitely situationally good. It doesn't tank nearly as well as you'd want it to. It doesn't hit nearly as hard as you'd want it to. So like in certain cases, you're going to send it in electric type and knock it out, which is great. But hey, any ground type can do that. And same thing goes for normal, because having 2 immunities is really nice. So it definitely gets points for that. But it's just, you want it to be better than it is, but it is good for what it does. So it's at the top of situationally good, but it's not like blowing you away. Next up is Bisharp, or Bisharp. Not sure which one is the correct form. But it's very solid though. 4 times weak to fighting is not what you want, but it does have a ton of resistances, so you can play around that. And it hits super hard, and it tanks decently well. But it's not exactly a tank, so it can't be higher than this. But it can take hits, it can dish out hits, but it's slow. It does have Sucker Punch to make up for that. But it's just like a very solid member to your team, but probably not going to be the thing that's like winning you games. But you can do sword dance memes with it, which is fun. Like, you know, just run like Night Slash, Iron Head, Sucker Punch, Swords Dance, and you've got a very good member of your team. So very solid Pokemon for sure. Next up is Buffalant. It's just worse Tauros, basically. Like, that's kind of all there is to it. This would be better than the Pokemon in this tier. I think it's at the top of could work. Again, with normal types, you either want to use them at a very specific point in the game and get a lot of value, or not use them. Like this, or they're like really, really good up here. But Buffalant is not that. It's okay. It can be used. It does hit really hard. But there's not a ton of reason to use it. There's so many Pokemon that do what it does better. So, you know, it's just there. Next up is Braviary, which I really like. It's such a cool Pokemon, but it's just situationally good, and it barely makes situationally good. The main reason is it takes so long to evolve, and it's not worth. There is no reason why this Pokemon should evolve level 54, or like whatever it does. But it takes so long to evolve, and then once you get it, it's good. But it's Staraptor's so much better than it, and like there's so many flying types that are way better than this Pokemon for the value that you get when you get it. But it's really cool, you know. So like you get points for coolness, I guess. Please bear with me. I have been up all night, and it's currently 8:20 in the morning. But we're gonna get through this tier list, I tell ya. Next up is Manabuzz. Manabuzz is definitely... It's also situationally good because, again, it takes too long to evolve. But it's much better than Braviary because once you do get it, it's crazy tanky and it gets good setup moves. So it's honestly a very solid Pokemon. It's just it takes too long to get and you don't get it in a lot of games. When you can use Manabuzz, though, it's definitely worth your while for sure. Next up is Heatmore, which Heatmore is underrated. It's just most times you're not going to get it. And if you do get it, why would you use Heatmore? There's a lot of better fire types out there, but it does hit really hard. It's just it can't take a hit and it's not fast. So it goes in the could work category at the top with these Pokemon that are pretty good. But you know, it's not really worth the investment, you know? So there's Heatmore. Durant is definitely situationally good. Ooh, whoopsie. Sorry about that. I think you were here. Durant with Hustle is the thing. Like, obviously Truant is absolute garbage. But Durant with Hustle, similar to Ambipom with Technician, where like this certain combo is crazy strong and like just does so much damage. It's fast and it hits really hard. But it's Bug Steel and it's a Glass Cannon, which is a very, very, very dangerous combo. But in certain situations, it actually can be really good. So that's why it goes situationally good. Next up is Hydreigon. Hydreigon. And oh boy, this Pokemon is strong. The only problem is it has the exact same problem as Dragonite, but worse, which is it's even harder to get than Dragonite. I don't think there is a single main base game, including X and Y, correct me if I'm wrong, where you can get to the champion before level 64. Like you're just not gonna use this Pokemon, which sucks because it's incredibly cool, really good typing. I mean, fairies do kind of body this thing, but you can play around that. Insane coverage, hits super hard, it's fast, insane versatility. Like it's so good, but the problem is you're probably not going to be able to use it. So it does get dragged down a lot by that. If you could actually use it consistently, it would easily be God tier, but it's just got that problem. You know. Next up is Volcarona, who has the exact same problem. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe Volcarona evolves at level 70, which, in what world are you getting to level 70 in a Nuzlocke? I don't know. Not in my reality. So you're never going to be able to use it, but it is really good. It has insane setup and insane coverage. It can't really take a hit for its life. Bug Rock is extremely weak. Also, again, very dangerous typing. But it's insanely offensively strong, and again, if you can use it, it's incredible. It's just, again, most times you're not going to be able to. In a hardcore Nuzlocke setting. On to Gen 6. 4 hours in, and we're on Gen 6. We're getting there. Next up is Chestnut. In this whole line, it's gonna go in the could work category at the top. I believe this is the lowest starter ranking we have, which is pretty rough, but I can't stress enough, flying is an inescapable typing. You will fight a million flying types in any Pokemon game you play. Being 4 times weak to that with your starter is brutal, and having your signature move be Protect is fine, but it's not tanky enough to do Protect stall strats. So like, why would you do that? The other 2 starters are very good, so it honestly gets dragged down because if you're picking this, you're not picking the other 2, which is a huge detriment to your Nuzlocke, unfortunately. I do like this Pokemon. It's cool. It's good if you can use it. Power Punch is fun, but it's really not worth it. It's really, really not. But it could work if you really wanted to. It's just, you shouldn't. No offense. All offense. Next up is Delphox, who is honestly very underrated. I don't get why people hate on this Pokemon so much, but it's going to go at the top of very solid. It's got the same thing as all the Pokemon at the top of very solid, where it's really good, but there's something that's holding it back. It's basically Fire Gardevoir. It has very identical stats, and it has very similar moves. But it's not as consistent is the problem. It's not as consistent, and there are better fire types out there. So it's definitely getting held back a little bit, but it's a really good Pokemon. Very, very solid. Do not sleep on Delphox. People hate on it for no reason. However, people don't hate on this Pokemon, and there's a good reason for it. Greninja is insane. We're not super considering hidden abilities. If you could get protein consistently, it would be banned. But it is generally great. It's not exactly God tier. It's essentially Water Infernape. Does the same thing. Incredible coverage, super fast, hits super hard. The best Glass Cannon you're gonna get. It's just not broken. Like it's not it's not god tier good, but it's as close to that as you can get. Very, very good, very consistent, very versatile. Amazing starter. It's going to carry you through the game. It's great. But it is a glass cannon. But it's not broken. It's just it's as close to that as you can get. If it does have its hidden ability, yeah, that's a different story. But you're not going to get starter hidden abilities for the majority of games. So, speaking of Pokemon that rely on hidden abilities, we have Diggersby, though, which is going to go in the it could work category. I love Diggersby. It's super fun. It's just you're probably not going to get huge power on this thing because you got hidden abilities. But if you do get if you do get huge power on it, it's super fun. Huge power, quick attack, Earthquake is so fun with power up punch in return. Like it's a really fun Pokemon. But again, most of the time you're not going to get huge power, so it's just okay. But hey, having early access to a ground type is really nice. So you can use it in the early mid game. It'll be good for you. But it's not exactly a menace. It's not like carrying you through those times. It's just good. So if you want to use it, you can. But it's just okay. Next up is Talonflame, which again, hidden abilities change things a lot. But Talonflame's really solid. Fire flying is a little dangerous. But it hits super hard and it's super fast, which is the thing. Literally just spam Brave Bird, Flare Blitz. You're fine. You will outspeed everything. You will kill everything. Very good Pokemon. Again, 4 times weakness to rock. Scary. But when you get to use this thing, it's really, really good. So honestly, I think it's higher than that. I guess it's up here with like just barely missing the cutoff of great, but really, really good. Just that 4 times weakness is really holding it back, in my opinion. Next is Pavilion. I don't get why people don't put this in the same tier as Beautifly and Butterfree, because it's the same thing. It's an early game menace. You evolve it early, you body the early game, and then you never use it again. But when you do get to use it, it's really good. So it's nice. But we talked about this before. Again, it's just okay. But for the time you use it, it's helpful. Pyroar is so disappointing. This Pokemon has so much missed potential. It's upsetting. Its abilities are so frustrating. Its abilities are so bad. But it's situationally good. If you do get male Pyroar, it's very good. Female is still good too. You can just spam Flamethrower. And it's fast in Flamethrower, which is good. But it's just so much missed potential. And you are relying more on the male version, which is a lot less common. But when you do get it to work, it's good. Which is, again, tons of missed potential there. However, Pokemon that doesn't have missed potential, in fact, lives up to all its potential, is Florges. And good lord, if you've never used Florges, it's gross. It's super, super gross. It's so good. You may think I'm crazy for putting this high, but I'm telling you, if you've never used Florges, it's insane. Super, super bulky, hits super hard, and guess what? Fairy type. And it has amazing coverage. It just bodies everything it goes against. And it doesn't die. It doesn't even die. It's not the best physical defensive, but even then it could take some hits because it has solid HP. So it's wild. It is so wild how good this Pokemon is. It will carry you through any Nuzlocke, I promise you. Just use Florges. Or Florges. I'm not sure you pronounce it. If you've never used it, you gotta trust me on this one. Like, it's incredible. It is in God tier for a reason. It's amazing. Just wish it was available in more games. Next up we have Gogoat, which is going to be, again, in the could work tier. It's honestly not bad. It gets, like, okay coverage, but it just doesn't hit that hard, and it's not as fast as you'd want it to be. So, again, and it's a grass type. So, again, I don't know why you choose this, but if you want to use it, you can. It's your playthrough. Next up, we have Fangoro, who fairy types doesn't like. But in some situations, it's actually pretty good. It's very bulky. It hits super hard. It has really good coverage, too. And it's just like a solid Pokemon. Again, it does get bodied by certain matchups, but its abilities are really nice. It has really good coverage and really good versatility. Like, it's a solid Pokemon. But it's you gotta put it in the right situation for it to work. But when it does work, again, it's really good. Next up we have Furfrou, who is 1000% in the early game menace tier. Like, oh my god. Like, just spam headbutt, and you have fur coat, so you're not gonna die. And it's so good in the early to mid game. I can't stress that enough. This thing is like the mascot for early game menace. Like, it is so terrifying to go against a Furfrou in hardcore Nuzlocke in the beginning, because it just spams headbutt and it just kills everything. Like, it's so scary. It's even better than Xcloud, but it's not as good as these two, but it's really close. And it's just insane. It falls off late game, of course, but in the early to mid game, crazy good. Can't recommend it enough. Next up is the two Psychic Cat things. I'm totally blanking on their names. I apologize. And they're gonna also go towards the top situationally good. If you like, the genders definitely change them a lot. I believe it's the female one that's a lot better, and it hits super hard. It's basically like Gardevoir Light or like Espeon Light, but it's good. It's doing its best Espeon cosplay, which is a good Pokemon. So it gets points for trying. It's just you gotta get the right one. If you get the male, I think it's male and female. I could be mistaking them. Just one of them is way worse than the other. But hey, Fake Out Calm Mind Psychic. It's a good time. It's a good time. Next up is Aegislash, who I think I stand with a lot of Nuzlockers in having this opinion. But Aegislash is banned for me. This Pokemon is very game-breaking. It's similar to this side of the band, where you can just exploit the AI really bad. You can just absolutely body the computer. There's nothing they could do about it. It's broken. It's stupidly strong. Its typing is incredible. It could be the best tank, or it could be the best sweeper. You should not use this Pokemon. Like, it is way too good. Way too good for a Nuzlocke challenge. But hey, if you do use it, it will carry you. So, shout out to Aegislash. Next up is Aromatisse, which is definitely in the could work category. It's a fairy, so it has fairy type moves, but like, it's really not good. It's very underwhelming for a fairy type, but it's not horrible. It's not Mawile, but it's pretty underwhelming. But if you really want to use it, you could, because it's a fairy type. Fairy types are good. Also, going into situationally good is Slurpuff. Definitely like a meme Pokemon or gimmicky Pokemon, but Belly Drum, Citrus Berry, I believe it's Unburden as well. Slurpuff is like no joke. Like, it will carry you through a couple battles if you want to go for it. Again, you do have to get the certain setup for it, but when it does work, whoo, it's pretty strong. So I think it honestly goes up here. Because again, it has to be a certain, it's over here in this group of Pokemon where in certain situations it's busted, but again, you gotta set it up correctly. Next up is Malamar, which is a very cool Pokemon, very fun. 4 times weakness to Bug though, it's not great. And like, it definitely could work for you. It hits hard. If you do get Contrary with it, which is actually not that hard to do, Contrary's superpower is a crazy strat. Again, we're back in the super gimmicky category, but when it works super well and just absolutely body teams. So Malamar, again, you gotta use it right, but when you use it right, it's incredible. Next up is Rock Water Boy, whose name I'm totally forgetting. I'm sorry. Some of these newer Pokemon, as you see, I am struggling with. But it's going to be in the could work category. It's fine. Again, it's another mediocre rock water type. I feel bad because I want to like it. I believe its name starts with a B. Barbonicle. Bionicle. Something like that. You know what I mean. It's just not that great. Tough Claws is cool. It gets some solid TMs and it has like decent versatility. But isn't it as hard as you want it to? Doesn't tank well. Not fast. So it's in that category. Next up is Dragalge, which is actually a pretty solid Pokemon, I will say. Very, very, very solid. It gets a lot of good coverage. Tanks surprisingly well. Hits surprisingly hard. Just going to be a very solid overall Pokemon for you. It's not going to like super carry you or anything, but like it's going to be a valued member of your team, and it's always going to be a good pickup. So definitely don't sleep on Dragalge. Next up is Helioisk, who also is going to go in the could work tier. Nothing crazy to say about this one. It's just, again, it's a little bit better than these. But it's a normal electric. There's so many better normal electric types out. Not normal electric specifically, but normal and electric types out there. There's not a lot of reason to use it. But if you do use it, hey, it's fast, it hits hard. Cool. Next up is Arm Cannon Waterman. I'm totally blanking on this thing's name. I am so sorry. Clauncher. There you go. Klotzer. I think it's Clauncher. But it's okay. The problem is it's another like solid water type. Its ability is cool. It gets good coverage. It just, you can't, it's not as bulky as you want it to be, so you can't really switch it in on stuff. But it does hit really hard when it does get the chance to hit something. So it's kind of in this weird category, but in some situations it's good. So it's situationally good. Next up is Tyrantrum, which is a very solid Pokemon. It's not crazy. It's definitely not as good as you'd think it would be. But Rock Dragon is a combo for a lot of good resistances, which is great. Dragon definitely covers for a lot of its weaknesses in Rock. It gets a lot of versatility. It hits super hard. It's decently tanky. It just takes a while to get. You don't get this thing till level like 48 or something, or 38, or pretty far into the game. So that is a knock on it. But once you do get it, it's going to be a good member for your team. It's just there's better dragon types. Next up is Aurora, or Amora. This thing is definitely towards the top of it could work. Very cool Pokemon. Gets a lot of cool typing. It's a very cool typing. It gets a lot of good moves. Lots of versatility. But again, it's just fine. There's a lot of better rock types, a lot of better ice types. And 2-4 times weaknesses is not what you want. So if you really want to use it, you can. But again, you probably don't want to use it. However, it's coming up for the first time in a while. We have another evolution. And we have Sylveon. And Sylveon is very good. It's not exactly God tier, but it's pretty close to that. It is generally great. Very tanky, hits very hard. If you can get Pixelate, it's gross, but Pixelate's definitely harder to come by. And it did get nerfed. But it is stupid strong. Just a great overall Pokemon. Faster than you think it would be. Again, hits hard, tanks well. It's a fairy type. Like, it's everything you want in a Pokemon. Great addition to your team. Fantastic overall. Next up is Hawlucha, which I'm tempted to put it in the early to mid game menace because it's amazing in that point. But I think it's just very solid overall. Like, it's stupid fast and hits very hard for the early to mid game, which is why I'm like, it's kind of a menace. But it doesn't fall off late game is the thing. You can use this throughout the entire game. Just one Swords Dance and you can sweep even like into the late game, into the Elite Four. So Hawlucha's great. It's just, you know, it's not like as powerful as the Pokemon in the above tiers are. But it's very good. Very solid overall. Honestly, it's probably, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably like up here. Like, it is good. Don't get me wrong, but it's lacking that like little bit of power where if you don't get that Swords Dance up, you don't one-shot things nearly as much as you'd want, and then you get one shot, and now we got a problem. So it's definitely like just barely missing the cutoff, but it's fantastic overall. Next up is Dedenne, which again, it's another it could work Pokemon, but towards the lower end. Electric Fairy is a good typing, but why? Of all the fairy types, of all the electric types, why Dedenne? I don't know. Next up is Carbank. Which I think it could work. I don't think it's situationally that great. It's very tanky, but it's like if you want a Toxic style with it, you can, but it's not crazy tanky, and it doesn't have any sustain, I don't believe. But like, hey, if you want a Toxic style with it, go for it. It's a solid Pokemon, but it's not going to blow you away by any means. Next up is Goodra, who is a very solid Pokemon overall, but it's not crazy. It's definitely nice because it's a pseudo-legendary that doesn't evolve crazy late, so you can use it, especially in its own gen. It has a ton of versatility. Like we've talked about like jack of all traits Pokemon being bad, but this is the example of a jack of all traits Pokemon being good. Like it's just very good at everything, and it's very versatile. And it's just a very solid Pokemon. And I think it's at the top, but it's not fantastic, especially for pseudo legendaries. It's just okay. But in the grand scheme of Pokemon, it's very good. But it's lacking a little bit, you know. It's just lacking a little bit of firepower to put it over the top. Next up is Klefki, which is fun. I love Klefki. And you definitely could make it work if you want, but there's not a whole lot of reason to. It's got a really good typing, and you can switch it into a ton of stuff, and it's a good support mon, but you don't really want to be running support mons late into the game unless they're like incredible. And Klefki's just okay, so it's good, but again, not the best. Next up is Trevenant, which is definitely situationally good. It has a very fun typing. It's very gimmicky. But when you get like the Harvest, Citrus Berry, Leech Seed stuff going on, it could definitely work. Like it's fun. But for the most part, there's a lot better grass types and ghost types out there at the top. So not a whole lot of reason to use it, but you can evolve it really early. And it's just a fun mon. Plus Horn Leech is good. Next up is Gourgeist, which, hold on. Sorry about that. Next up is Gourgeist, who, it's just a little underwhelming. Again, it's in this category where, again, a lot of good ghost types, a lot of good grass types are going to use it. It should have something pretty good, and it really is lacking. It doesn't have anything super memorable about it. The size thing is fun. But as far as like actual Nuzlocke capability, it is a decent special tank, I believe. But there's just a lot of better options. Next up is Avalugg, which again, very similar, same thing. It could work if you really want to use it. Great physical wall, but why would you use a physical ice wall? That's the question. Stats wise, it's good, but its typing and its moveset really fails it, honestly. Next up is Noivern, who, very interesting. There's a lot of good dragon flying types out there, and it's good. But I think it's at the top of situationally good, personally. I know I might get heat for that, but it evolves really late. It's very fast, but it doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to. It has good coverage, but every time I use a thing, I outspeed something, hit it, get it down to the red, and then it uses an ice type move on me and I die. Like it's just lacking that oomph. Like it really just needs a little boost and then it'd be insane. But it's lacking the firepower that you'd want it to have. But it does hit hard, which is nice. It's just not hard enough, unfortunately. Whew, okay. Gen 7, here we go. So, Gen 7, amazing gen, starting off with Decidueye. Who I know a lot of people love this thing, but as far as Nuzlocke go, it's just solid. It's nothing crazy. It's definitely a good Pokemon for sure, but it doesn't hit as hard as you want it to. It's slow. It can't really take a hit, but it has a really unique typing, unique moves, unique coverage, and it is good, but it's lacking in a lot of areas. So I think very solid is a good place for it to go. Next up is Incineroar. If we had hidden abilities, this would be broken, but we do not. So Incineroar, just as it is, is honestly gonna go and generally great. It is just, again, it's the thing that we were talking about where you don't want to be a jack of all trades Pokemon, but Incineroar does it phenomenally. Like it's essentially better Arcanine. Like if it had Intimidate, it would literally be better Arcanine. But it's the same thing where it's crazy bulky and it hits insanely hard. Like Arcanine is bulky, but it doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to. Incineroar will one-shot most things. And it's crazy strong, and it's very bulky. So Incineroar, great Pokemon. Also, following that right up, we got Primarina, who also is a phenomenal Pokemon. Specifically for Nuzlocke. I've talked about it before, but if you don't know, Pokemon Sun and Moon, specifically Ultra Sun and Moon, is the hardest, or are the hardest games in the series. You cannot fight me on this. It is a fact. They are crazy hard, especially for hardcore Nuzlocke. And Primarina will make your life so much easier. It is so good. Water Fairy is a phenomenal typing. It gets great moves, it gets great coverage. It's pretty bulky, it's faster than you think it would be, and it hits super hard. It's just incredible. I will say the Fairy typing is it's covering for it a little bit. On second thought, I think this is more accurate. But it's incredible. It's so good. It's just there are some better water types out there, as we've seen. But don't sleep on Primarina. It is so good. It's just a little less bulky than you'd want it to be, but things like Calm Mind make up for that. So, incredible Pokemon. Next up, we got Toucannon. I love Toucannon. This thing is amazing. Fantastic Pokemon. As far as Nuzlocke go, it's just situationally good. I like it. It's good. It hits hard, but it can't take a hit, and it's slow. So, a lot of the times you use it, and you go for a Beak Blast, and you die. So, but early mid-game, it's fantastic. And start of the late game, it's good. It's just late game, it falls off, unfortunately. Next we have Gumshoes, the most tragically designed Pokemon, who surprisingly, as much as people hate this thing, it could work. If you want to use it, it could work. It's not terrible. It's decently bulky, it evolves early, and it hits super hard, especially with Stakeout. It can't really take a hit, and it's a normal type, so there's only so much you can do with it. But hey, Stakeout Return does a lot of damage. So if you really want to use this thing, you can. Just probably shouldn't. Next up is Vikavolt, who it's tricky because it's definitely very solid, but it's just making it because it hits crazy hard. This thing does so much damage. I think it has like base 140 special attack, which is nutty. But it's so slow, and it cannot take a hit. So you will not switch this thing in, or it will die. And in most cases, you're going to lead with it, get a kill, and then switch out, which is good. But like, it just really needs more speed. If it had more speed, it'd be insane. But it's really lacking in that department, and it can't really take a hit. Next up is Crabominable, which is definitely also and could work. It's another one of those mons where there's a lot of better ice and fighting types out there, especially fighting types. This thing hits hard, but it can't take a hit, and it's really slow. Or it can take a decent hit, but it's an ice type, so take that with a grain of salt. But if you really want to use it, you can. Next up is Oricorio. I'd honestly say it's situationally good. It barely makes it into situationally good, but its type versatility makes it very nice. You can use it in a lot of situations, switch it into some stuff, and it hits decently hard, but it falls off really hard late game. But it's in certain situations, it can come in really clutch. So Oricorio, solid answer. Next up is Ribombee, which honestly, I have it in very solid. It's kind of surprising. But Ribombee, like, it's more consistent than these Pokemon at the bottom here. And it's very fast, and it hits hard. Like, it's and it can take a decent special hit, which is kind of wild. Bug Fairy is a very good offensive typing. It's just, again, you don't want this thing taking very many hits, but it can take a special hit every now and then, so it's not that bad by any means. It's a very consistent Pokemon, and you can get it pretty easily, and it's in the games you can get it in, so definitely recommend it if you haven't tried it. Sorry about that. Again, I've been talking for 4.5 hours, and it's almost 9 in the morning now, so bear with me. Next up, we have Lycanroc, the 2 Lycanroc forms. Midnight Lycanroc, I honestly think it's at the very bottom of it could work. Super frail, and it hits hard, but it's really not worth it for taking up a rock type slot. However, Midday Lycanroc, ooh, whoopsie. Where did I put you? Midday Lycanroc. Gosh darn it, there we go. Midday Lycanroc is more consistent for sure. And again, it barely squeaks into situationally good because it can help. It's not like bad. It's just it's so frail that it's hard to make use of, and it doesn't do as much damage as you want it to. So it's a glass cannon that doesn't have a lot of cannon. So take that with a grain of salt, but it does have a priority rock move, which is very nice. So Lycanroc goes there. Wishy-Washy is definitely a situationally good Pokemon. Sometimes fantastic. Like, it's definitely gimmicky, and you gotta make it work. But when it does work, it's really good, especially for certain points in Ultra Sun and Moon specifically. When you really need a bulky water type, this will do it for you. It's just don't let its HP get low. But if it does get low, you can use berries to remedy that. So it's like, again, you have to play around its weaknesses, but if you play around them, it can really benefit you, especially in certain points of the game. Not just in Sun and Moon, but in general. So, Wishy-Washy, good. Toxapex, this Pokemon is wild. I personally have it banned, but I don't think you need to necessarily, so it goes in God tier. It's similar to Bronzong in that it doesn't have like the weakness coverage that Bronzong does, but instead it has impossible bulk. Like, I truly don't know why they made this Pokemon the way it is, but it never dies. It never dies, and guess what? It has Recover. So it's so stupid. And it has its own Protect that poisons the other Pokemon if it uses a physical move, and then it has an ability that if you, I think it's like if you hit a poison type move, it does like triple damage, and then it gets Venoshock. So you can get some crazy synergy with it. It never dies. You just Toxic Stall. It's really boring. But it's incredibly good at what it does, to the point where I personally ban it. But again, I don't think it's that strong to where everyone should. But it's really good in a God tier Pokemon. So, Toxapex, crazy. Next up is Mudsdale, which I love Mudsdale. This thing is so cool. Such a unique Pokemon, honestly. But I think it just goes in very solid. I can't put it too high. It's kind of right next to Archeops or Ocheops, where when it has this ability, like when it gets stamina, it's really good. With own tempo, it's just okay. It's not. It is bulky, but stamina really pumps up the bulk and like really makes it what it is. So when you take that away, it's not nearly as good. But when you do get stamina, it's very solid. And a great tank for your team, especially physically. And having a physical ball that's not like quadruple weak to water or grass is really good. But again, you just have to rely on that ability, so it does drag it down quite a bit. But when you do get it, fantastic. Next up, we have Araquanid here, which is also a really solid Pokemon, honestly. Water, I think it's guaranteed water bubble. I'm pretty sure. So it's just gonna be a crazy, specially defensive tank, and hits like super hard for absolutely no reason. Just a really solid water bug type. Again, its design is just like wild to think about, but it's just gonna be a really solid member to your team. Like there's no reason not to use this thing. So Araquanid, very solid. Next up we have Lurantis, which I really like Lurantis. I do. And it could work if you need a grass type that hits hard, but it's so slow and it's not very bulky. So again, it goes in this mid-tier of Pokemon of like, you know, a lot of missed potential, could be better, but it's just most of the time it's not going to be worth. Shiinotic is more of a tank, but it's the same general idea. It's a tank, but it's not as good of a tank as you'd want it to be, and being 4 times weak to poison isn't great. Especially now that we're in Gen 7. But it's okay. If you want to make it work, you can. It's just ungodly slow and not as tanking as you'd want it to be. Next up is Salazzle, which you really need to get the female Salazzle, which is hard to do. But it's similar to Mudsdale in that when you get the thing you need it to do, like when you get Stamina or when you get female Salazzle, it's incredible. It's super glass cannon, but in the best way possible. It hits so hard. Being able to poison anything is really nice, but like you're not going to want to poison stuff. You just want to Sludge Bomb and Flamethrower everything to death. But it hits just stupid hard and will just sweep some teams for you. And it gets Nasty Plot, which is just gross. Again, you have to get the female one, which is hard because it's only 10% counter for some reason. When you do get this thing, very good. Again, it's just there's certain caveats that are holding this Pokemon back, and the gender requirement is one of them. Next up we have Beware, which also, Gen 7 on a roll here, also is a very solid Pokemon. You don't need Fluffy for it to work, but if you do have Fluffy, it's just a really good tank. Hits incredibly hard, not the best specially, but even then it could take a special hit if it needs to. It's going to be like a very solid member of your team. Not broken by any means, but with Fluffy, it really bumps it up and is like a good Pokemon for sure. Next up is this Pokemon. I'm totally, its name starts with an L, I believe. I'm really blanking on its name. I apologize. But it's just okay. It's situationally good. Trop Kick is an amazing move. Stab 80 base power that lowers their attack is phenomenal, but it's not nearly as fast as you'd want it to be, and it cannot take a hit. So it's kind of similar to Carnivine, where like, hey, good for what it does, but there's a lot of better options here. But if you want to use it, you can. Next up is Comfey, which it could work if you want to. It's a fairy type, so like, you know, you can make it work, but it's just super support. It's not as tanky as you'd want it to be for being a tank mon, and then it doesn't do like very much damage at all and has like no coverage. So again, if you really want a fairy type, go for it, but I can't really recommend it. Next up is Oranguru, who is really good and competitive, but in Nuzlocke is just kind of situationally good, very tanky, and has like solid coverage and hits decently hard, but doesn't hit as hard as you'd want it to. But it's very very tanky, which is good. It's just its ability doesn't help you a ton because you know it's a doubles only thing, so basically it doesn't have an ability, but just a solid Pokemon overall, and it's gonna help you most of the time, but sometimes it's not great. So, situationally good is where it goes. Speaking of like almost not having an ability, here's Passimian, which I really wish this thing had a different ability, because if it did, it'd be good. But it goes in the could work category because it literally doesn't have an ability unless its partner dies, which how many times are you losing Pokemon in a double battle specifically and you have Passimian out? So it doesn't have an ability. And it's good. It's decently fast. It's decently hard, but it's not over the top in anything. So if you want to use it, you can. It's solid. But again, it's just like, why would you use this over all the fighting types in the game? Next up is Golisopod, who is definitely situational, but like, woo, is definitely one of those top-of-the-line gimmicky situational Pokemon. Its ability is annoying, but it can work out in your favor, and First Impression is busted. That move is crazy, crazy strong. Pair that with Liquidation, Aqua Jet, X's or whatever, you're good to go. It gets decent coverage. Hits like a truck. Is a tank. It's just, again, emergency exit usually screws you over more than it helps you. So it can't be that high, but in certain situations when emergency exit is working in your favor, this thing is incredible. So, Gliscopod, top of situational. Next up is Pilosand. It definitely has that problem of like not being great at anything. It does hit really hard, which is nice, and has a very unique typing and coverage. So it's going to go in situational. But again, there's just a lot of better Pokemon if its respective types. So there's not a whole lot of reason to use this thing. But if you really wanted to, you could. So it's kind of similar to Abomasnow in that sense. Next up is Pyukumuku. This thing is a total meme. Complete meme. Not a whole lot of reason to use it, but if you want to mess around, you can. So if you want to use it, go for it. It's kind of in that cast form mold of like you gotta do like everything to make it work. But it can work. It's like a lot worse Wobbuffet, basically. Type Nolan Silvally. These are kind of tricky because you're not gonna. The problem is you're not gonna get them like at all in any of the base games. You literally can't catch this thing. You only get it as a gift after the game. So we won't rank them because you're not gonna get them in a Nuzlocke. But if you could, Eviolite Type Null is like literally broken. It's so good, and Silvally is like generally good or generally great. So they'd be high up there. But again, you're not gonna get these unless you're playing like a very specific ROM hack. But even then, not common. Meteor is cool. I like it. It's very interesting, but it's definitely situational. It's definitely gimmicky. You could do the Shell Smash memes. And it works out. So like it's definitely pretty high up there because it's just in this category of gimmicky Pokemon where when it works, but it's not guaranteed. It's not super consistent, but it can bail you out for sure. Next up is Komala, which is definitely in the could work category. I like Komala a lot. I think it's really cool, but it's not great. It's just like the most normal of all normal types. Like it's just like it gets coverage, it hits okay, it can take some hits, but it doesn't really do anything special. So Comatose is cool though. So shout out to Komala. Next up is Turtonator, who I wish was cooler, but it just functions really weird. And it's again another situational Pokemon. Again, we're getting to a lot of gimmicky Pokemon here. Very gimmicky. Like stats wise is solid, and Fire Dragon is a good typing. But it requires a lot to use it. It's super slow. It can't take it as well as you'd want it to for being a tanky Pokemon, so it's kind of hit or miss. But it can be a good member of your team every now and then. It's just you're gonna die to a random like magnitude crit most likely. Speaking of random ground type crits, we've got Togedemaru, which is also in the situational category. It's not bad. 4 times weakness to ground is brutal, though, so we can't put it that high. But Electric Steel is, even with the 4 times weakness, is a very interesting typing, and it can do some fun stuff. It could be good for like the early to mid game, but just late game it definitely falls off, and it's not great. But you know. It's a fun mon. It's definitely a little higher than could work, I would say. It's surprisingly good, I will say. Next up is Mimikyu, which again, Gen 7 and their gimmicky Pokemon. I don't know what's going on in this gen. But as far as gimmicks go, this thing is really good. And it's going to go to the bottom of generally great. Mimikyu is phenomenal. It gets nerfed a little bit in Gen 8 with the way that, I forget what its ability is called. The way its ability got changed. But even with that considered, it's so strong. I personally have Z moves banned when I do Gen 7 playthroughs. But if you're gonna use them, Z Splash on turn 1 is a broken strat. Swords Dance, Shadow Sneak, Play Rough, Shadow Claw. don't need to say much more. This Pokemon is very good. Ghost Fairy is phenomenal typing. Just all around great Pokemon. Next up is Bruxish, which is definitely like failed potential. If you really want to make it work, you can. It definitely hits hard for sure. But there's not a whole lot of reason to. A lot better water types, a lot better psychic types. It gets hurt by its typing a lot, but Psychic Fangs is cool. Drampa is my favorite Pokemon. I'm super biased. I'm sorry, I am. I love Drampa, but I can't in good faith put it any higher than situationally good. It's also very gimmicky, but its gimmick works amazing. You take a hit, you get Berserk, you use Citrus Berry, you get your health back, and then you murder 2 Pokemon in a row, and then you switch it out. Like, it doesn't do too much other than that, but it hits super hard, and I love Drampa more than anything in this entire world. So if you say a single bad thing about Drampa, I'll be sad. Next up, we have Dhelmise. It's okay. It's again another like very all-around Pokemon, and it can work in some scenarios, but for the most part, I mean, it has like 3 typings essentially, which is cool. So it's a fun gimmick, but it's nothing crazy. There's a lot better Grass, Ghost, and Steel types out there, so I wouldn't put too much stock into Dhelmise personally. Next up, we have Komodo, or Hakamo'o. I'm blanking on what the final evolution's name is, but this Pokemon is very good. This Pokemon is very good. 4 times being this to Fairy is definitely rough, I will say, but it does evolve earlier. It's a very good mix attacker, pretty bulky. It's just slow, but everything in Gen 7 is slow. So, you know, what can you really do? But again, the 4 times being to Fairy is really rough, coupled with it being slow and not as tanky as you'd want it to be. So I think it's very similar to Goodra, and it's good at everything, not great at anything. Very close to great, but it's very solid, but just missing out there. Next up, we made it. We're in Gen 8. Here we go, going into Hour 5. Here we go. Rillaboom. Rillaboom, super cool, great design. As far as Nuzlocke go, it's just solid. Nothing crazy about it. Just like a all-around good Pokemon, especially for Grass-type standards. But it's not gonna like blow you away by any means. It's just like, hey, this thing hits hard, can take hits, get some cool moves. Doesn't get as much coverage as you want it to, but it's good. It's a good Pokemon. Next up is Cinderace. Kind of the opposite of that. Cinderace is something. Again, with some of these moves, I don't know why they gave it a 130 power base move. That's basically 100% accurate. It's not, but it's close enough to that. Wild. Like, it's just wild. I really think it's up there, dude. It's basically Infernape. Infernape is faster, I think, and has more coverage, whereas Pyroar with Pyro Ball, or not Pyroar, Cinderace with Pyro Ball, why? Like, it's just, God, that's strong, dude. That is, oh my God. Wow. Next up is Inteleon, who's also very good. Snipe Shot, impressive move. Extremely fast, extremely fast. Very much a glass cannon. Can't take it as well as Cinderace can, even though Cinderace is not a tank by any means. But Inteleon is just it's what you want from a glass cannon. Super fast, hits very hard, gets great coverage because it's a water type. And just like really good. Really good option. You can't go wrong with Inteleon. If you really need to, you just U-turn out of there. Next up is Greedent, who, I'm telling you, most people haven't tried it because, I mean, it's Gen 8, so most people haven't done a ton of Nuzlocke yet. Greedent is definitely an early game menace. Greedent is so fun. Oh my God, I love this thing. Its ability Berry Pouch, coupled with Stockpile, oh my God. Essentially, you give this thing a Citrus Berry, You stockpile once, and then you never die. You just continuously get health back over and over and over again, which is extremely important in Hardcore Nuzlocke, because you can't use healing items. And you just spam return. Like, that's kind of it. Or I don't think this thing is... I think return got taken out in Gen 8. But it has a different move that's good. Yeah, you just sit there and you don't die, which is really valuable in Nuzlocke. And that's insane in the early game, especially, because you can get Citrus Berries really easy in Gen 8. So... yes, very good Pokemon. Next up, we have Corviknight, which we've talked about the early game birds. We talked about steel types. We talked about flying types. When you put all those things together, you get Corviknight, which is a generally great Pokemon. Corviknight, it fits on every team. It doesn't hit super hard, but it tanks literally everything. It resists a ton of stuff. It hits harder than you'd think it would for a tank, and it's just a phenomenal addition to your team. Again, early game Pokemon that are good are even better because you're going to have it through the entire game, so it's going to have max EVs and everything. Just fantastic. Just a great Pokemon overall. Next up is Orbeetle. Surprising Pokemon. Like it's a very fun mon, very cool typing. Evolves decently early. It's just not great. It doesn't scale great to the late game, which is not what you want. But it could be good. It could definitely be good in certain points in the game, specifically early mid-game, which, hey, that's what you want from a situationally good Pokemon. So Orbeetle, I think it goes like right towards the top rows. Situationally good. Next up is Stevel. It could work. It's similar to Liepard. It's just kind of worse Liepard in my opinion. There's not as many fun strats you can do. It doesn't hit very hard. It's fast, but it's not that fast. It's just okay. It's honestly slower than that. Now think about it. Yeah, it's like around here. It's you can use it, but not a ton of reason to. Next up is Eldegoss, which it does hit very hard, and I think it's pretty specially bulky, but it's not great. It's really not great. Not a ton of reason to use it. Again, there's much better grass types out there. Eldegoss is just kind of chilling, you know. Next up is Dubwool, which is definitely in the early to mid game menace, for sure. This thing is disgusting in the mid game. It evolves super early and it literally never dies. Late game, it falls off really hard, but for its time, it's gross. It is so good. But then, you know, you want to take it off your team later. But for the time being, when you're going to use it, it's great. Next up is Dreadnought. Again, Water Rock type, not what you want. But for Water Rock type, it's pretty good. It hits pretty hard. It's pretty tanky. Again, Water Rock type, not great. But for the Water Rock types that are out there, it's definitely pretty good. It's a very solid all-around Pokemon. It's just you're not going to want to use it too far into the game. Next up we have Boltund, which honestly, I think it's not worth. I don't even think it's it could work. I mean, it could, hypothetically, but it's really not worth your time. Honestly, there's just so many better electric types out there. This thing cannot do any damage to save its life. Don't use this. I'm gonna be honest. Next up is Colossal. Its abilities are really interesting. A little on the gimmicky side, but it can be just solidly good overall. I don't think late game it works super well. I did actually use a Colossal in the late game in my own playthrough. In the Generations Lock, it won the Nuzlocke for us, so it definitely has a special place in my heart. But it's weak to a lot of stuff is the problem. It's weak to a lot of stuff, which is scary. But it can take a hit, and it can dish out hits, and you can do some fun gimmicky stuff with it with its speed. So I think it can be situationally pretty good. It's just, again, you gotta use it correctly, and it's a Pokemon of timing, you know. Ooh, okay. I believe Flapple is this Pokemon. It could work. I don't know why of all the grass types, especially of all the dragon types, I don't know why you use Flapple. but it has like decent stats. It gets some cool moves, but it's just like eh. It's a master of none. It doesn't really do anything too crazy well, but it's okay if you want to use it. I'm totally blanking on what this thing's name is, but it's the opposite of Flapple. Same typing. It's a little better. It's definitely a little better. It's more tanky. It gets better moves. It gets better coverage. But it's also in the similar vein of like, why would you use this? Of all the grass and dragon types, I don't know. Sandaconda, I really like it. And you could use it for sure. But it's basically like, what if a Powdon was worse? And then that's what Sandaconda is. The same exact thing. It's just worse and has less coverage. So apologies to the Sandaconda fans. Cramorant, honestly, if you really want to use it, you can. But I'm going hard. I'm being hard on Gen 8 here. Well, yeah, you could use it. It's of all the water types, of all the flying types, especially of the water flying types, why would you use Cramorant? It's not super tanky, doesn't hit hard, not super fast. Just kind of there. Barraskewda, though, whoo, this thing is very fast. Oh boy, it's definitely a glass cannon, but wow, does it hit hard in its time. I'm gonna leave it in situationally good because I don't think it scales well at all, and it's very much an early to mid game Pokemon. But like, whew, it hits hard and it's very fast, so it can be nice in certain spots. Next up we have Toxtricity. I really like it. I've tried to use it so many times. It's just so much better in theory. Like Electric Poison has such a cool typing, it's cool moves. It takes forever to evolve, and then it's not nearly as fast as you want it to be. It hits crazy hard, but like you're gonna die before you can get a hit off with this thing. So it's just okay. But if you really want to use it, you can. Centiskorch is kind of the same boat. It has a very interesting like typing and stat spread, and it gets really good coverage. So again, if you want to use it, you can. But there's not a whole lot of reason to. A lot better fire types, a lot better bug types. Again, we're starting to repeat ourselves a lot here, but Grapploct is also in the same category. The problem is it could work, but you get it so late. Especially with fighting types. Like, there's so many better fighting types out there that it hits hard and it can take a hit decently well. But it's not really worth it for where you get it. But if you want to use it, you can. Next up is Sinistea. I almost said Spooky Tea. And it's very gimmicky for sure. Again, it's another one of those mons where there's specific strats. You do Cell Smash, Shadow Ball, and just like demolish things like Giga Drain and things like that. So for its specific playstyle, it works, but again, you have to put a lot of investment in it, and it's not like a great all-around mon. It's just one or two things are good, and it's very good at those things. Next up is Hatterene. I accidentally moved something. Whoopsie. What did I move up here? I don't know. I messed something up. I'm sorry. Anyway, Hatterene. It's kind of wild. Like, it's stat-wise. Oh my god. Like, it has some crazy stats. And Psychic Fairy is a very good typing, as we've established. And it's basically like slower, bulkier Gardevoir. It's essentially the same thing. It gets very similar moves, similar typing. You just combine once, and there you go. It's just very slow, so it's harder to get your setup going. But if you can get Hatterene going, it's really strong. It's very strong. Definitely recommend. Next up is Grimmsnarl. Very fun typing as well. It's got a very niche thing that it does, but it does it well, and it being like a tanky support mon that can actually do some damage. Like it's kind of like Sableye on steroids. Like it's everything Sableye wants to be. It's just like really solid, but you don't want to use it in the late game. But for when you have it, it's good, and it's got a lot going on there. But it's got a lot of niche things you could do with it. It's very versatile. And it's definitely underrated for sure, but it's not like over the top fantastic. Next up we have Obstagoon. It's got some fun stuff. Again, another kind of gimmicky Pokemon. 4 times weakness to fighting, though, is pretty rough. So we can't put it too high. But again, along with these gimmicky Pokemon, there's some fun strats you could do. And it's really cool. But again, 4 times weakness to fighting. Yikes. Fighting is very common. Berserker, honestly, much to a lot of you guys' surprise, is definitely like an early to mid-game menace. This thing is so good in the early game. Having a pure steel type that hits super hard and tanks all your hits is disgusting. This thing will absolutely carry you through the mid-game. It's wild. Or through the early game. And a little bit through the mid-game. Like, it's so good. It definitely falls off a lot towards the end, but even just Tough Claws, like spamming moves, like, it can be really, really good for you. And definitely underrated, but it falls off later, so you want to use it in the early mid-game and then move on. But for what it does, it's really good. Next up is Cursula. It's okay. There's just, for being like a tanky, kind of like support-y style Pokemon, it's lacking for sure. Like, you want it to be a little bulkier, want it to have some better moves, like some more coverage, some more like self-sustain, stuff like that. But it's good. It can be very good for you, but I wouldn't super recommend it, but it's a good all-around Pokemon for sure. Farfetch'd, as much as it's a cool Pokemon, it's not really what you want. It's a pain to evolve. Absolute pain to evolve. And then when you get it, it's not that good. Like, it hits hard, but it's not super fast. It can't take a hit to save its life, so not worth the investment at all. But, like, hey, if you want to use it, you can. Mr. Rhyme, ice types are pretty rough, but it's okay. Again, it's in this category of, like, hey, does a lot of damage, can't really take a hit, but is offensive, so it's there. And if you want to use it, it's not a bad option by any means, but it's not the best. Reunigris, also very similar to Cursula. Cursula is definitely better. It's basically worse Cursula. It's very hard to get going. But if you can get it working, it's okay. But it's not as tanky as you'd want it to be. It doesn't get very good moves, is the problem. Next up is All Creamy. Fairy types are solid, so, like, of course it can work if you want it to. But again, there's not a whole lot of reason to. A lot better fairy types for sure. So it's just kind of there, chilling. Next up is Phalanx. I love Phalanx. It's so fun. But again, it's another very gimmicky Pokemon. Like, there are certain strats you can do with it that are certainly something. Go bulk up, no retreat sweep is pretty fun. But, like, it's not great. It's just in its certain role, it really thrives, but it's definitely lacking in a lot of areas. And if it was bulkier, I think it'd be a lot better. Next up is Persian, I think. It's really not good. It's basically better. It's better. This thingy, I'm totally blanking on its name. I don't know. It's a very gimmicky Pokemon, but not in the good way. Not in the way that's gonna, like, carry you through games. It's just like, oh, I could use this, I guess. Frostmith, I believe this thing's named, evolves from Snom. It's cool. I like it. It's very pretty. But the problem is it's ice bug type. And it's incredibly frail. And will die. And does have 2 4 times weaknesses to very common typings. You can get it pretty early, which is cool. But its hidden ability is really what you want it for, which is harder to get, but it is possible in Gen 8. So it's, you know, it's situationally good, but really situationally good. So it's at the top of good work. Because if you want it to, you can run it, but, you know, not a whole lot of reason to. Stajourner is just, like, just absurdly a physical wall. Like, it's like Steelix just dialed up to 11. But not as good is the problem. It's so bad that it dies to any special attack, not just like water or grass or whatever. Like, it dies to like any sort of special attack. It will just get obliterated. But as a physical wall, if you play around it, again, it could work for what you need it to do. But it's similar to Rampardos, and like it's so one-dimensional that it's not really worth. Ice Cube is next. It's really fun. It's a really unique Pokemon. It's cool. But again, ice types, if they're not over the top, there's not a whole lot of reason to use them. And it's really bulky, but doesn't do enough damage. Not as bulky as you'd want it to be. So it's just kind of there. But it's a cool mod. Next up is Indeedee, I think? Indeed? Surprisingly good. It's definitely situational. A lot better psychic types out there for sure. But it has really good stats and gets some really solid moves. So definitely don't sleep on it. But you know, normal psychic is kind of a weird typing. Honestly, I think it is better than Oranguru. But they're very similar. It's like offensive, defensive, as far as normal psychic types that can do some cool stuff, but you're not going to be like relying on them. Morpeko it could work. It's fine. Electric Dark is cool, but it's very underwhelming stat-wise. It's similar to Kamala, and then it's just like it's okay. There's not a lot of reason to run it. Copperaja. Being a bulky steel type is very good. We definitely like that. And it has like decent coverage. It gets the coverage late, but with the move reminder in Gen 8, it definitely makes up for that. And it's a solid Pokemon. It's nothing crazy. I think a lot of people haven't actually used this thing, so I don't get to try it out. But it hits hard and it can tank hits pretty well. So you can switch it into a lot of stuff, and you can switch it out and kill stuff. Like it's a good mod. But it is pretty specially weak, I believe. So you gotta watch out for that, but you can play around it pretty easily, and Steel type makes up for it. So next up is Arcazult. Very cool typing, not good stats is the problem. So if you want to make it work, you can, but it's not super great. Arctic Zolt, I think, is what it is. Again, very cool typing. Very bad stats. It's very similar, and that it's kind of a meme. It's if you really want to use it, you can, but it's not really going to help you very much. Dracovish, on the other hand, though, is pretty wild. It's very reliant on getting Strong Jaw, so it's going to be situationally good. But it's similar to Azumarill, where if it gets the ability it needs to, it's disgusting. Like Strong Jaw, its signature move, give it a choice band or like muscle band or anything, and it just wipes teams. It's gross. It's super, super strong, but in that specific role. Arctovish is next. It's something a little better than the other dragons, but it's nothing crazy, or the other fossils. But it's nothing crazy. It's definitely lacking a lot of areas, and it's decently bulky, but it's nothing crazy. Okay, Duraludon is next. I think it's very good. It's kind of hard to get because it is a pretty rare Pokemon, but Steel Dragon is a phenomenal typing. Like, it is a really good typing. So the problem is it's hard to get, but when you do get to use it, it's very bulky. You can switch it into a lot of stuff. It's okay ability, and it hits a lot harder than you'd think it would. So it's just a really solid overall Pokemon for your entire team. And finally, last Pokemon, we have Stealth Bomber Dragon Ghost, which I'm totally blanking on his name. So I apologize. Dragapult, I think. And it is very, very similar to another dragon type in Hydreigon, where it takes forever to get it, because it evolves very, very late. In most cases, you're not going to be able to do it, but I believe you can evolve it before Leon, so in this specific case, in its own game, it can be used for the final fight. But I mean, So you're not going to be able to use it for the majority of the game, but if you could, it's very strong, very fast, it's really hard, extreme versatility, phenomenal Pokemon. Very, very good pseudo-legendary. It's just the problem is you're not going to be able to use it in most Nuzlocke cases, so it's kind of a toss-up. But if you can use it, it's great. And with that, that is the end of the tier list. Whew, 5 hours later, we made it. But here's a quick look at the entire tier list. We got Snorlax and all of them in the banned tier list. We got the God tier mons here. Let me lower my camera a little bit so you can see. There you go. God tier mons there. You have your generally great Pokemon in this tier. Then in very solid, we got a lot of Pokemon. Lots of mons in very solid. And then in situationally good, we also have I think situationally good is the biggest tier we have by design. Got a ton of mons in there. You got your early to mid game menace mons. We have a ton of mons that could work if you really want them to, but generally you're not going to want to. You have your not worth Pokemon, which again, some of this got messed up by my mouse being weird, so this might be not exactly what I want it to be, but generally this is what you're looking at. Then you have your bad Pokemon, but very few. And yeah, that is the entire tier list. So if you made it this far, thank you so much. You might as well subscribe and smash that like button, because I don't know why you would have made it this far into the tier list if you don't want to support. But hey, you do what you want. You live your own life. But again, thank you so much. We'll be back another time. This has been Tier Mania. Let me know what you think. If you have any gripes, any Pokemon should be lower or higher, let me know. If you have any ideas for future tier lists, also let me know. And I'll see you next time.